Get ready for a year of Test cricket like you've never heard before.
Hits in hard and high, straight back down the ground for 6.
That's an amazing shot.
12 months, 20 Test matches. New Zealand at home over summer. The 3 most iconic overseas tours. The 150th anniversary Test under lights at the MCG. And it all begins August 13 with Australia versus Bangladesh on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
And the siren sounds. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rising all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Rosen kicks on goal. And Francis Pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running from 45 to get the party started.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing. It's through. Bailey Smith. He'll want the cameras on him right now.
Not camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it.
Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out. Snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Make it goal square. Goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy.
Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Kick on goal. Dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot. His kick is good.
AFL.
Inside 50, off the step, turns and goes bang. And snap. And goal. There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal! He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
I am stating obviously the benchmark in the competition. They've been impressive. Really well-balanced team and they do damage, all through their lines. And, they've been tested at different times recently. Even Sydney gave it a significant test early, but they've been able to hang in there, then come over the top. So, to beat Fremantle, you've got to play the minutes and that's our huge challenge.
The Western Bulldogs up against the toughest task currently in footy. The top of the table, Fremantle in Perth. And the Bulldogs know they can move into the top 6 at the end of tonight if they can end Fremantle's perfect record at Perth Stadium in 2026. The Dockers here are 10 from 10. And they know they can sew up a home preliminary final and a top 2 spot with a win over the Bulldogs tonight. Clint Wilden with you alongside Mitch Turner, our experts Sharad Wellingham and Chris Waterman. It's a big night of footy ahead of us. We'll go through all the news and all the team changes, everything that's happening in footy. But first, let's get stuck right into the action as we welcome downstairs Akash Fodada, who's got a special guest with him. Akash.
I do indeed, Clint. I've got the Western Bulldogs backs coach, Daniel Pratt, with me. Daniel, firstly, welcome back to the West. Massive Friday night game, taking on the number one side in Fremantle. How do you embrace that challenge?
Yeah, well, it's a big challenge at the moment. They've been in great form all year, and very few hiccups through that journey. So, number of threats across the ground, including in the area I coach up forward for them. So, it's going to be a tough night.
And it's a big game for you guys. Well, sitting just outside that top six at the moment. A few results, they go your way and you get a win. You can jump into the six. How important is that? Is that something you're looking at with only a couple of games to go and making sure you ensure a top six position?
Yeah, well, you need to finish probably in the top six to make sure that you get yourself in a position where you can compete. It's been done before, but history says it's very difficult not to be coming from a top four position either. So, really, really exciting for us to play a really good team. We've played quite well against Fremantle the last few years, but haven't been able to finish it off. So we feel like we match up well against them, and hopefully we can bring a good showing.
You mentioned your area of the ground, the back line. You're lacking maybe a little bit of experience and size there, and you come up against the Dockers' three-headed monster of Voss, Tracy and Amos. How do you go about curtailing their influence on the game?
Yeah, well, not including those three, you also have Bolton and Reid and a couple of other guys who swing through there, maybe Young tonight back in the team. So they have a lot of talent down there. Our tools have been pretty effective over the last 5-6 weeks. We've been able to keep scores low, so there's no bigger challenge, though, against these guys. But, no, we've done our homework. We know what they're looking to do, and the challenge is being able to do it. So hopefully we can have some good outcomes.
Great, let's head up to the team upstairs. We've got Clint Wheeldon, Mitch Turner, and our experts Chris Waterman and Sharad Wellingham.
Praddy, Shaz here, mate. Welcome back home to
G'day,
WA. You mentioned the three-headed monster, but down the other end, the Fremantle backs, they're, clicking in perfect harmony. They're doing a great job. Is there any chance we could see a defensive forward role from you guys tonight on any of their keys?
Oh, well, we're a little bit limited with some of our guys. Nortz has gone out this week, and Cody. So there's a few options that we do have up our sleeve. But watching these guys over the journey, if you don't challenge them the other way, they get on the front foot. So Clark, for example, is a great exponent of that. So we'll look to score as much as we can, and if we need to do something different through the night, we'll look at making some change.
Obviously, during the week when you're doing your homework, you kind of look at what you need to take away from the opposition. But what have you guys really honed in on that you need to make sure that you do well tonight?
Well, one of the things that makes them such a good team, particularly behind the ball, is their midfield. So they're able to get field position from the contest with Jackson and a number of good midfielders that go through there, along with Bolton and Reid who come up. So if we can get on top around the ball, that's the first thing to give us some ascendancy in field position. And then the second part is being able to slow them down. If you do slow them down, they kick the contest, and they're very good at that with their tall forwards and get speed off those plays. So there's a few things we need to be aware of, but we need to get the ball in our front half.
Daniel, Chris Waterman, with Murphy Reid, is he the type of bloke that one of your defenders just has to go full stop, just go, I don't care, I'm not handing over whatsoever?
Yeah, we talked about this a lot during the week with their forwards and how they move up through the midfield and flip positions. Bolton and Reid will chop and change just in play. So if you go all the way with some of these guys, sometimes you can lose your structure behind the ball and they get goal side of you. So we've spoken a lot about how we can manage that, and that could include doing what you've mentioned, but we'll start with the way we play and see how that goes.
Praddy, some stuff's been mentioned over here. I'm sure it's made its way back over to the East Coast, but Xavier Ellis made mention that Hawthorn have been doing a little bit of Wharfie time, I suppose, mental training. Did that ever cross your guys' desk, and have you looked at the pressure that can come from Wharfie time being engaged?
This stadium in particular can be quite threatening if you look at it that way. Obviously, fortunately for myself, I was here for a number of years with West Coast, so I got to see what they can be like when the home team gets that advantage. So we talk about things like that in our mental prep. It's interesting that Mitch is doing that. He's a forward thinker, and as you know, you've played with him, so he's obviously preparing for later in the year. We've spoken about a couple of things like that tonight, but if we don't start well and get on the front foot and get on top, then there's going to be some noise.
Western Bulldogs assistant coach Daniel Pratt joining us here on ABC Sport ahead of their clash with the Fremantle Dockers at Perth Stadium. Daniel, great to have your time as always. A little milestone tonight. Riley West plays game number 100, a name that's synonymous with the football club, and after a bit of a slow start to his career, he's become a pretty integral part of the team, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has, Westy. He's a real club man, obviously, with his father being a legend of the club, and his younger brothers actually come down and train just through the academies as well. So they're well connected to the club, the Wests. When Westy plays well for us and puts his pressure on and is combative in the forward half, we find an avenue to goal from a smaller guy who plays like a tall. So he's got a few strings to his bow. He's a great character around the club, very funny man, and he's a great connector. So wish him all the best tonight and congratulate him on his 100th.
You are the sons of the West at the Dogs. You take it a little bit seriously, that saying, in the back line, because you've had a few West Aussies go through there. Rory Lobb, obviously, in and out of there throughout the last couple of years. Michael Selwood, Jed Bustlinger, even Aaron Norton started there. What is it about the West Aussies down back that you love so much, Praddy?
I don't know. They're all a bit like Sharrett, actually. They just do whatever they want when they're playing. But, no, they're great readers of the play. I find West Australians. I actually caught up with one of the guys I coached this morning, Jeremy McGovern, and he was one of the great players in that style of defending as well. So they're great readers of the play. The open stances of the West Australian footy, how it's played. Yeah. They have to read the play. If they're not, if they get stuck on their man one-on-one, it's very hard. So Selwood's been really good for us this year. In his first year of football, he's a real tough player, and we're enjoying having him back there. Bus has been back for a few weeks now, which is good, and then Lobby spent a bit of time back as well. So unfortunately, with the injuries, we've lost him, and we're a little bit shorter now, but we've been making do with what we have so far.
I know you do a lot of opposition analysis as an AFL club already, but Jeremy McGovern, did he offer any advice? He was here at the Derby last week watching, and he was pretty impressed with what he saw from the Dockers. Did he offer anything?
As you know, Gov is happy to give advice whenever he can, so I sat there and had to listen for 45 minutes.
And had a listen?
But no, we not only did I coach him, but we're great friends as well, as I'm obviously connected to you as well. So no, we just had a good catch up about our families, and he's got 4 kids. I've got a young child, a little bit younger than his last one, so it was good just to connect with him again.
Daniel Clint Wilden, last one before we let you go. Thanks for chatting to us, by the way, as well. Buku Khamis, how important is he for your setup at the back for the Bulldogs?
Yeah, well, a number of these guys, he's another great reader of the play, and he plays undersized every week. I know some people give him a hard time in the media, but he's playing on guys who are often 2 or 3 inches taller than him, and we've been playing him a little bit higher of late up the ground, so more closer to the to the stoppage, if you think about a stoppage setup, and that's helped him a lot. He's played on guys' own height, and he's had a lot of impact doing that. So the 3 talls is a little bit different this week with their forward line, but he's really important. He's a great reader, and if we can get some good pressure on the ball around the stoppage and contest, then he comes into the play.
Appreciate your time. Best of luck tonight.
All the best.
No worries, guys. Thanks for having me.
Good on you. Daniel Pratt downstairs with a cash photo. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Great you could be with us wherever you happen to be. Lots to get through. Fair bit of news about as well, and we'll head into the Dockers camp very shortly too. I asked the question about Buku Khamis. Jake Nile in The Age reporting that Carlton are apparently ahead of the race of the Bulldogs to get Buku Khamis's signature. They've offered him, this is the Blues, a longer and a more substantial deal than the Bulldogs have in front of Khamis at the moment. Reports are that he's been offered a deal of at least 4 years by Carlton. They've upped their ante with discussions between the two clubs. A bit of talk about as well that the Bulldogs they need a bit more size in defence, and they're trying to find a way to get Adelaide key defender and also a free agent, Jordan Butts, across the club. So Khamis 191 centimetres, Butts 195 centimetres. Now, Khamis can leave, of course, because he's a free agent at the end of the season. So always interested when someone like that comes on the scene, how impactful that would be to the Western Bulldogs if he is to depart. I'd love to get your thoughts wherever you are. I know the team discussed it last night, and we'll go through a fair bit of what happened last night as well throughout our pre-game as we build up to the Fremantle Dockers taking on the Western Bulldogs. But if you're around and about on 0437 774 774, now you've had a chance to digest it all. What did you make of last night's big build-up? It was very different. Did you love it? It certainly was spectacular. Did you miss not having the club songs? Now, everyone gets their first thoughts. You've had 24 hours or so just to digest it. What did you make of the build-up last night and the pre-game entertainment as Collingwood and Geelong hit the MCG? Would you like to see more of it? Certainly we've seen, I would argue, that the on-ground presentation at most clubs has really taken a big step forward by how spectacular it is. But I did miss the club songs in the pre-game last night. Can you get your thoughts? 0437 774 774. Clint Wilden alongside Mitch Turner, our experts, Sharad Wellingham and Chris Waterman. Bit to talk about. A war of words has erupted, and we're partially responsible at ABC Sport for it as well, between Collingwood and Port Adelaide. We'll touch on that in just a few moments' time, and also run through all the Sunday teams for you. Coming up, we're also going to have a chat with someone who's got a boot in both camps for these football clubs. Brad Wirra spent time with the Western Bulldogs, also, of course, with the Fremantle Dockers. He was part of that historic moment when they got their first ever Derby win, and he's now the man in charge of WA football. So I'll be talking to him a little bit later in our pre-game as well. But just before anything else, two big bits of news that came through a little bit earlier today. Two clubs saying that players, well, they've been let go. Geelong saying that Tyson Stengel and the Cats have mutually agreed to part ways, announcing that the 27-year-old, who did have 3 years to run on his contract and hadn't played a game this year due to personal reasons, would no longer be part of the Geelong club. Of course, he joined the Cats after stints at Richmond and Adelaide and was part of the Cats' grand final win, the premiership win that season in 2022 over the Sydney Swans. And also today, it became official. It had certainly been rumoured for a day or two, but Collingwood and Bobby Hill have mutually agreed to part ways. And Charlie Gardner speaking about that, just saying that how disappointed that they couldn't actually come to any sort of agreement. Bobby Hill saying that, look, he's been grateful to have been part of the club and thankful for the opportunity to represent Collingwood, but he's going to take a break from football to keep working on himself and regain his passion for the game. Actually, let's have a little listen to a little bit of what Charlie Gardner had to say, the head of football at Collingwood, on Bobby Hill a little bit earlier this morning.
There's been a lot of people involved, including some fantastic cultural leaders and First Nation leaders that we've got involved in our club. And again, I just want to reiterate, we've come to this decision mutually, and we're agreeing that it's the right thing for everyone right now.
Decisions for footy clubs when they have to make these calls, both on, well, with Geelong, with Tyson Stengel, and of course Collingwood with Bobby Hill. Sharad, Muddy, thoughts?
Well, first thought is obviously how disappointing it is to have two really talented players not be in a position that they can get out onto, first of all, the training track and commit to what's required from a commitment level. That's probably not the right way of putting it, because, yeah, they probably want to commit but aren't able to. But then also, how sad is it that you lose the talent from the game? And that's really disappointing, that fans and spectators of the game don't get to watch these two really talented footballers go out there and, apply their, I suppose, absolute prowess on the football field every week. Bobby probably didn't grab the heights that he did from 23 when he won the Norm Smith. I don't think he played much footy after that, did he, really? No. So that's really disappointing, because you'd almost say peak of his game, young player, having a huge impact on a massive footy club. I wonder if the enormity of the Collingwood juggernaut just was too much for him to be around. The social media impact on him, which I saw something that he posted yesterday, which was really disgusting and disappointing from another keyboard warrior. But yeah, I hope that the amount of support, and I'm sure it was adequate to the players. I hope that they can both go away and maybe find, like you said, that passion for the game again, be able to commit mentally, because that's where the struggle is. It's being able to get up and get to training every day, and the body might be willing but the mind's not able. And so, I just hope that they can go away and find some happiness and maybe make their way back to the system.
Yeah, I mean, I'm loath to comment on what's transpired off field, because I have no idea what's taken place whatsoever, but it's disappointed that... And I look, hopefully it's not over, because they're not over the hill at 27 or whatever.
Well, Bobby said he wants to play on.
Yeah. I don't know where Tyson's at, but I mean, he's not over the hill either. They've both got good footy in them. Let's just hope it's in the AFL. But We'll see where that ends up. Hopefully we see him again.
Yeah, both premiership players, and of course, as you mentioned, Sharon Bobby Hill, his 2023 grand final performance to win the Norm Smith was nothing short of spectacular, and we keep our fingers crossed for both of them. Let's head back downstairs. Akash Fodadar's been busy. He's still on the boundary. Akash.
Thanks, Clint. Yeah, I've made my way across to the Fremantle Dockers and got their stoppages coach, Harry Garland, with us. Harry, thanks for joining us. Pretty good job to work with the stoppages with the calibre of midfielders you've got running through there.
It sure is, yeah. I'm really lucky to be working on stoppages with some of the mids and the rucks we got going through there, that's for sure, yeah.
When you are working on some of your stoppage strategies and you've got a ruckman like Luke Jackson who can do things that no other ruck can do, how much of the stuff is pre-planned and how much of it is letting someone like him play on instinct?
It's a little bit of both. Like, a little bit is pre-planned, but yeah, with Luke, you just got to let him play, and yeah, some of the stuff he does is just amazing, and it's just natural instinct. So let him play and let that sort of stuff come out.
And tonight you're up against a side that has some pretty good names through the middle of the ground as well. Bontempelli, Richards, Liberatore, to name a few. What's gone into the planning of how you stop their strength in the midfield?
Yeah, it's a really strong midfield, and it's going to be a really good battle. Plenty of planning's gone into it. Clearly they've got some really strong individuals, and then they work so well together. So we've got a couple of plans there, and hopefully we can action them the way we want. But it is going to be a really good battle because of all those names you just mentioned.
Let's head upstairs to our team: Clint Wheeldon, Mitch Turner, and our experts Chris Waterman and Sharad Wellingham.
Shara here, mate. Good to chat with you. It's been a long time. When you're kind of breaking down the Dogs, I suppose, midfield, what's the biggest thing that you're looking for and what you need to take away from them with your stoppage structures?
Yeah, nice to chat, Shaz. There's a few things with their stoppage structures because they've got a few different moving parts that can go through there, and they can do a few different things. So I suppose you're looking at the individuals and then the collective, what they're trying to achieve, and then the other thing that you've got to factor in is a really strong ruckman as well in English. So it's hard to narrow it down just to one thing that you got to look at, but they're really good when the ball hits the deck and shifting on the ground ball. So you can have whatever structure you want, but you got to make sure that you're onto that and you're ready to go in the contest.
And in terms of stoppages, when you got structural control or structural influence, is it the whole ground setup that you kind of keep an eye on, and is it how high your forwards are, how high their forwards are getting, and what kind of drop-off you want to kind of establish, or is it purely just at the contest?
No, it's a combination of both. Yeah, good question. It's what the structure looks like ahead and behind, and then how it looks at the source as well. So a combination of all those things, and then obviously the detail of what's going on inside.
Harry, Chris Waterman, are we going to expect to see Hayden Young through the midfield a fair bit tonight?
Yep. He'll be playing a pretty similar role to what he was before he went out of the team. So, yeah, he'll be going through the midfield and spending some time up forward as well.
Us, what do you call us, armchair warriors or backseat warriors? We've been saying that I'm sure Freo just need to make sure that they've got Young out there towards the pointy end of the season. Play him off half-back, protect him, let him just get through games, make sure that there's no more niggles towards the back end. Is there any of that sentiment from inside the club?
No, not so much.
None.
I think I don't know why people think playing back so easy. Like, you got to chase some of the fastest guys around all night. So
just play quarterback and sit behind, kicking half behind.
No, we're just after consistency. He's had an interrupted year, so we're keen to get consistency and get him back in the team and letting him play to his strengths.
Harry Garland, the stoppage and opposition coach at the Fremantle Dockers, with us here on ABC Sport ahead of their clash with the Bulldogs here at Perth Stadium. Harry, I want to ask you a little bit about your journey to get to where you are, because you were previously at the West Coast Eagles as a performance analyst there, and a similar kind of role to what you started in at the Dockers, but you've been around the two WA football clubs now for over a decade. How did you get into this role? Because you're one of those people everyone probably sees around a lot, but we don't hear from you as much. You're working away in the background. How did you land the dream job of working for an AFL club like this?
Yeah, I know. I'm pretty lucky, aren't I? It's gone incredibly quickly. Like, I can't believe it's already been almost 15 years, but it started through my uni. I studied sports science and got a foot in the door at West Coast and jumped at that opportunity, and then one thing led to another and started working in the analytics there, and then Yeah, in that time, met JL when I was there, and one thing led to another, and yeah, here I am, six years into my career at Freo.
That's what I did was show highlights of me in the wrong spot.
Yeah, that's probably true, Harry. I was getting at that because Justin Longmuir came from the Eagles originally, and one of the people he was keen to get into the club was you, Harry, and I just remember Harry when I was a bit younger. He was a champion swimmer, good football player. How many times have you done the Rottnest Channel swim, Harry?
10 plus.
Yeah.
10 plus, yeah.
Very
different
good
capacities.
Swimmer. Very good swimmer and very good opposition coach, clearly.
Thank you very much. That's so kind of you. Harry, better let you go. Good to get a bit of background on you too, by the way. I enjoyed it. Yeah, well, nice to chat, guys. Appreciate it. Good luck tonight.
Good luck.
Thanks very much. Harry Gowan there, the Freo stoppages coach. He was a cash set at the very start. Gee whiz, it's not a bad group to be working stoppages with what he's got to just say, you're going there and you're running there.
Well, he was part of the Eagles 2018 premiership side, and then Justin Longmuir put him over, and he is one of those coaches that a few clubs have got them. You see them a lot and you're kind of like, who's this guy? And he's very, very important. There's always a lot of coaches asking his advice on things. So he's a big part of what Fremantle do behind the scenes, and a very, very good person.
Super good analyst. Used to be able to pick
really
up.
Smart.
Yeah, used to be able to pick up a lot of things that oppositions were trying to do. Probably game day influence critical because no one probably watches more opposition than the kind of coach that has is, and I think Kingy's still down at West Coast doing a similar thing, but yeah, they're integral to game day, really important on game day.
And now that he's gone, salt of the earth character as well. Very, very good person, Harry Garland.
That's a term I haven't heard for a while. Salt of the earth.
He's done a lot for charity, and he swum the Rotto Swim over 10 times for charity and to raise money for different causes. So that's why I thought I'd give him a little pump up, because he was a champion state swimmer in his younger days.
A couple of people sending a text through. Brendan from Hobart's correct, by the way, and I don't say this to be nasty because we were talking about it in the office earlier, but if you brought it up, Brendan, I'll throw it out there. Not really news, but an interesting stat. Essendon today breached the 8,000 day mark since their last win in a final.
Wow.
8,000 days.
I think it's midnight when the clock hits 12, which in Melbourne is only less than 6 hours away.
That's just a number. Like, that number still would have been the same at the start of the year.
No, it would have been.
It couldn't be impacted because September wasn't going to come around before 8,000 days come up.
And I know this is fair, but it's still quite remarkable.
Number. It's a big number.
It's a big number. September 4, 2004. 5-point elimination final win against Melbourne, their last victory, in case you're wondering.
You can add 400 days probably to it as well.
At least.
Because they're not going to play finals.
Yeah, exactly.
We've got a few weeks left. I think the season's pushed back a tiny bit next year, so it's going to be another 400. Sorry, Bombers fans.
Not good.
Anyway, sorry.
400. Is that all you're giving them?
Minimum. Come on, Muddy.
Not a bad text. We knew that would create something in the box. 0437 774 774. I asked you your thoughts on last night's. Mitch and I are very divided on this, and that's okay. Here's a couple of text messages before we have an argument here in the ABC Sport Box. One of our correspondents, do let us know your name and where you're texting in from. I went last night. Me and a few friends felt the same. The game is becoming too American, too corporate, and moving away from what makes footy special, community and connection. It wasn't just the pre-game, but the constant product, sponsored promotion at the breaks. It was so loud I couldn't even talk to my friends. I've been a die-hard Pies fan, but I think we've walked away with a unanimous view. We're going to pull back. This is what the game is from now on. Don't mind this from Dan. I'm an Eagles fan. I go for the Dockers as a second team. I'll be perfectly happy if I don't have to hear either of our sorry excuses for club songs when the team runs out. That's a bit cynical, Dan. Brett from Canberra. Didn't really notice, Clint. I was listening to the ABC call. Well, to be fair, I thought Corbin did a very good job last night.
Highlighted it.
In pausing and letting you take in all the emotions and all the drama.
And the Penn State college football connection.
Yeah, look. How do I put this? I thought it was spectacular. I thought it looked awesome. If I was going to a stage or a concert or an event, I would walk away thinking that's one of the greatest things I've seen. I would also say well done to Collingwood and Geelong for trying it. Yeah. I think trying something different is not a bad idea. And this is my old man shouting at clouds, which I now am. I can't cop not having the club songs at some stage in the pre-game.
it looked like college football, and there's nothing wrong with that. College football is great. The build-up is fantastic. But if I'm going to say one thing, I just think your club song has to be a part of it. Could you imagine, let's pretend that you're a Bombers fan, okay? Let's pretend you're a Bombers fan. You could go a huge chunk of the season and never hear your club song because you haven't heard it very often at the end of games, if that's the case.
Fair.
Let us know your thoughts. 0437 774 774. News time, back with plenty more from Perth Stadium.
Good evening, Melissa Brown with ABC News. Ambulance Victoria has blamed excess demand for a 2-hour delay in care for a woman aged in her 90s who had a fall and later died at her home in Melbourne's southwest this morning. The woman passed away before paramedics could arrive at her Hoppers Crossing home, hours after an alarm company triggered a call to 000. Ambulance Victoria says an extra 12 crews have been rostered on in recent days as it grapples with extra demand and staff shortages. Chief Executive Jordan Emery says a review will be carried out into the woman's death.
It is a deeply distressing incident for that family, and I extend my sincere condolences to that family for the loss of their loved one. And what I will also say is we will be undertaking a very comprehensive review of this matter.
A mayor in Western Victoria says today's funeral for teenager Layla Jeffrey meant a lot to his community. The 13-year-old girl was found dead in bushland earlier this month. A 16-year-old boy is accused of her murder. 300 people filled the Donald Memorial Hall, hearing how Layla loved fashion, music and singing. Bullock Shire Mayor Graham Milne says people supported each other well.
Having the service in town, in a public place, it's meant a lot to the community. The community have been fantastic. They've certainly found it hard. They've come together very nicely and supported each other all the way through. And the support services that have been in town with the people have been fantastic.
Youth mental health workers in Melbourne's West were forced out of their clinic this week after 4 masked men stormed with machetes. Andy Yu reports.
Police say the offenders entered the Sunshine facility on Tuesday and assaulted 2 patients, then fled in a vehicle. The victims weren't injured and officers say the investigation is ongoing. Workers say the intruders appeared to be targeting one of the patients. The Health and Community Services Union says the incident was completely unacceptable and deeply distressing. It follows a series of recent assaults on staff at the same service. And since Tuesday's incident, staff who treat children with severe mental health challenges have been told to work off-site.
US President Donald Trump is heralding his announcement that the Palestinian militant group Hamas has agreed to lay down its weapons as part of the Gaza ceasefire, but it's contingent on Israel ending its attacks and withdrawing its forces. Here's Middle East correspondent Matthew Doran.
It is conditional from Hamas there. It is saying that it will only do this if Israel upholds its side of the bargain. And we know that this has long been a sticking point between Hamas and Israel as to which side is undermining the ceasefire deal, which was signed back in October last year. If we think about even calling it a ceasefire, Hamas has argued that it is not a ceasefire because, according to Palestinian health authorities inside Gaza, more than 1,200 Palestinians have been killed in that 9-month period.
Israel is yet to comment. A landmark Torres Strait climate appeal has wrapped up in the federal court today in a case testing whether the Commonwealth can be held legally responsible for climate harm affecting First Nations communities. Indigenous Affairs reporter Kirsty Wallawa reports.
2 Torres Strait Islanders brought the case in 2021, arguing the Commonwealth has a legal duty of care to protect island communities from the impacts of climate change. The case was rejected in July last year. During the appeal, which began on Tuesday, lawyers argued the Commonwealth should be held responsible for the consequences of emissions targets that failed to properly consider climate science, while the Commonwealth maintained climate targets are a matter for elected governments, not the courts. A decision is expected at a later date.
A former captain of the Matildas says she'd boycott upcoming international tournaments if soccer's governing body sells stakes in its events to corporate investors. FIFA President Gianni Infantino has recently announced a bid to form a commercial subsidiary that would grant private buyers control over competitions, including the World Cup and Club World Cup. The next major tournament that would be affected is the Women's World Cup in Brazil in 2027. Melbourne City legend and Olympian Melissa Barberia says she'd support any efforts to defend the game's integrity.
if it's the right thing to do, then I think I would stand with any player or member federation once all the information comes out. If they decide to boycott, I would stand with them.
To the weather, partly cloudy in the state south with isolated light showers about the exposed coast, clearing tonight. Dry and mostly clear elsewhere. Areas of frost and patchy fog in Melbourne in the morning, then a sunny afternoon with a top of 16. Sunny on Sunday, 17. It's 8 degrees now. ABC News.
Get ready for a year of Test cricket like you've never heard before.
Hits it hard and high, straight back down the ground for 6.
That's an amazing shot. 12 months, 20 Test matches. New Zealand at home over summer. The 3 most iconic overseas tours. The 150th anniversary Test under lights at the MCG. And it all begins August 13 with Australia versus Bangladesh on ABC Listen. On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
A well-trodden path. Lockett, Hall, Franklin, and now Curnow. The grass is greener at the SCG.
Back, relax, witness the greatest. Don't get better than this.
On his left, he couldn't bang through a third, can he? You bet he can!
It's from 45 on the run. And they've made it 6 in a row. What a goal. Nick Dacos takes the advantage, eyes the goals and kicks it. DNA doesn't lie. Want it down. Sock it off the ground by Will Ashcroft. He's a freak. That is just that. Freakish.
Welcome to the 2026 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Fremantle versus the Western Bulldogs at Perth Stadium. The Dockers looking to continue their record-breaking season. Victory will secure a club-best 18-win home and away year and also all but wrap up their second minor premiership in Fremantle's history. We'll speak to someone about their history and indeed some time at the Bulldogs in just a moment here on Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Clint Wilden with you alongside Mitch Turner, our experts Sharad Wellingham and Chris Waterman. Bit of news bobbling around today, a bit of a war of words between Port Adelaide and Collingwood. It started last night. ABC Sport interview Corbin Middlemass conducted. Ben Cameron downstairs along with Craig Kelly, the Collingwood chief executive. He was asked about Zach Butters and what he thought Zach Butters' future would be. Here is Craig Kelly.
Zach's definitely one of those players. He's a great player, a great person, and he's coming back to Victoria and we'd like him to consider our club.
So that's the Collingwood chief executive, Craig Kelly, saying Butters is coming back to Victoria. Unsurprisingly, Josh Carr, the coach of Port Adelaide, who said a couple of times that he thinks there's still a bit to play out in this, hit back at what Craig Kelly had to say. Here is Josh Carr.
Yeah, look, I spoke when obviously the Bevo comments happened, and I don't know, I just feel like the arrogance of certain football clubs, like in Collingwood in particular, like he's a leader of their football club. If that's the way that they want to lead, as I've said, it's not us, it's not who we are as a football club, and it's not the way we carry ourselves. We're a football club that respects everyone in the competition and don't put ourselves above anyone. And I feel like that's not the same at every football club. Yeah, it is. It's disrespectful to the competition. I think it's disrespectful to Zach in particular. I'm sure he would be disappointed in those comments, just to throw it out there like you know what's going on. And I don't know. It's not who we are. It's not who I am. And I think we're better than that.
Could have worded it a little bit better, maybe.
It's not quite...
But every club is going to want to have a crack at getting Butters. So there's nothing wrong with Craig Kelly saying we want to get him.
Yeah.
But it's just the fact that him saying he's going back to Victoria. That's the kind of the Victorian arrogance. I don't think it's the Collingwood arrogance.
It's not quite the prison bars versus the black and white stripes battle, but there's a little bit of unhappiness between the two clubs, I'd reckon.
Played against Ned Kelly and Coach Josh, and if one of them's throwing the first punch, the other one's throwing the second. That's how they operate. I wasn't surprised to see Josh come straight back.
Not at all. Let's have a chat to someone who knows all about these two football clubs. We're going to go watch head-to-head tonight, the Fremantle Dockers versus the Western Bulldogs. I speak of Brad Wirra. Great that he could join us here. Welcome back. Spent many a year in the ABC Sport Box, Brad.
I did. Great to be here. Great to be back. I was thinking about it this morning, Clint. Just under a decade with the ABC, which was a great part of my life. And I speak about where footy finds you, and it found me in the media for just under 10 years.
And bigger and better things, which we will talk about in a minute. But first, let's talk about your football story. We love in these previews to have a yarn to people who've played for both of these football clubs. And you had the most interesting way of going about it, because you went from one to another and then to another one again.
Came back twice at Freo, so fantastic times at both, and very privileged to have pulled on the jumper for both clubs. Inaugural Fremantle, yes, year one, which was just a great experience in 95. And then going over to the Bulldogs, or Footscray at the time. So if you want to go to, sometimes my father says he played for four, Footscray and the Western Bulldogs. But 3 years there with both sides of success and down the bottom, and then coming back to Fremantle for 3 years at the end. It was just a real privilege to play for both.
What was it like being at, firstly, Fremantle in that very first year?
In experience, you look at start-up clubs now, you talk to Brendan Gale about the start-up of Tasmania at the moment. Gee, we've changed and we've evolved. At Fremantle in year one, it's not Crimea River. This is verbatim what we would do. We'd train at Troy Park down in Applecross. There would be 3 whiteboards there before you got to training. One would be to walk the field to pick up dog, and glass and whatever. There'd be a whiteboard who put the goalposts out. So we were actually putting Little League goalposts out, and then to be someone to clean the change rooms. This is an elite AFL football club, and the establishment of Fremantle to the powerhouse tonight, who knows, 57,000, is something that I think the 52 on the list look back with a fair bit of pride.
Then to move across to Footscray and be there at that time from Footscray changing into the Western Bulldogs, and you were part of that side that went through to that preliminary final.
Yeah, and the year before I went back to Footscray at the time, the players were out the front shaking tins. If you remember back then, to actually raise money. Can you imagine, Muddy, can you imagine West Coast Eagles or Fremantle players or Sharrod now standing at the front of Optus Stadium shaking the tin so you can put 20 cents or 50 cents in? And that's 1995. But to go back there to a club that was struggling financially, David Smorgon comes in as the new president. Peter Gordon had done a wonderful job, but David Smorgon comes in, changes the name, changes the somewhat brand. It's still Footscray, it's still Western Suburbs, but Western Bulldogs. Terry Wallace takes over from Alan Joyce. Alan Joyce unfortunately got sacked halfway through my first year. They made a documentary, The Year of the Dog.
Very good it is too.
Couldn't have scripted a better year. Shaken tins 1 year, sacked coach. Danny Southern, you had all these characters in it, which was awesome times. Next year, Terry Wallace takes over, prelim final, just what movies. Michael Cordell, who was the producer who does Bondi Rescue now, or did Bondi Rescue. But the 3 fellas that from that production, they hung out with us for the year, which was just great fun to have the 2 cameramen, Michael, just as part of the team, travel with you. So some success. Learnt how to, I suppose, do it the hard way at Footscray. Still, at that time, hadn't had the ultimate success, but to see them in 2016 win the flag was fantastic.
I still remember certain things from that documentary that Terry Wallace, if I see anyone getting a pat in the back, I'll, quote unquote, I'll spew up.
Yes.
And the famous line where thinking about Liberatore's future, and I'm not talking Tom, I'm talking Tony,
maybe he's in real trouble and moving the magnet across on the whiteboard to suggest that maybe he won't be there next season. Of course, he was, which was tremendous. But, yeah, it was an insight into a football club that we'd never seen before.
Yeah, it was great. And looking back on it, I remember I was probably looking 12 at the time and sitting next to Todd Curley and having the coach just absolutely tearing shreds off you. I love his last line where he says, I'll throw up, and then he says, I'll see you back at the social club.
Yeah.
Which was just the next evolution. That was Terry. He'd give it to you, but he'd also smoke the peace pipe. And it was back in the day where you could have a light beer shandy or two, Sharad, in 1996 and 1997. And Terry would like to have one with you, and I think that was part of the success that we were all in it together, us against the world. That has a use-by date that we know, but for the 5 years that Terry was in charge, it was great.
I've got a couple more before I'll throw it open to everybody else here in the box. Brad, we're our special guest, who is a Bulldog and a Docker and now has a key role in WA football. We'll speak about that in just a moment as well. But some big names you played with, the likes, of course, Liam Cameron, who we know went across and ended up at the Giants as their senior coach on the way through, Nathan Brown, who dominates television, of course, on the other side of the country, Simon Garlick, who now runs the Fremantle Dockers. So it would have been an interesting group.
It was, and something that at the time you didn't really realise, and some of the names you reel off there, but some of these other names that now to think back and go, you play with, and 300 games isn't just awesome, but you think Rowan Smith, Brad Johnson, Luke Darcy, Leon Cameron you spoke about, Scott West, a 7 times best and fairest. I've probably missed a few there. You mentioned Libba and the like, but it was a fantastic, Luke Darcy, a fantastic team. And then you had a couple of foot soldiers down back in Curley and a few others, but it was a time where you look back on now and some of the legends of the game were actually running around with you. And they're great people, great humans of football, and that's what it does for you. But it was such a wonderful part of Footscray Western Bulldogs time and part of my career.
Do you have a theory? I have a bit of a theory about the amount of success that came out of Fitzroy. If you look at the number of people who emerged from the tough years of Fitzroy, go on to do great things in football. You have a look at the Bulldogs as well, players who had to endure hardship, who had a lot of tough times, and then you see the numbers who have come through again to be in senior roles in football. Do you think that gives you a good grounding for what is to come?
Yeah, I think it does, and I think it's a bit the same in coaching. You can sort of see players that maybe not the genuine superstars of the competition, but understand the game, got everything out of their ability, their bodies as well. Somewhat the same in administration and the like. I think there is a correlation, Clint, with certain teams, and I think we can look back and look at that from not only from the coaching perspective. I do get that with the Clarkson era with all those assistant coaches out of Hawthorn, but from the Bulldogs days, there's a lot now in either administration, media, football itself, into coaching. It was a wonderful period for the footy club.
Brad Wirra is our special guest here on ABC Sport. Mitch Turner alongside myself, Clint Wilden, our experts, Chris Waterman and Sharad Wellingham. Gents, we'll throw it open.
Well, I want to ask, because you've got a foot in both camps, the Dockers and the Dogs, Brad. 2016, the Dogs broke the drought, and it was such a big moment for the club to win that premiership, and that's one half of your passion if you're talking about the top league there, which must have been a great moment for you and some of your ex-teammates. Are you looking forward to a similar feeling if Fremantle can go all the way this year? Is that the same kind of feeling it would be?
I think so. I think it'd have a little bit more of it, somewhat, Mitch, with the having played a small part, in year one with Fremantle. Long way to go. Let's not get too far ahead. And now with my WA footy hat on, it's wonderful to see Fremantle at the top of the leaderboard or the ladder from a royalty perspective. But that's a whole nother conversation. But I think there is a lot of. It's funny. We've got a past player WhatsApp group, and there's so many of these. And every single day there's new additions to the WhatsApp group of players jumping on, Sharad and Money, like just in case. Haven't seen Chris Waterman added to the group just yet in his assistant coach role. I think you're okay for grand final tickets from a previous life. But just past players that you haven't heard from for 5, 6, 16 years going, hey, just remember, I'm here for what is an exciting period. I think Simon and Justin have done it quite well in that, keeping a lid on it, but let 70,000 plus members enjoy it. However, there's work to be done and they still have to get there. But, yeah, I think you're right, Mitch. It would be super exciting to see the purple last day in September.
Is Tony Modra on that WhatsApp group?
He's not Big Ten goal, but great to see that he's on the recovery. But I'm sure, again, like Muddy, I don't think Tony would struggle.
Is Clive the administrator of that group?
He's not big housey, but I'm sure that he'll be floating around if we were successful to make it the last day.
Brad, you mentioned at the other camp that you're in with WA football now. How much of an impact or improvement are we seeing, I suppose, towards WA football with the success that Fremantle have had over the last couple of years?
Yep, the two clubs, and we have, as I mentioned, a royalty agreement with both of them as the licence holder of both West Coast and Freo. We're in constant consultation with them. The success on field, yes, it flows off field. It's a formula base that we work through with both clubs. Both of them have been really positive in their forecast for 2026 and 2027 and beyond. And obviously, Charity, if Fremantle make a grand final and win a grand final, that means more Australian dollars into their bank accounts, which then flows to grassroots footy, which flows to Auskick, which flows into our regions, which flows into producing better boys and girls.
Could that be happening at exactly the right time with the, I suppose, magnifying glass that you guys at WA football are putting on regional youth coming through in the development? We've seen already the 18s and 16s having really good success this year in the carnival, but is it going to be able to impact it even more?
Oh, absolutely it will. Yeah, and we also have a State of Origin legacy that just with a fantastic announcement with two more of those, but State of Origin round one, call it, from last year, the legacy funds that we've just started to implement into our regions, and we thank the government and the Minister for that ongoing payment. We look forward to the possibility of further payments there, but into the regions. One of our key stakeholder key strategy is equity and access. It's a whopping state, Western Australia. Yeah. You can fit 10 Victorias in it. So producing the opportunity for boys and girls in Albany or boys and girls in Kalgoorlie, boys and girls in Broome or Derby that have the same, that go to Hale or Scotch or MLC or PLC is a really big focus for ours. And that's enormous. That's a massive challenge for us. That takes dollars, but it also takes resources and effort and energy. So, yes, it does. The more success that we have of our local clubs, the more money that we will have.
So you mentioned the kind of PSA pathway. Is that because that's the only way that you can kind of make the transition to living in in Perth a possibility, and that they have to be located in Perth for that nurturing and access to coaches and facilities and everything to be possible? Are you saying that the only way that can happen? I mean, there's more boarding schools than just the PSA ones, isn't there?
Absolutely there is. And why can't we take coaching to the regions? And that's where we're open-minded. We've hear of stories of the Olympic hockey team being coached out of one of the coaches' lounge rooms in Tasmania with the use of technology. And I'm not a hockey buff, but penalty flick or the like. But we're looking at things differently. We're looking at increasing our coaching reach in the regions. How do we do that through technology? How do we do that through AI? How do we do that by resourcing our coaches in the country? And that's okay. Let's take it to there rather than the distance. Let's use Lawson Humphreys out of Wickham past Derby. How does he get into our system, into our 18s, into our elite, whether that be at Swan Districts or Geelong now? That's the pinnacle, obviously, playing at Geelong. But we want to see more boys and girls come through our pathways. We want to take that to the regions and provide the opportunity.
Is there a possibility, for a WA Football Centre of Excellence where the players from the regions can come down and have some accommodation for a certain period of time where they're doing, a summer program, they come back down for a winter program? Is there something like that could be done? Because working out of Chewett Hills.
Yeah, look, it's a challenge, right? We need a home, and home of football is probably our number one priority. However, anything's on the table to use Ian Callaghan. What that does take, I mentioned Australian dollars, but it takes money, it takes facilities. We would love a centre of excellence that we can house our boys, girls and our elite programs, but we'd also probably look at that, incorporating that into our home of football.
We jump from Brad Wirra, the footballer, without introducing him as Brad Wirra, CEO of WA Football, if you're wondering why.
Sorry.
I was going to get to it, but I couldn't grab your attention. WA Football CEO Brad Wirra is with us, and of course former Docker and Bulldog. By the way, no late changes ahead of Fremantle and the Western Bulldogs here at Perth Stadium. Clint Wilden alongside Mitch Turner, who I believe Brad Wirra coached. What was he like as a player, Brad?
He was a star. He was our first. He was our first captain, Jason Norris and I at Hale, and he managed to hold the silverware. He was a great young leader, and no surprise for his success post-football, because football does provide that vehicle of opportunity for life after, but he was great to coach.
I did want to ask him, because I didn't embarrass him.
Isn't that nice?
Brad Wirra, you've got a football factory under you. For a long time, you've been coaching before you kind of stopped recently with your new role, but you were coaching for a long time, going back to the State 18s when there were some great AFL players who came out of those programs. But more recently, you've had Tom Barras, Mitch Georgiades, Lawson Humphreys, Neil Erasmus we'll see tonight. Like, you've had a lot of players that give you a lot of pride to see those guys that you worked with as 14, 15, 16-year-olds now doing so well at the top level.
Yeah, it does. And Jason Norris, who I mentioned before, and I had a great time at Hale with him as the coach and me as his assistant. And I think it was a period of time for the school that they really embraced the two of us and our coaching style. You mentioned some of those names, and that's the elite, Mitch, but we get just as much pride out of them playing at Claremont, or a Davis at Claremont, or a Taylor at Perth, who have come through the system there and find their level, or at Uni Amos, or life after the AFL or Waffle is just as important for us. And then life in the media, or life in St George's Terrace, or wherever it is. So the shiny part, Georgiades and Barras and Co, and Neil Erasmus tonight, fantastic, but just as much enjoyment of the other ones.
So 93,000 people are playing the game in WA now, which is terrific, because we go back past Queensland, who had 91,000 playing last year. Hopefully 95,000 by the end of the year. They're big numbers, which is great for football. My question to you, and you know where this is going, does WA Football put a plan in place for a third AFL team? When you look at the numbers that are about, and there is continual talk, and we've had Andrew Dillon sit exactly there and say there'll be a 20th team. Pragmatically, when you go just break it down in the amount of people in this state compared to everyone else and the money in this state, surely it has to be a 20th team, and surely WA Football needs to be involved.
The positive, Clint, is it's a great barbecue discussion point, maybe with a Corona beer and some light, low-fat cheese and bacon balls, Mitch, but that's maybe just asking for a friend. However, it's a great barbecue talk, and not to make a joke of it, yeah, we're rapt that we're in the conversation, and WA football would be naive not to think that about it and how it could look. The thing that you come back to, I've had 25 years in the finance world, so how does it work financially first? Infrastructure-wise, you can get romantic and put 2 and 2 together and maybe get 7, because Jetstar flies into Busselton, and now we're playing games North Melbourne out of Bunbury, and could that work?
You don't have to build a stadium like other places would have to.
Yeah, so come back to the numbers first. Population growth, which you spoke about. Have a look at how it works out of Melbourne with the 10 teams and population per team. Does that work here? So all of those things are being discussed and having a look at. I would come back to and go, we'd just put 19th team in. Let's have a look at that one and how that goes first. Obviously, we speak to the AFL regularly, and Andrew Dillon and Craig Drummond. And yes, they have said 20th team is there. But I think first and foremost, the success of Tasmania will determine how quickly a 20th team comes in.
So you wouldn't put a working group together to be in a position, if it does become rather than a talking point, but a genuine push from headquarters?
I think eventually, Clint, yeah, we'd be absolutely naive to, if it got to that stage, we'd have to. Right now, we have priorities ahead of a 20th licence at WA Football. Now, that be with a state agreement, a home of football, a royalty agreement, participation challenges. Whilst they're fantastic, we're facing Perth Bears, we're facing soccer, 2 weeks of soccer in the next couple of weeks, a World Cup, technology, all of those challenges that we do have. But yes, is the answer. We would absolutely be naive if we weren't thinking about it.
All that, and we didn't talk about your aeroplane celebration in the historic first Derby win. Didn't speak about you should have tackled Peter Carey when he took the mark at Subiaco. All those things we didn't get a chance to chat with you about.
He sprayed him.
He did spray him.
I did. No, there's better things to talk about, like the blockbuster for our Bulldogs tonight, but thanks for having us.
Been terrific to have you on board. Good to see you back in the ABC Sport Box. Brad Wirra, CEO of WA Football. Great of him to join us here on Friday Night Football. Just repeating, there are no late changes. Both teams warming up out on the ground. So Hayden Young does return for the Dockers. Corey Wagner misses out with a hip injury. Two big outs, of course, for the Bulldogs. Norton and Waitman both officially managed. So Emmett will come in, he'll be the backup ruck, and Vandermeer gets another opportunity for the Bulldogs. Lots to celebrate milestone-wise for both clubs. For the Bulldogs, Riley West plays 100 games. Of course, Brad played with his dad. And, of course, for Fremantle, Hayden Young finally gets to bring up his 100th. Josh Tracy, who we will speak about more very shortly, also brings up his 100th game. What a pickup he's been from the Fremantle Dockers as well, taking the rookie draft of 2020. More to come from Perth Stadium in a moment.
I'm Sana Kadar. Join me to explore the psychology behind the biggest questions in our lives, from relationships to stress levels to solving crime.
Your lie detection ability approximates chance.
Search All in the Mind on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Sport.
AFL. On ABC Radio.
On digital. And ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
Good, you can join us at Perth Stadium. It's a brilliant sunset. The lights are on. They're starting to take effect. Both the Dockers and the Bulldogs are out on the ground, warming up ahead of what should be a terrific Friday night contest here on ABC Sport. Wherever you're listening on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and on ABC Listen, a warm welcome to most of our WA audience joining us here. Clint Wilden alongside Mitch Turner, our experts, Sharad Wellingham and Chris Waterman. Akash Vodadar is downstairs for us on the boundary. There's a bit to get through this almighty forward combination. Amos, Tracy, Voss. How tough are they going to be for a Bulldogs side to stop tonight? Though, of course, the Dogs, we know, can be good in the contest, but this is the toughest test in AFL football. Before we hear from our experts and start to preview this one, let's check in with what's going on at the Commonwealth Games. Zane Bojack is standing by for ABC Sport. Zane, what can you tell us? Welcome along.
Clint, lovely to be with you. It's day 8 of action at Glasgow. It's a balmy 13 degrees and a little bit of rain expected later on, which is disappointing because your very own Nina Kennedy will be hoping to add to our team's 51 goals when she flies in the women's pole vault final after 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. Our Aussie flag bearer hoping to defend her title from Birmingham. We have our star Aussie sprinters Lockie Kennedy and Tori Lewis in the men's and women's 200-metre finals after 6 tomorrow. And our 2022 silver medalist Declan Tingay, young superstar Isaac Beecroft and Aussie veteran Tim Fraser competing in the 10,000-metre race walk. Sarah Billings in the women's 800-metre final, Cameron McIntyre in the men's javelin final, and Sarah Carley in the 400-metre hurdles final. We just had a rerun of the women's 1500-metre T54, and Eliza Alt-Connell has won the bronze medal. She finished behind the Scotswoman who has won gold, but she has just won the bronze as I speak to you now, which is great. That race was rerun after crashes marred the previous race on Wednesday. We're going to the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome as well, with 7 gold medals up for grabs for the Aussie Cyclones. They include our men's individual pursuit candidates, James Moriarty, Oliver Bledden and Connor Leahy. Also our women's individual pursuit, Felicity Wilson-Haffenden, Claudia Marks and Sophie Edwards. We've already had out on the track this morning in the women's sprint qualifying, Molly McGill, the BMX converter, out onto track cycling, Lilia Tatarinov and also Alessia McCaig. They've made the top 8 and they will be able to compete in the team in the individual sprint later on in the qualifying. And also we've got bowls out on court at the moment with our para-men's pair in B6, B8 section, Damien Delgado and James Reynolds. They're on the indoor carpet. They're taking on South Africans Gareth Rees-Gibbs and Jared James. They lost the first set 5-2, but they have won their first 3 matches, going from 4 today. Hopefully they can get back in the second set with a win already for Corey Wedlock and Aaron Tees in the men's pairs. They are 3 from 3 so far at Glasgow. Clint will be back with more updates as the night goes on.
Good on you, Zane. Zane Bojack will certainly check in with him again at half-time here at Perth Stadium between the Dockers and the Bulldogs. One of the issues for the Dockers, and there aren't many, but if there is, it's about their first quarters. They've lost 5 of their past 6 first quarters. They have recovered, though. They've won all but one of those matches, of course, the one they lost against the Giants. But before the bye, the Dockers had only lost 3 first quarters for the year. They've won 11 opening terms. They are the best team in the competition in third terms, and they're the second best in fourth quarters. But they have been starting slowly in recent weeks, and it's something that their coach, Justin Longmuir, is well aware of.
Yeah, it's important, right? Like, you don't want to be in a final and down on the scoreboard or not getting the game played the way we want. And I think over the course of the year, we've been pretty good in first quarters. It's just dropped away a little bit, and maybe our intensity and method. I think it's our method a little bit. We've touched on that, not just around clearance, but all over the ground is just off a little bit, and doesn't take much for you just to be a little bit off, and the opposition can get a bit of an ascendancy in the game. And
is it something that they should be at all worried about, Chris Waterman, Sharad Willingham?
I think they've got such confidence in their whole game. I think we spoke to Nathan O'Driscoll after the game last week, and he mentioned the mountain of work that their conditioning team had put into them over the summer, that they know that they can run out and continue to play the game they want to play for the whole 4 quarters. And they've got a real belief and huge confidence in their game style and process that I don't think it phases them.
No, the third quarters are so destructive at the moment that I think they know that if we're still in the game at halftime, we can come out. But that can change a bit. That can change if someone gets hold in the first quarter, certainly.
Well, first quarters are important tonight, but the last quarter, the fourth quarter, is huge because the Dockers are ranked second in the comp in fourth quarters. They've won 12, lost 7. The Bulldogs have won 7 and lost 12. There's only 3 clubs worse than them this year, which is Gold Coast, West Coast and Richmond. So if Fremantle are anywhere near the hunt in the fourth quarter, they're going to really like their chances. The Dogs have, well, they've had a tendency to get blown away in the fourth or just fall away completely. So you've got one of the best against one of the worst in the fourth quarters. Other than that, the Dogs are pretty good across the first 3. Their fourth quarter's just really disappointing this year, so that'll be a bit of a concern for them.
You said if they're in the hunt, if the third quarters go according to plan, they should be well and truly...
Well, they're the best.
By 3/4 time.
15 quarters, third quarters, the Dockers have won this year. They've drawn 1, they've lost 3, and are well ahead on top of that.
I'm expecting this game to go that way. I'm thinking a reasonably fair margin in favour of Fremantle, but it'll creep out towards the end.
And it's just their 4-quarter confidence, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, I was really surprised, not surprised, but I'm really impressed, I suppose, by O'Driscoll's comments last week and the belief that they have in their legs to be able to run out the whole game. That's a really strong thing to be able to draw on in a game, isn't it, Muddy?
And I think they blew West Coast out after half-time to 70-odd points, but I think they can do the same to Western Bulldogs. I just don't know if it'll be as much.
Well, round 8, the Bulldogs kicked 6-3 to 2-1 in the first quarter when they met this year. They led at half-time by 14 points, the Bulldogs. And as you've both mentioned, Fremantle kicked 5 goals to 2 in the third quarter to take the lead and another 5 goals to 4 in the last quarter. So they kicked 10 goals to 6 after half-time to win that game after the Bulldogs absolutely jumped them in the first quarter, which is kind of basically what you said. That could be the way it plays out a little bit tonight. Maybe not as big a jump, but
that's their go, the Dogs. They've got to jump right from the go and try and get their 5 or 6 goals and then see if they can eke their way to 9 and 10 at half-time. And then if they are in front, they know exactly what's coming after half-time. They can plan for that.
Talk to me about the 200 gamers tonight. Hayden Young, who's had no end of bad luck in this season, concussion and illness, along with hamstring issues and so on, gets to finally play in what's his 11th game of the year, his 100th match. And Josh Tracy, who just if he's not the form forward in the competition, is certainly in that conversation. 45-28. He's twice been their leading goal kicker and was, well, all the way through to the rookie draft when he got picked up in 2020 in the COVID year. Just sort of got missed by everybody. The big kahuna, as he gets his parents have travelled across from Kahuna to celebrate with him tonight as well. How important are those two players for the Fremantle Dockers?
Very. Yeah,
that's an understatement, really. Like, they're integral. Probably at the moment, I'd say Tracy more so.
Yeah, well, Young's been in and out and just had that uncertainty about his own body at certain situations this year.
And I feel like he can be covered by the strength of the rest of their midfield.
Yeah, it was at his best last year, towards the back half of last year, that we saw what he's capable of doing, but he just haven't been able to get continuity this year. So if they can get through tonight and get through another game next week, it's a big bonus weapon to have going into September. But Josh Tracy just...
Also his impact around the club, apparently.
Yeah.
Like, I just saw something today, like the
Voss Academy.
Yeah, I started that. Yeah.
We've spoken about that a while. Jamie Graham told us on Sports Talk over here about the Pat Voss Academy, which I love the fact that Josh Tracy started, but Pat Voss rolled in and said, well, I'll just name this after myself.
Yeah.
And they were all happy about that.
And it's something that Praddy kind of mentioned about the connectors in the club and who can bring people together for the small things that are going to make everybody better. And it's not just about, who can have a laugh and be a connector in that way, but it's about who can grab people and make everybody better. And those kinds of things that Tracy and Voss are doing as their extras, but, they're huge. So it's not just game day. It's his leadership and setting an example during the week that's massive as well.
If you haven't read the article, the Pat Voss Academy is the group of the forwards who come together. They start before training starts and work predominantly on marking, like basically getting balls kicked at you at, forgive the over-the-top comment here, 1,000,000 miles an hour, where you have to try to mark them. So that's one of the reasons why Tracy has become such a terrific mark. And we've seen Jai Amos, his lead-out work this year has been exceptional, and safe hands in front of his eyes. They've been terrific to watch.
And one who used to do it with, Jamie Graham used to absolutely hammer Josh Kennedy with him, like do the exact same thing. And that's why Josh Kennedy, had some of the best hands in the league for so long.
It's just great to see components of training superseding the sports science, because they're mostly the important parts of the game.
Yeah.
Those little sessions that don't require stretching and running and all that sort of stuff, but just to actually get your hands right. I mean, you actually don't have to warm up to do handwork.
Now, Lockie Neal, the articles that I read of him and the amount of work that he gets in, you call it touch, but it's the extra handballs off the nets and throwing it in and just having somebody next to you trying to scrap you away, and his strength in the contest is built off a barrier of confidence that he builds during the week with all of that stuff that you're mentioning, Matty, about not having to warm up. It's not... You're just going and touching the footy and having it in your hands an extra, like you add it up, it might be 500 times a week, like an extra 500 handballs a week. And that kind of thing is what makes the best the best.
And you can do it at home.
Yeah.
The sports science guy can't tell you what you can do in your own house. I mean, if you're sitting out in the back wall, that's how James Hird used to do it. There was a story on him. He used to throw it. It's the old Bradman with the golf ball on the water tank.
Yeah.
And Hird used to throw an old ball on the wall and just try and read the bounce of the ball, and you can do that at home. And the ones that do that stand out the most in footy, because it's almost the most important stat is to get your hands right.
Yeah, it's the iceberg theory, isn't it? Like everyone sees on Friday night the tip. It's like the duck above the water. Everyone sees the duck above the water looking very cruisy, but underneath they are, pedaling the flippers away. And we come out on a Friday night, we see Jai Amos and Josh Tracy and Patrick Voss clunking these footies, and goes, gee, have a look at their hands. And they haven't seen the
they're naturally gifted
hours,
forwards.
Yeah, but the hours they have put in to become. Because early in his career, Josh Tracy, as good as he was as a presence, he had a tendency just for them to drop a bit. Luke Jackson's another one. Like, they didn't always stick, and this year they're sticking more because they're putting a lot of hours in. So
it's the hours.
The improvement isn't a coincidence. They work hard, the Dockers.
If you're at Perth Stadium listening to us on the ABC Listen app or old school through a radio, and you're wondering who are these people wandering around downstairs and waving to the crowd, the Dockers tonight are thanking WA's emergency responders for all the work that they do around the state. So the WA Police Force, DFS, and St John WA, they're been taken around the ground as well. They've got outside, I know, all sorts of vehicles and equipment and displays, all the way up until bounce down. So lots of chances to thank those people who do so much work for WA. WA Police Force, DFS and St John WA. And the coin toss tonight is going to be done by Mr Darryl Gaunt, who is one of the representatives from the emergency services. This is the emergency services game for the Fremantle Dockers taking on the Western Bulldogs. No late changes. Just to repeat, if you've just joined us wherever you are on ABC Local Radio, Clint Wilden alongside Mitch Turner, our experts, Sharad Wellingham, Premiership Pie and dual Premiership player with the West Coast Eagles in Chris Waterman. The teams are official, Mitch, for Sunday's games. What have you got for us?
I'll go through the 3 games we have in front of us for Sunday. So the first one, Richmond v West Coast at the MCG, 1:10 in the east, 11:10 if you're a West Coast fan watching in WA. In for the Tigers, Ben Miller is back. So too Samson, Ryan Puka and Ryan Mansell. Ryan Mansell is out with a bit of foot soreness for the Eagles. Jack Graham back after missing with a hamstring. Cooper Duff Tyler, the first-round pick, is back as well. Out, of course, goes Ollie Franco with a lacerated knee. In comes Hamish Davis. No Liam Baker for the Eagles, the co-captain, after missing with suspension. He will remain on the sidelines with calf tightness, won't face his old side. And Hamish Davis played every game this year for the Eagles and has been omitted in round 21. Gold Coast v Melbourne at Carrara, 3:15 on Sunday as well. Locally, over in the east, for the Suns, Ethan Reid and Jake Rogers come in. Out goes Lewis omitted, and Zeke Hewlin has been managed. It will be the first time Christian Petrarca faces his former side after he missed the round 4 clash with that hamstring injury. For the Demons, Christian Salem returns, 6th game of the season for him, his first since gather round after recovering from a fractured foot. Coming back in as well, Caleb Windsor and Chankuth Jath. Going out, Cook Chandler with a hand injury and Latrell Pickett with concussion. And then for the Bombers and the Crows at Docklands at 20-5 on Sunday. 11 combined changes for the two sides. So for the Bombers, Johnson, Langford, Bryan, Jones and Unwin all come in. Jordan Ridley goes out with a foot. Blackiston has been omitted. Sullivan Roby with a knee. Nick Cox also omitted. And once again, Ben Mackay has been dropped after just one game back in the seniors, 5 disposal game against Hawthorn. He makes way again, and no recall of midfielder Darcy Parish for the Crows. Back in Keane, Archie, Cook and Dowling. Also coming in is Ryan. So Oscar Ryan makes his debut, and pick 50 in last year's draft, Archie Ludewijk comes in as well for his debut. Wayne Miller out with a hamstring. Finbar Maley omitted. Peatling, Berry, Murray and Murray omitted. Both Murrays, both dropped. Tough week for the Murray family.
So Liam Baker for West Coast with calf tightness, but
misses.
No mention of that on the injury list that came out on Tuesday. So it must have happened sometime between Tuesday and today.
No flagging at all of the calf soreness, but no Liam Baker against his old side. But Christian Petrarca will face his old side after missing earlier in the year. So that'll be interesting after the week he had, given the feedback and the exchange between Leo Lombard and how many headlines that made. I wonder if his old side just gets into the Demons a little bit and starts playing that up on the field like I would. Wouldn't you, Sharad?
They've got more Demons than the Demons.
Sharad's
Gold Coast at the moment.
Half chewing on it, but I'd be worried enough to Christian Petrarca going, how's Leo going today?
Finish your sandwich, Sharad, because I want to get your thoughts and Chris Waterman's thoughts on Murphy Reid. Enormous news coming through on Monday from the Dockers that Murphy Reid has signed a contract extension until 2032. And the reason why it is such a big get for them, if you have a look at this group of Dockers, go through contracts 2030 and beyond to 2030, Brennan Cox, Judd McVie, Matt Johnson, Paddy Boss, Josh Tracy, Sean Darcy, all with contracts through to 2030. Andy Brayshaw to 2031, Murphy Reid to 2032, Hayden Young to 2033, and Caleb Sarong through until 2034. That's tremendous list management, Chris Waterman, when you have a look at what they've been able to do to get this group of players together. And most of them are not from WA. So to bring them across to Fremantle, to get them believe in what they're doing, to get rewards on the field this year and potentially be around for a number of years to come. It's been a tremendous list build from Fremantle.
Yeah, he's a very good operator, David Walls, and you've got to strike while the iron's hot. And if the players are pretty keen to stay here long term while you're in this mode, you get them to sign on. So they've got a really good group, and it's the diamonds in the rough, the Josh Tracy's and these guys that come from way back in the draft that are the ones that just add holes that you never thought you'd be able to fill. But, a young Murphy Reid, didn't know anyone in Fremantle, has now become a super player for him and is going to sign on for another 5 or 6 years. I mean, that sort of stuff tells you where the club's going for the near future.
Absolutely awesome, and I imagine the impact of the other Victorians being so comfortable. I think I've said it a number of times, the community and connected feel that they have down in Fremantle is obviously playing a big part of that as well. But you mentioned the diamonds. I know Murphy Reid went pick 16 or 18 or whatever he did, but having Adam Uze sit in his lounge room the night before the draft and then Richmond having a couple of picks earlier, I'm sure that he would be absolutely spewing about that. I thought that was a really funny little side story that came out during the week when he did re-sign.
So this is his second year?
Yep.
Okay.
So rising star last year, I would say All-Australian second year, which we spoke about last week. He'll be the second player, if named in the All-Australian, to be able to do so. And the first person to do it, bloke by the name of Nick Dacos. So he'd be in handy company.
And I think he's mounted an excellent case for it. I haven't looked at the raw numbers to reflect that, but you'd think that they'd stack up against anybody else who plays half-forward midfield.
Well, it's why I asked Daniel Pratt that reason. Do you do a lock-on defender and not hand over? Because, interestingly, Hamish Davis has gone out of the team at West Coast, and it was when I saw it, I watched it, and I thought, okay, that's something I've just picked up on. And then I saw it on social media today. Mark Stone from Claremont went through the very play where Murphy Reid got it at half back, went short and got a handball back, and Hamish Davis was with him, and he kicked it out to the wing, and Hamish, the gap between him and Murphy just got further and further, and Hamish is the big runner at West Coast. The ball went, so he's had 2 possessions. The ball went to half forward in a pack, and Joey Amos got the ball off the ground and handball to Murphy Reid. But Hamish Davis is not in the picture. And that's when he did the check side kick to Isaiah Dudley inside 50. So he actually got it defensive 50, 1, 2, 3 touches. And all it was just run. There's no secret to it. But Hamish Davis was the biggest runner, allegedly was the biggest runner at the club. And all he did was just stop and probably, as young kids do, you stargaze and watch and forget about the boat you're playing on. But Murphy Reid's only a young bloke, and he just kept moving. And it was one of those. It was early in the third quarter when they got away. So that's all he does. I mean, he's just got a work rate that's better than most.
Turned 20 this week, I think.
Yep, on the 30th.
Yeah,
yesterday.
So yesterday. Happy birthday to Murphy Reid, signing a long-term deal to stick around at the Fremantle Dockers all the way through until 2032. Speaking of players been offered contracts, Artie Jones has a 3-year deal in front of him from the Bulldogs. Understandably set for a significant pay rise. He's had a career best season. He's kicked 17 goals from 14 games, been a genuine threat whenever the ball gets in his hands. His manager is based in Perth, as of course Artie Jones was. I reckon he would be a real key signing for the Western Bulldogs as they look to their future. And we know, obviously, there's some discussion about whether they'll keep Buku Khamis. We said, if you're with us right at the start of proceedings, that Jordan Butts from Adelaide is someone that they're really looking at as well. But I love watching Artie Jones, the 23-year-old originally from Claremont. He's got so many skills.
Artie McFly, as I like to call him, because he can take a hanger. It was a bit of a slow burn when he got into the system. Comes in as a young man, trying to find his way, find his spot in the side. The Dogs have, they're always around the mark and a solid to better than solid side. So he's just taking his time, Artie, to find his feet. But those of us who saw him in the West before he got drafted knew the kind of talent he had, and he's starting to show it. And I reckon the Dogs fans have fallen in love with him this year as well, Arthur Jones. So I'm looking forward to seeing how he goes tonight, because I remember he danced on this oval when it opened up Perth Stadium ahead of the Sydney v West Coast game as part of his school's Indigenous dance group. He was one of the young students dancing on this ground, and now he comes back 8 years later and he plays on it as a Western Bulldog. So a bit of a full circle moment for Arthur Jones, which is very cool for him.
A couple of texts which I should read out. Thanks for getting involved wherever you are. Always lovely to hear from you. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport, ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and of course on ABC Listen. That's the place where we're streaming. Our text line 0437 774 774. The full preview, the build-up. Good work, Clint. Fremantle versus the Bulldogs. The Bulldog. No change to either side, so teams will go in as selected. The umpires are making their way out onto the ground. The banners have been lifted. Bulldogs, and currently the Dockers are unfurling theirs. James says, g'day guys, thanks for the insights about the Bombers. 8,000 days from a finals win until 2,000 for another. Bombers can't hold on to their players. Why? Because Tullamarine is a transit hub, not a place to create a club culture. The Bombers should go back to Windy Hill or relocate to Darwin. James, that's a huge call. What are the panel's thoughts? I can't see them going to Darwin, and I'm not sure the days of going to Windy Hill are going to work. The hangar out at Tullamarine is, from what I've seen, an absolutely elite training facility. I'm not sure that the issue is that when it comes to the Bombers.
Windy Hill?
Yeah,
it's not the geography.
Or
no.
Isn't the whole thing at Essendon going back in time now and going back to relics that they love?
Yeah.
Do you have good memories at Windy Hill, Muddy?
Not really. Last game I played there, we won, yeah.
What did you get beaten by in 1989 when you were at the
Oh, that was, 25-1.
Is that
Louis
5 goals to 1?
Goals.
I'm not sure the return to Windy Hills will work. I think it'd be more nailing your draft picks.
100%
would be probably the key, and keeping your players fit and on the field would probably help as well.
They have probably been the most unsatisfactory draft club.
They could have had a few more picks too.
10 years.
They had
10 years, do you reckon?
Yeah.
They had a few perks offered.
Botched it.
Yeah. And so that is, like, as you've lent me that great book at the moment that I'm reading, the importance of the draft is where the club's success comes from. And so,
it's the most important part of your club to get right. Is
100%.
People picking them. You get them right and you're on your way.
Yeah. They should have had more picks probably, but they denied Hawthorn's offer.
Congratulations, Riley. 100 of the best. The fitting way to celebrate is victory in the West, says the Bulldogs as they run out. It's a terrific banner. And the Bulldogs wearing their white away Guernsey on the ground here at Perth Stadium. Fantastic to see them here in the West. How will they go in what is the toughest place to win at the moment? That's a Fremantle home game in Perth. Bulldogs going to warm up at the left of our broadcast position. I'm not really sure what you're going on with whoever sent this message, and I always find it funny that when people do send messages, they don't leave their name. Find it challenging you guys are potting the pre-game show while running a pop music supercut extravaganza between every segment. It's slightly contradictory. No, it's not. That's not true at all. What a silly thing to say. I actually thought the pre-game was spectacular. I just didn't like the club songs not being there. So
barely play any music.
Can we hear the club song in the background through the...
We can.
Yep, we can hear that,
right
can't
now.
we?
Yeah.
I can hear that tuning through.
Congratulations. That's the dumbest text.
Touch.
The dumbest text I've had today. We're not a commercial station. Thanks very much, Sherlock. Good investigative work.
Must be on the wrong dial.
Must be on the wrong
texted
dial.
us.
0437 774 774. That's just one of the dumbest things I've read. Anyhow, the Bulldogs are on the ground. We're about to see The Dockers banner raised. They'll be celebrating 100 games for Hayden Young and Josh Tracy. Lights and sirens, it says. 100 games. I think the banner squad for the Dockers put a great deal of thought into today's banner, though. It won't matter if they run through it and are victorious this evening here in WA. We'll get the full preview in just a moment from our experts, Premiership High Sharad Wellingham, dual Premiership Eagle in Chris Waterman. The listeners about to join us around the rest of the nation as well. I wonder if we will get an opportunity to see Wharfie time tonight. Can the Bulldogs make it tight? Can they be in front close as we hit time on in the final quarter? There's only been one opportunity to go through it this year, and that's when the Hawks were here. And goodness me, didn't the Dockers respond on that occasion? It's the Dockers and the Dogs, wherever you happen to be. The pyrotechnics and the flames explode into life downstairs. The Dockers are leaving their change rooms as we speak. We will bring you that club song too. Justin Longmuir about to lead this team as coach into a third finals campaign in his time in charge. Hayden Young back in the side, and everyone in purple tonight will be absolutely desperate to see him get through tonight unscathed. He could be one of the keys for Fremantle if they are to go all the way in 2026. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The Dockers leave the change rooms. They high-five the emergency services that are here tonight. The lights and sirens games. Alex Pearce stands right next to the banner, and they're about to burst through for what should be a beauty on Friday night. Here are the Dockers onto the ground. As we welcome our listeners on News Radio throughout Brisbane, Sydney and Canberra to Perth Stadium, as you would have heard, the Dockers are on the ground. They're taking on the Western Bulldogs. It's first versus seventh. Big game for the Bulldogs. Win tonight and they'll find themselves in the six at the end of proceedings this evening, while the Fremantle Dockers will wrap up and guarantee themselves a top two finish and a home preliminary final if they win tonight's proceeding. They'll also take a big step forward to, for the first time in their history, winning every home game in a season. They'll also pick up what would be an 18th win. They've never had that many victories in a home and away season in their history before either. That's all ahead of us. Clint Wilton alongside Mitch Turner. Let's hear from our experts. Get the full preview. Who plays on who, how it all pans out. They know all about winning premierships, this pair. Sharad Wellingham and Chris Waterman on ABC Sport.
Oh, Marty, I kind of, not tongue-in-cheek, but it felt like this game kind of crept up quietly during the week, and all of a sudden it's Friday night football. But being inside the stadium, really excited to see 57-odd thousand rock up again, and I think it is going to be a great contest. I don't think that I've seen enough of the Bulldogs this year to be able to say that, enough positive signs from the Western Bulldogs this year to say that they're going to be able to get the job done over Freo tonight, but I think it will be a really good contest.
I've had this feeling all week that I felt like Fremantle will just grind away and widen the gap as the game unfolds. Not sure, and it might take a while. I'm happy to be surprised if it went completely the other way and we're sitting here with 5 or 10 to go and Bulldogs still have a sneaky chance, but I just think that there's too much firepower up forward. The midfields are both stacked. The Dogs aren't short in there either with Bontempelli, Fraser, Richards, Libba and co.
The thing that I think the midfield will be able to really hang their hat on from a Fremantle point of view is their pressure factor. I think that, the number 6.3 for pressure factor as opposed to a negative 7.5 from Western Bulldogs in their pressure factor is going to play a big part in Fremantle's ball movement and ability to, control territory and I don't think that they have to rely too heavily on their forward 50 pressure because of that three-headed beast that everybody keeps talking about, us being one of them, that when they get it inside their forward 50, they're so efficient and their ability to score per inside 50 is so high. Number one in the competition at scores generated per inside 50.
On track for the best in the last 10 years from any team if they
well, there you go. And it's their ability to not have to rely on pressure, but their pressure further up the ground, whether it be loose ball gets or contested football post clearance is really, really what stands out. But also turnover into inside 50, and the ones who are so creative with that. Murphy Reid, I think, leads the competition in a turnover going to an inside 50 that is retained by those three inside keys inside forward 50, and that's the Fremantle game in a nutshell.
Where do the Dogs get their score from? Because no Norton.
Yeah.
Darcy's obviously, we know, is already out. Rory Lobb looks to be warming up with the forwards, so he'll be there again.
Statistically, the Bulldogs go to Norton twice as much as pretty much any other player on the ground.
Well, but is that they go to him or his ability to get to a contest? Because we know that
he's their inside 50 target.
Yeah, he moves. He moves well enough to be the one to go to.
You're saying he jumps at everything.
He jumps at everything.
Yeah.
But Daniel Pratt mentioned that he'd lost Lobb, so we suspect that he was coming out of defence.
Yeah, he'll play forward.
That's where they were going to struggle a bit. You got Selwood, O'Donnell, and Karmas, and whether they can find someone else to fill a hole where the Caulfield has to play tall. So I would assume that Lobb's going to ruck as well because English has to play on Jackson, but you can't have their second ruckman be a small forward against Mason Cox.
No, Lobb did the whole warm-up then with the forwards. Yeah. It was Jordan Croft who actually was the second ruck going with the mids.
Who's 201 centimetres.
Yeah, so Croft has got the size, but Rory Lobb was solely with the forwards as they huddled up. The backs huddled as backs and had a chat. The forwards huddled as forwards. The mids were the mids. Croft was in the midfield group.
Okay, so that's
Lobb
where
was
it's
in the
going to
forward
go.
group.
So I would expect Lobb to go on the ruck at some point, just to counteract the size of Mason Cox as a second ruck.
I mentioned it to Pratty in the pre-game, but I really think that somebody has to do a negative a negating role as a forward on Pearce, because his ability to stand up at any stage throughout the game when the pressure is on the line, the game's on the line, is massive. And if I think you can isolate him away from the contest and not let him impact, and then remain dangerous as a forward and not let him, because his ability to go and get loose ball, Mitch, we saw him a number of times, loose ball gets in his pace and ability to burst out of a contest as again, over 200 centimetre key defender is enormous, and I think that they've got to put some time into him.
What you're saying is that's got to be Lobb, because he's going to go straight to Lobb. He's going to go to the tallest bloke.
So be the decoy.
And maybe he just stands in the goal square.
He straight lines the ball, I think, better than any key defender in the comp. Would you say that? And they come out and hit it. No one does it better than Alex Pearce.
And he'll burst through, and anybody in his wake will just be left in pieces. And so, be a decoy. Seal him out, not allow him to go and get the ball, and be dangerous and get onto the corridor side of the contest where you can be super dangerous, and you've only got to get your hands on it 2 or 3 times in a dangerous position as a forward. Hit the goals.
We're talking a lot of things here for it to go right for the Western Bulldogs, and that's what I mean. If we're sitting as coaches and the boss giving this to all the players, they're going, "Whoa, wow!" And this is where I think Fremantle will just grind away.
Do you think that? Do you think that at the moment Fremantle just have too many options and too many ways about it?
But I would like to see someone just clamp Murphy Reid as a halfback.
Riley West? Oh no, so I was thinking the other end. I was thinking Jordan Clark. Does you put a Riley West on a Jordan Clark tonight?
Oh, who did it last week? Milan Murdoch did it, and he did a good job for the first half.
Yeah,
but he didn't change the game. It didn't change the outcome.
Didn't hurt enough the other way.
Whereas I think Pearce, if you do a job on him, you increase your chances of being able to be effective when you do get the ball inside 50.
They just got to get the crossover right with Murphy Reid, make sure that when he's not on ball, they cover him.
Yeah.
Let's head downstairs, find out what it's like on boundary side of Cash Fodder. Welcome to Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Thanks, Clint. It's lovely down here, to be frank. It's about 18 degrees. No rain at the moment. There is some forecast for the second half, but at the moment conditions are pretty perfect. The crowd slowly filing their way in to Perth Stadium as well. Starting on the bench for the Dockers will be Isaiah Dudley, Mason Cox, Neil Erasmus, Nathan O'Driscoll and Judd McPhee. And for the Bulldogs, Jed Buslinger, Sam Davidson, Riley Sanders, Josh Dolan and Lathan Vandermeer.
Toss of the coin out in the middle, Mitch Turner.
Waiting for the signal. There is Alex Pearce from the Fremantle Dockers has won the coin toss up against Marcus Bonson-Pally. The Dockers will kick to the city end of Perth Stadium, which is the right of our broadcast position. The Western Bulldogs to the Graham Farmer Freeway end at the left of the benches and our broadcast position.
Worth noting too, by the way, that playing forward, Rory Lobbs had some success against his former club. Kicked 3 goals against them back in 2024. And also, and we remember, of course, the special beer that was brewed for him, the Lobster Tears.
Yep, I had a can of that.
Pretty horrible. Sour. Ugh, very sour. But he didn't mind it because he did it after he'd won in round 6 against Fremantle. Kicked the goal in that game too, and he also kicked the goal against them in round 16 of 2023. So he spent some time forward and has had some success in the past, and that is the way that he's walking at the moment, as called by Mitch Turner. We saw him go to the forwards. He'll be playing in place of Aaron Norton, a former Docker. It's already on out in the middle. There's push and shove in the centre circle. Richards up against Brayshaw. There was a bit going on out there. Already it's started. We haven't even had the bounce. This is Friday Night Footy. This could be a beauty on ABC Sport. Here's Mitch Turner.
It's Luke Jackson against Tim English. Up in the middle, Jackson couldn't win it. English tapped it down to himself. Kick forward was into the path of Fraser. Couldn't take possession of the Dogs. Still inside the centre square. Over the top of it now, Fraser. Chapman tackles him. Brayshaw gathers the Dockers. Quick handball to Frederick. Across to Bolton. Now Jackson on the wing. Able to handball it back to Shea Bolton. Takes a bounce. Now a second run down from behind. Just slipped the Artie Jones tackle. Handballs it back to Jackson. Still on the wing. Now Chapman for the Dockers. Floats the ball forward. Awkward bounce. Off hands. Hines takes it for the Western Bulldogs. He's tackled by Voss. Ball up to come attacking side of the southern wing. It's on early. The Dogs are getting into the Fremantle Dockers. Ball up in the air. Jackson taps it down to Brayshaw. Tackled by English. And they'll once again restart. Still on the attacking side of that wing. Jackson gets a firm hand on it. Down to Murphy Reid or Sarong, who tapped it to Brayshaw. Brayshaw tackled by Ed Richards. Another ball up.
Just on that Pearce matchup, it is Croft at the moment. Looks like he's trying to drag him up to the contest as much as possible.
English slapped it forward to Liberatore. Couldn't take it cleanly. Fredericks had a chance. Couldn't gather. Liberatore went back. Hand pass was too hot for anyone. Pearce crashing through. Gathered it beautifully. Gave it to Brayshaw for the Dockers. Missed his hand pass. Targeting Reid. Reid will look to follow up. Clearing kick comes from the Bulldogs into the middle of the ground. No mark taken. Sliding forward, Emmett. Scooped up by Wagner. He's wrapped up in a strong tackle. Comes out the side for the Dockers. Johnson with it. Scooped it up and gave it to Clark. Takes a bounce. Goes bursting through the corridor. Kicks inside forward. 50. Looking for Tracy. Couldn't mark. Tapped it back though for Bolton. Dockers still with it. Comes to Reid. Right half forward. 51 from goal. Beautiful spot. Kicks back inboard and finds Switkowski, who marks 49 from goal. Plays on by hand. Warner running by. Sends it to the goal square. Push through. Rushed behind. O'Donnell got his hands to it. Knocks it through across the behind line. Dockers with the first score. It's a minor one. They're one behind. The Bulldogs yet to score. 2 and a bit gone opening term. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Bramble has the kick-in duties, goes short, finds his captain in Marcus Bontempelli, right back pocket, wheels onto that left, kicks up the wing, Pearce in front, couldn't mark, Hines at the fore of the ball, handballed it to West, they lost it though, the Dogs. Pearce now for the Dockers to Bolton to Jackson, dangerous cricket in the middle of the ground. Oswikowski was brilliant, won it between a couple of Dogs, was able to go short, out to the northern wing, where Matt Johnson has it. Now inside 50, kick never favoured the lead of Voss. And at the back, O'Donnell's able to mark the ball comfortably and can switch it backwards just beyond his defensive goal square to Caulfield, who can roll and go out to the wing looking for West. Cutting across late to the cheers of the crowd. Heath Chapman double fist into the stands. Ball out of bounds. Attacking side of the southern wing for the Dockers. 3 minutes played. Just the one behind for the home side.
It's Jackson against English. Spun back in. Left half forward for Freo. English won it down again. Came out for Liberatore. Had to sweep a hand pass back to Hines. To English by hand to Richards. They're still at right half back, the Dogs. Kick down the line was meant for Bontempelli. Young read it well, though. Got in front. Took the intercept mark for Fremantle. Just shy of the southern wing. Stabs it short to Chapman. Reed running by. Murphy kicks short and finds Frederick. He's about 80 from goal. A little bit shy of left half forward. With the right boot, will send it deep towards full forward. Massey pack up, offhand, spilled down to Williams, kick up into the air. It's been marked, not quite. Hines, I thought, had it. Leapt up, sort of bounced off his right bicep, right chest, and spilled across the boundary line for a throw-in. 50 out from the Dockers' attacking goal. They're heading to the city end in this opening term. Left half forward, the ball will be put back in, and Fremantle lead. One behind, the Bulldogs, no score. 4 gone, first quarter.
Shallow, ball back in. English and Jackson both come at it. Off hands comes to Hines, who's tackled by Frederick. Physical approach from the Dogs early. As the ball goes up in the air, Jackson taps it back into the corridor. Brayshaw gathers, tackled by Bailey Williams strongly. Pins it to him. Inside the forward 50, they surge though, Fremantle. Ball up to come, 40 metres out, directly in front. Jackson and English again. Jackson palms it down. Sarong couldn't gather. Bailey Williams again. The Dogs trying to crash through. Taken by a couple of Dockers. Ball up, same spot. Still 40 metres out. Jackson got a hand to it. Fraser was clean. Little handball to Hines. Now to Richards. The Dogs go off half back. Long kick up the southern wing. Kennedy's the target. Dockers have the numbers. Ryan gets a spoil in. Kennedy, good tackle on McDonald, who was there to clean up the crumbs. Takes him out of bounds. That's a win for the Dogs.
Well, he's the other forward, Kennedy. He did have a quite a good bag the other week, so he's the one that could be dangerous.
Ball spun in again. English wins it down against Jackson, but once more it's gone to a Docker, to Sarong. He kicks down the line. Voss underneath it, couldn't mark. Bramble had it, tackled by Voss and taken to ground. Ball up, just forward of the logo, southern wing. Umpire puts it up. Jackson with the more telling tap, but this time down to Liberatore to Bontempelli. Broke the young tackle, got a hand pass away. Bramble onto it, middle of the ground. Kicks towards centre half forward. Awkward bounce for Pearce. Lob able to gather. Got it onto Richards. From 49 out, goes long towards goal. He misses right. It was a vacant goal square, bouncing through for a minor score. Scores level, one behind apiece. The Dockers and the Dogs, 6 gone opening term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport, ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Ryan for the Dockers plays on out of the defensive square, looking for Pearce on the southern wing. Couldn't mark. Frederick overran it. The Dockers captain went back in though. Won it. His handball turned over. Bailey Williams steals it for the Dogs. Off to Bontempelli. Pushes his kick. It goes inside forward 50. At the bottom of all of it, crashing through, taken to ground was Croft. Now Richards tries to pull the ball out, bobbling around inside the Dogs attacking 50. Warner tries to beeline for the Dockers. He's tackled. Ball up, 40 metres out from the Dogs attacking goal now. They're second inside 50. English will continue to ruck against Jackson. Both got a hand on it. Bontempelli just stole it. Handball to Croft. He loops it forward by hand. Johnson, though, there for the Dockers. Able to gather. Break out of traffic and needs to pinpoint the kick. It was good to Voss.
Murphy Reed running by, receives the hand pass, takes a bounce, kicks the Dockers to centre half forward. Out is Amos, who marks. Still just inside the centre square, puts it into the left forward pocket. Murphy Reed continued his run, gathered, got tackled, knocked it across the boundary line, throwing the call. Great pressure coming from Selwood to make sure that Murphy Reid couldn't do much with that. Terrific run again from the youngster who just turned 20 yesterday. One behind apiece, 7.5 gone opening term. Ball to be thrown back in left forward pocket. English against Jackson. Jackson worked English out from underneath it. Gathered it cleanly, kicked around the body towards full forward. English going back with the flight, couldn't mark. Amish shoveled it back into a pack. It's been locked in there. Tracy had it. Fraser got him one way and O'Donnell the other.
The Dockers looking for their first. Jackson goes up, taps it to Young, snaps while being tackled to the top of the goal square, punched away by Karmas, then punched again by O'Donnell towards the boundary. Bolton was pleading for a insufficient intent call as he punched it to safety. Umpire said that's okay. It'll be tossed back in, 10 metres around from the left behind post for the Fremantle Dockers. Jackson and English stalk each other as the ball comes back into play. Jackson tapped it down to Murphy Reid. Couldn't take clean possession. Going in now is Sanders for the Dogs. He's tackled by Tracy. Once again, another stoppage. They'll reset again. A little further into the corridor in the middle of the 50 now. About 25 metres out. Ball in the air. Jackson punches it towards Sarong. Couldn't take it. Fraser could. Tackled by Bolton. Another stoppage. Will go again.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Tight start. One down by English to Fraser to English. Gave it back to Bontempelli. Kicks the Bulldogs into the middle of the ground. Clears his defensive 50. Sliding out west. Couldn't gather. Tough stuff on in the middle. It came out to Warner. Went back for the Dockers to McDonald. Then to Ryan. Kicks Fremantle towards full forward. Bolton rose. Couldn't mark. Spills down here to Young, who hits the right-hand goal post. Would have been a great way to signal his return to the side. Doubles the Dockers score, though. 2 behinds to 1 behind. 9 gone opening term.
Did he signal his return with 4 against the Dogs last time?
Kicked a couple crackers too, including a goal of the year nomination from the boundary as the Dogs go down the outer side. Selwood, long kick, looking for Jones, who flies over the back. Did he get anything on it as it went out of bounds? Umpire said yes. Bounces out and it's a boundary throw. And this is confusing. He didn't punch it. Looks like it was out on the full or a last touch, last disposal rule. The umpires are coming together. Yeah, it was confusing because down the binoculars it looked like he had a clean miss, Artie Jones, and it will be a Dockers free kick.
Got a good mullet, boundary up.
Very good
It's a big mullet, isn't it?
It is an absolute cracker, and they've made what appeared to be the right call in the end. So a Dockers free kick on that southern wing. Luke Ryan takes it. Long kick towards half forward. Tracy in front. Good fist from O'Donnell. Roving, though, is Murphy Reid. Has Richards all over him. Good defending by the Dog. Reid gathers. Ushered out of bounds. And Ed Richards is certainly a player who he will be tough to get away from. Ball to be tossed in 30 metres around from the Dockers' goal. Left forward pocket. Still Jackson and English in the ruck. Jackson fists it down. Stolen by Bontempelli. Little step through traffic. Long kick to the southern wing. Floating across. Chapman had prime position. Couldn't mark. Off hands to the 100 gamer in Riley West. Nice kick across half back. Finds Selwood. Comes out to the northern wing. Puts it in the path of Davidson. Just needs it to sit. Now needs to hit the kick. Looking for Vandermeer. Clark pulled him down. Free kick Dogs. Attacking side of the northern wing.
Vandermeer sends it inside forward 50 through the hands of Warner at the back. Jones was tackled, lost possession of the footy. Umpire says play on. It's taken across the boundary line. Throw in the call. 40 out from the Bulldogs attacking goal. The Farmer Freeway end of Perth Stadium to the left of our broadcast position. Dockers lead by a point. 2 behinds plays 1 behind. 11.5 gone opening term. Boundary umpire puts it back into play. Jackson palmed it down. Straight, though, there for Davidson. Hurried kick around the corner. Bounces in the left forward pocket. Gets away from West. Tumbles out of bounds.
This ruck contest is crucial, this Jackson-English ruck contest.
English just left the ground, so wouldn't be surprised if Jackson gets some ascendancy.
He's up against Lobb on this occasion. Lobb worked Jackson out from under it. West is able to almost gather. Then to Sanders. His hand pass comes in the direction of Hines. Tried to find Liberatore. Couldn't. Coming the other way was Brayshaw. Thought he got knocked in the head. Nothing untoward, just as he looked to burrow his way through. It's held to him. The umpire will ball it up again. Lob against Jackson once more. Lob won it down. Dolan got a hand pass forward, only as far as Pearce. Couldn't take it under pressure. The Dockers through Young, then to Warner, now to Ryan at right full back. Clearing kick will bounce out towards Voss. At right half back, he takes it and then burns away from his opponent in Buslinger. Kicks the Dockers towards right half forward. Karma stood in front of Amos. Amos won the battle at the back. Not sure that kick was meant to be. It scrubbed its way along the ground. Frederick got tackled by Selwood. Wins possession for the Bulldogs to Williams and then to Davidson, and they'll work it towards centre half back.
Sanders has it, defensive side of the centre square. Now retreats back inside his own defensive 50 to Caulfield, who goes wider out to the outer side where O'Donnell can mark. As Dolan inboard by foot, short kick, still defensive side of that southern wing. Once again, the Dogs will look to switch it. Caulfield receives the ball via kick in the defensive 50. Now goes very short back to centre half back to Bailey Williams. Not moving very far, the Dogs. Williams goes back out to O'Donnell, just beyond right half back, who can chip it slightly further afield down the boundary line to Hines. Slow build-up play from the Dogs. Special guests in the house tonight as well. Players from AC Milan and Inter, who are playing at Perth Stadium in a few days. They're all here watching, and this is a bit of soccer-style build-up from the defensive side as the Dogs go down the wing. Vandermeer roved it. Handball to Sanders, off to Liberatore. Goes back on the wing by hand to Williams. He kicks up towards half forward. Jackson got a hand in there for the Dockers. Young there to rove it. Carl Warner receives it under pressure. Just belts it by foot up the wing. Tracy can't mark. Big fist came from O'Donnell at the fall of the ball. Tackled Erasmus, lost it. The Dogs have it back. Vandermeer was run down by Tracy. Then Sanders was run down by Pearce. Crowd screaming for a free kick. None forthcoming, and now there is one. Bailey Williams pinned for laying on the ball as the tackle was laid by Josh Tracy. Maybe unlucky to not get one earlier, but they get one in the end, the Dockers. Tracy has the free kick. Defensive side of the southern wing. It's 2 points, plays one. The Dockers away.
Josh Tracy with the bright orange boots for the Dockers. Kicks towards left half forward. Amos was in the battle, had two to beat, brought it to ground, came to Hines, moved it out the side. Vandermeer sweeping a hand pass forward on in turn to Liberatore. Not a great kick. Warner was able to read it well, gathered on the bounce from centre wing southern side to Bolton. Kicks inside forward 50. 2-on-2 battle. Bustling up. Brings it to ground and then gathers up. Gave it by hand to Karmas. Now to Selwood for the Bulldogs. Kicks beyond defensive 50 towards the southern wing. And Tracy's out there. Takes another good mark. Where you normally expect him to be, but does an enormous amount of work, both in defence and attack for the Dockers. It goes through the hands of Luke Ryan and then back to Pearce. It's not a boo, it is the call of Moose, the captain's nickname. Short again to Ryan, who marks just forward of left half back. Flares it out to Warner, who marks hard up against the boundary line on the southern wing. Dockers 2 behind, Bulldogs 1 behind, as Mitch said, like a soccer score. Kick is towards left half forward. Lob brought it to ground. There's a free kick being spotted here. It's going the way of Tracy. Legal blocked the call. Tracy might fancy his chances here from about 55 out.
Looks like he's got the confidence. What do you reckon, Chris? Waterman?
I reckon he's got the distance, yeah. I was just interested that Jackson's been out there the whole time in the ruck and Cox has only just come on the field. He's done...
Josh Tracy in game 100 from 52 out. Gave it a real ride, but he's missed left. No problems with the distance. Another minor score, 3-1. 3 behinds to 1 behind. Dockers over the Dogs. 17 gone in the first.
The Italian soccer giants downstairs from AC Milan and Inter are probably sitting there going, gee, it's only, 17 minutes in and it's 3-1 already. This is an absolute cracker as the Dogs bring it out the far side into the hands of Bailey Williams. Short kick, not 15 to Davidson. Called to play on. Handball's back to Fraser. Kicks down the southern wing. McDonald works Dolan out of it for the Dockers and takes the mark. Had the size advantage. Oscar McDonald, who played game 100 last week. The journeyman from Carlton, from Melbourne, and now at the Dockers. Kicks up the wing. Tracy flew, couldn't mark. At ground level, Frederick rode the contact, was caught high, wins the free kick. Has it on the far wing, under the bright lights, attacking side. He goes the long switch into the middle. Pearce takes the mark, thought about playing on, stops. Ed Richards comes up to take the mark, so every player on the ground pretty much in front of Alex Pearce, who's right on the halfway line. Now he kicks inside the forward 50 at the back. Bolton looks a flyer, but English was there. Takes the intercept mark for the Western Bulldogs, and they can reset as he chips it back across his goal face. The right back pocket where Buku Kamas can mark. Still 3 plays 1. 18 minutes gone in the first quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Kamas, wanted by the Blues. Kicks into the goal square, and
that's a bad 50 to be given because Dudley was already inside the goal square and was expected to immediately march back instead of trying to impact the contest.
That's after Bustlinger took the mark, so the 50 against Dudley. Bustlinger moves it out to the commentary wing, marked there by English. He'll just pop it forward for Fraser, who marks a little bit closer to the interchange gates. Murphy Reid stands the mark. Fraser will wheel around onto his right towards left half forward. Chapman flew. Croft at the front position was infringed. It's on the other way. We'll come back here to Chapman. Illegal block on the Dockers player. Hardy Jones just standing there making no attempt in the marking contest. So Chapman will bring it down the wing. Here's O'Driscoll. Marks in front of the interchange gates, right beneath our broadcast position on the northern wing. The Dockers by 2 points. 3 behinds plays, 1 behind. 19 gone in the first.
O'Driscoll kicks towards half forward. Amos, big fly. Great mark by Jai Amos. Still too far out to score, you'd think, for the left footer. So goes into the forward pocket. Tracy's the target. Can't get away from Caulfield, who did well. Punching it out of bounds in the right forward pocket for the Dockers. 3 behinds, plays 1 behind. 20-minute mark approaching in this first term.
Not the start we were expecting, that's for sure.
Neither side got a fast start tonight. Ball toss back in, goes out the back of the pack. Cox trying to tap it to a player, couldn't. Ball bobbing around Sarong, has of a Fremantle. Handballs it into the path of Liberatore, who can clear it up to the wing. Jones is the target. Punch away by McDonald. Kennedy at ground level roved it. Handball across to Vandermeer. Now across to the run of Croft. Takes off to the middle of the ground. Run down by Frederick. Just got a handball inside 50. Comes to McVee for the Dockers. To O'Driscoll. Now to Chapman. Cross centre half back over the Dockers. McDonald gets it and goes short to Erasmus on the back edge of the centre square.
Got some space to work with here. Erasmus takes a bounce, pauses, assesses what's in front, decides to chip short to Sarong. He'll then chip it down the line to Reid. Bounced in front of him, gathered well. Sends it back to Sarong, who marks. Between the logo and the boundary line. Centre wing out to Johnson. Reid's involved in a little bit of a push and shove there with Fraser. Johnson ignores all of that. Johnson for the Dockers in the left forward pocket. Flying Tracy, couldn't take the mark. Spilled out again. Erasmus got a hand pass out the side to Sarong to Tracy. Kicked around the body to full forward. Jackson was underneath it. Punched down by Selwood. Great spoil. O'Driscoll was there. Immediately set upon. 2 dogs got him. Ball up. Still inside their forward 50 for the Dockers, attacking the city end of Perth Stadium. They lead by 2 behinds, 21 gone in the first.
Ball tapped out towards Bustlinger, who's immediately tackled by Voss. Tied up. Still inside the Dockers, attacking 50. English gets a fist on it. Dudley first there. Couldn't take possession. Now drags it in. Won't get it out. This should be holding the ball. No, high tackle call.
High tackle call from the top of the 50, non-officiating umpire.
Free kick for Dudley, and as Sharon Wellingham says, so the non-officiating umpire is a good 40 to 50 metres away. It's technically, I think it is high against Sanders.
Oh, he's got the front row seat, that umpire. He can see it where the controlling umpire was behind.
Yeah.
And it was high.
It was clumsy by Riley Sanders.
Eager to get there as he saw Dudley drag it in.
So Isaiah Dudley has it at right half forward. Will start outside the boundary. Will kick from 45 metres out. It's across the face. Who's there? Big fly. Jackson up. One grab. Two grabs. Mark. Action Jackson in the middle of the pack. He'll go back directly in front. Will kick from no more than 15, 20 metres out. And this should be the first goal of the game. Of course, won a premiership with Melbourne in 2021, playing against the Dogs at this very ground, Luke Jackson. The year he won the Rising Star. Now Luke Jackson is a bona fide star. He puts it through the middle and the Dockers have the first goal of the game, and it comes at the 23-minute mark of the first term. Fremantle 1-3-9. The Western Bulldogs just one behind. This is Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Mitch Turner alongside Clint Wheeldon, our experts, premiership players Jared Wellingham and Chris Waterman.
Well, it was in that grand final that Tim English and Luke Jackson were up against each other too, so it's an intriguing contest and one which I think Tim English can have a bit bigger say in this. I'd like to see him push forward, Shaz, and score against Luke, because that's where Luke has been doing a lot of his damage.
I definitely didn't think that it would take until the, what are we gone, 28 minutes or something, 23 minutes into the quarter to see a goal.
Liberatore and Jackson had a little bit of afters too. The restart, the Dockers will win it down and they'll get the clearance. Bolton races away. One bounce, two goes past English. Hand passes to Erasmus. Left half forward, stabs it short to Dudley. He marks 51 from goal. Cut 2 metres in from the boundary at left half forward. Twirls the yellow Sherrin around in his fingers and will put it towards the teeth of goal. Big numbers there, punched away by English. It'll spill across the boundary line just to the right hand behind post. 13-4 inside 50s favouring Fremantle at the moment. They lead by 8 points on the scoreboard, 1-3-1 behind. 24 and a half gone in the opening term. They're still deep into attack. Mason Cox is on the ground. He won it down. Socket away, though, by Bontempelli. It'll roll across the boundary line. Not deliberate. He was certainly trying to chase after it. Throw in again. Right forward pocket for the Dockers.
You mentioned Luke Jackson, Liberatore. Libba went at him before the bounce. So too did a few Dogs. So maybe he's one they're targeting tonight with a bit of physicality. Ball to be tossed back in. Cox and English go at it. Both got a big fist on it, and it rolls back exactly where it came pretty much. Boundary throw in, right forward pocket to come again. It was about 3 or 4 Dogs that went out of their way to give Luke Jackson just a bit of love before the opening bounce. As I said, he was a big part of Melbourne beating them in a grand final at this ground 5 years ago. Shallow throw in. Cox gets to the front, tried to tap it back. English stole it. Clearing kick isn't 15. O'Donnell called to play on, loses it in the tackle. Tracy picks it up for the Dockers. Handball back to Sarong. Shallow snaps, cut off by the Dogs. They send it back out the northern wing. Clever tap from Vandermeer looking, or lob it was, looking for Marcus Bontempelli, but the boundary line won out. Right in front of the Dockers bench. The ball will be spun back in. 26-minute mark now approaching us at Perth Stadium. 0437 774 774 if you want to join the conversation. Shallow throw in again. Cox taps it down to Sarong for the Dockers. Quick kick. Marks by Switkowski. Has Young running past. Ignores him. Instead will push back. Kicks towards centre half forward. Sarong takes the mark. 55 metres out. Kicks it inside the forward 50 over the head of Tracy and onto the chest of Buku Khamis as Tracy gives the thumbs up. The Dogs will go down the outer side through Selwood, who goes short to Caulfield.
Caulfield will stab it in the direction of Liberatore. Marks hard up against the boundary. Right half back. Stabs it short. Here's Fraser. Going a little bit of a run, or Bramble rather, will kick towards centre half forward. Here's Croft. Running by Bramble again. Bounces it in the direction. That's nicely done by Dolan, who turns around. 55 out from goal and finds a great mark coming across in Cooper Hines. Just sent it to about, let's say, 25 out from goal, and Hines just found himself in the best position, the 20-year-old. He'll play on immediately, and he'll kick the Dogs first of the evening. Back to within 2 points at the 28-minute mark of the first. The Dockers 1-3-9. The Bulldogs 1-1-7. They worked it down the outer side pretty well. And at the end, Cooper Hines kicks his 8th goal of the season.
Well, I'm not sure they're going to win a game by going about it the way they are, Shaz. I mean, it's 15 inside 50s to 5. 1 goal 3 to 1 goal 1. But if they defend to the hilt, they've just got to find a way to get some sort of score on the board.
Yeah, I know it's early. Does this feel a little bit like the Suns v the Dockers from a few weeks ago, where the Suns were just defending with the footy in the first half?
Yeah, well, that's what I've got written down. They're just wanting to retain the ball and not give the defenders from Fremantle any chance to intercept.
Ball in the middle. English taps it back to Sanders. Had no one running past with a handball, so has to wheel. Takes a bounce under pressure from Switkowski. Kicks it about 5 metres, but finds Richards, who can wheel onto the left boot. Long kick inside 50. Lob tapped it down. Croft was crunched by Clark. It spills out to Liberatore. Back on his left foot. Kicks towards the top of the goal square. Lob can't mark. Clearing kick from McVie. Last line of defence. Out towards the boundary. This is going to be insufficient in 10. There's a couple of Dockers in the area, but you can't argue that Judd McVie's first reaction was just to get the ball to space. It'll be a free kick to Josh Dolan in the left forward pockets. He literally starts with his backside up against the fence. 45 metres out. He runs around, plays on, snaps from 45. He gets good purchase. It's right to the line and punch through for a minus score. 1-2-8, the Western Bulldogs. The Fremantle Dockers are 1-3-9. Friday night footy, 29 minutes gone in the first term.
Clark short to Ryan. And that'll just about do us for the opening quarter. Ryan sends it into the air towards right half back. The Dockers, they win their opening term. It's been a long time since they've been able to do that. It's been one of the few question marks about them in recent times. Their 12th opening term win of the season, but they had lost until tonight 5 of their past 6 first terms. They win the Aspire behind. 1-3-9 plays 1-2-8. For the Dockers, their goal off the boot of Luke Jackson. For the Bulldogs, from the boot of Cooper Hines. Quarter time, wherever you're listening on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and on ABC Listen. As always, look for the AFL button. We're also on News Radio, wherever you are. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Get ready for a year of Test cricket like you've never heard before.
Hits in hard and high, straight back down the ground for 6.
That's an amazing shot. 12 months, 20 Test matches. New Zealand at home over summer. The 3 most iconic overseas tours. The 150th anniversary Test under lights at the MCG. And it all begins August 13 with Australia versus Bangladesh on ABC Listen.
AFL.
On ABC Sport, you're listening to the 2026 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio,
Sport Digital
and ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
It came out to Warner, went back for the Dockers to McDonald, then to Ryan. Kicks Fremantle towards full forward. Bolton Rose couldn't mark, spills down here to Young, who hits the right-hand goal post.
Fall the ball, tackled Erasmus, lost it. The Dogs have it back. Vandermeer was run down by Tracy, then Sanders was run down by Mears. Crowd screaming for a free kick, none forthcoming, and now there is one. Bailey Williams pinned laying on the ball. O'Driscoll kicks towards half forward. Amos, big fly. Great mark by Jai Amos. So Isaiah Dudley has it. Right half forward will start outside the boundary. Kick from 45 metres out. It's across the face. Who's there? Big flight. Jackson up. One grab. Two grabs. Mark. Action Jackson in the middle of the pack. Of course, won a premiership with Melbourne in 2021, playing against the Dogs in this very ground, Luke Jackson. The year he won the Rising Star. Now Luke Jackson is a bona fide star. He puts it through the middle and the Dockers have the first goal of the game.
It's nicely done by Dolan. He turns around, 55 out from goal, and bites a great mark coming across in Cooper Hines. Just sent it to about, let's say, 25 out from goal. And Hines just found himself in the best position, the 20-year-old. He'll play on immediately, and he'll kick the Dogs first of the evening.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Well, time at Perth Stadium, the Dockers with the slightest of advantages. They're up 1-3-9 to the Bulldogs 1-2-8. One NRL score to bring you up to date with. The Dolphins have beaten the Dragons down in Wollongong 28 points to 22. But with their thoughts on the opening term, our experts tonight, premiership players, both of them, Sharrod Wellingham and Chris Waterman on ABC Sport.
It was an arm wrestle. Yeah. It was a little bit grimy, a little bit dirty. No real open play. I feel like the Dogs were really just trying to retain the ball, not give the Fremantle defenders an opportunity to intercept and get that real turnover game happening. But it was a good game to watch still because the contest is good.
Yeah, and it's interesting to work out matchups. I was interested in the fact that Jackson stayed out there for
so long,
nearly 16 minutes in that first quarter. But their weapon is when Cox came on for that, then Jackson didn't stay off long. He was forward, but he'd take the centre bounce, and then Cox would go into the ruck, and you still had Tracy and Amos there. So, while Cox was out there, he's such a threat. But it just felt like the Dogs were on the back foot the whole quarter, but they're right there with them. So
the uncontested possession is, in favour of the Western Bulldogs by 6, and that's a reflection of them. They're wanting to just chip it around. They're not minding going wide, lateral, just to make sure that they exhaust every option before going long down the line or, taking a longer option that can be intercepted. But the contest, I reckon, is pretty even. And so the clearances, the kind of contested footy, everything feels like it's around about level pegging at the moment. No real standout. But I feel like Fremantle have got another gear to go to.
It always feels like that. But if they're going to defend all night, and defence is king, the Bulldogs, they're just going to hang in.
And it's like you said, Mitch, they're defending while in offence.
Well, one of the things I'd like to see is if they're going to do that, there's going to be 2 or 3 opportunities each quarter for Tim English to push hard forward on the ruckman and become a tall target and just throw caution to the wind and see if he can't pick up 1 or 2 goals in this game.
Like if they're going to maintain it, retain it down the open side of the ground, you'd love to see English dragging Jackson down the fat side of the ground and get is the deepest option.
And also I'd like to see him go to full forward when Nob comes on the ball and just leave him there. And see if he can absorb Pearce.
Some of those numbers back up what you are saying, Sharrod and Chris. So clearances 9 apiece, tackle count 20 to 18 the way of the Dockers. The inside 50 count, that's the lopsided one, 15 to 6 Fremantle's way. The hitouts 14 to 10 the Dockers' way. Individually, Tom Liberatore 10 disposals, leads everyone on the ground. Bailey Williams and Cooper Hines 8 for the Dogs. Bontempelli has 7 for the Dockers. Sarong 8. Ryan and Warner with 7. It is the Dockers 1-3-9 to the Dogs 1-2-8.
Crowd still rolling in. Only 6:45 local time as the Dockers bring it away out of the middle. Jackson won it down, got the clearance, thumped it forward. 2-on-2 battle. No mark taken, spilled out to Karmas. Sends it back from whence it came into the middle of the ground. Vandermeer got a little touch on it, knocked it down. Pearce, strong tackle up against Emmett. It's been locked in. Ball up the call, left half forward for Freo. Thrown aloft. English won it down. Ball pinballing around, came back to Jackson. Stolen away by Richards. Did really well, ripped it out of his grasp. Kick towards right half forward. McDonald got in front of Lobb and then Lobb tackles him over the boundary line. Throw in, right half forward for the Bulldogs. 1-3-9 plays 1-2-8. Opening minute of the second term. Because looking to sew up the top 2 spot Top of the ladder at the moment. They can't be knocked out of those spots if they win tonight. And they'll get the clearance here. And Switkowski away to Clark. Takes a bounce. Awkward bounce second time. Tried just to tap it to the advantage of a teammate in Frederick. Unfortunately for him, Croft got in the way. Gave it back to Bramble. Chance to set up again. Hines stabs it short to Fraser, who'll look to steer it out in the direction of English. He marks centre wing commentary side. Kicks towards right half forward. McDonald did well. Spoiled lob. Ball hit the deck. O'Driscoll picked it up. Gave it to Brayshaw for the Dockers.
Brayshaw kicks up the wing. Good mark by Josh Tracy. Finally gets one on O'Donnell. Kicks it inside the middle of the ground to Clark. Takes it on the chest. Has numbers running forward. Has the option in McVie, who runs past, receives the handball. Long kick inside 50. Voss flew, couldn't mark at the fall of the ball coming through. Caulfield's taken off it. Now Karmas, he dives on it. Voss got him high, yes. Free kick, Dogs, right back pocket. Patrick Voss trying to tell the umpire that he flicked his head back, but I think it was just a clumsy tackle from Patrick Voss. Certainly clipped him high. Karmas goes inside the middle, the defensive 50 to Caulfield, who switches it across the left back pocket. Bramble can play on. He runs away from Amos, takes a bounce, kicks up the southern side, looking for Artie Jones, one-on-one with Warner. Jones has the pace, won the footy, handball across to Riley West, chips it towards Lobb, can't take the mark, but able to get the ball across to Riley West, gets it to Bontempelli by hand. Back to Lobb. The Dogs quick kick inside forward 50. It's taken. Handballed across to Fraser. He's tackled. Switkowski got him high. Free kick to the Dogs coming. 40 metres out. Almost directly in front. And might have been a bit stiff there, the Fremantle Dockers.
Very lucky.
I don't think the tackle actually went above the shoulder. It was really
just
close.
Got over. Geez, Tim English could have hurt them early on, but this kick just needed to cut one back into the midfielder.
It was the wrong option, really, wasn't it?
It was the wrong option, and I'm not sure that last option, the lob, was the right one either, but he's presenting, that's all he can do.
It's a pretty good kick. Joel Fraser, directly in front. He sends it on its way and just tugs it left.
Just had to do it, didn't you, Mitch?
Minor score, 1-3-9 apiece, and we've played 3.5 minutes in the second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Here's Clint Wilden.
Judd McVie, the kicking duties to Warner. Spear it out towards right half back, where it's marked there by McDonald. Lobb stands the mark, and McDonald trots back inside his defensive 50. Looks to come down the line and does so to Sarong, who marks. No hurry to get it on. Eventually he's told he'll have to move it on. Long kick towards right half forward. Front position. Caulfield got hands to it. Spilled away from him and over the boundary line for a throw-in. 1-3-9 apiece. 4 gone second term. Friday night footy from Perth Stadium. It's the Dockers and the Bulldogs. Spun in again. Jackson tried to work English out from underneath it. English got a touch on it. Spilled down to Liberatore. Now to Hines. Step one way. Then got met by Sarong. Thought it might have been incorrect disposal. Umpire says play on. Came back again here. English tackles Erasmus. Ball up the call. Throwing up again. English palmed it down. Hines handed it off to Williams. High kick down the southern wing. Attacking it was Pearce, crashed into Lobb, neither could get it, down towards Clark, shared it with McVie. Now it's back to Chapman, has to backtrack inside defensive 50, and he steered it out to Warner, who marks it right half back. Scores level, 5 gone second term, 1-3-9 apiece between the Dockers and the Bulldogs here on Friday night footy.
Warner's got the bright light blue boots on tonight as he goes out wide to Oscar McDonald, who's started this game pretty well. Second game in a row after coming in for Brendan Cox, dealing with a knee issue. Kick goes up the wing. Crowd wants a free kick further afield, but it's Jackson who comes through and takes the mark. Handballs across to a runner in Brayshaw, who delivers towards half forward. Switkowski finds some space 55 metres out. Can they get the last kick right inside 50? Goes Switkowski, and coming out is the 100 gamer, Josh Tracy.
Nice patient execution there by Fremantle, and I think it may have been Brayshaw on that hit up to Sarong. To Switkowski. but that last kick inside 50 was very patient, left the leading lane open. They worked together, those big three.
Game 100 for Josh Tracy, the big kahuna, rookie draft. Now one of the big guns of the competition. And he blows his lines again. Josh Tracy, don't look at me. I never said he was going to kick it.
That was your fault, Mitch.
He misses left. It's 1-4-10. The Dockers 1-3-9. The Bulldogs are cash voted are downstairs.
Alex Pearce has had some running repairs. He popped a finger out on his left hand and the doctor had to run out there and put it back in for him.
Ooh. Ouch. Mitch is really hoping for a low goal count night, I think.
Williams beyond defensive 50. Attempting to fly there was West at the drop. Jackson for the Dockers to Warner. Hand pass back into the middle of the ground. Gave it to Ryan, then to Young. Young to O'Driscoll. Almost goes down onto one knee to take the mark.
Don't blame me. He missed one of Clint's set shots as well.
He did.
We're 1-1.
No, it's just a big pump up you gave him.
Clint's one was from 70.
The big pump up twice now has landed up with no luck. The commentary curse. It's full effect. He's Young with it, forward of the logo. To O'Driscoll. Plays on immediately. Looks to pop it inside forward 50. It was almost like he was trying to find a bulldog then, and mark should have been taken. Instead, it was spilt, and then over the top of it after Caulfield missed it. It was spilled again. Then Selwood gets a free kick, put his head over the football against Voss. Goes back to Buslinger. He'll steer it back into the left back pocket. O'Donnell will pop it to Carvis, who had to be brave. He would have heard the footsteps coming of Erasmus. Not the biggest player out there, but still would have made solid contact. Carvis, shocking kick. Instead was meant for Bontempelli. He did so well to knock it away from Switkowski. Gave the Bulldogs a chance to survive. It spilled there again, and Erasmus dives on top of it. Carvis tackles him. That was messy and ugly. We've got a ball up. Left back pocket here for the Bulldogs.
English over the top of Jackson. Taps it out. Comes to Switkowski. The Dockers, though, loses it. Goes back and then taps it away to Clark. Retreats outside 50 by hand to Young, who kicks it all the way back into the centre square, where O'Driscoll can mark. Had to be strong and was. Now delivers it inside 50 to Josh Tracy. 40 metres out, directly in front. Kick to come. No comment from me.
Yeah, this ruck battle's getting very interesting. I'm not sure Tim English has got to go to stay with Luke Jackson. He tried to push forward on him then, but the turnover came and he just couldn't get what he wanted. But geez, he runs hard, Jackson.
There's no such thing as a commentator's curse. Josh Tracy directly in front in game 100. Turns his back on the kick because it went straight through the middle. Never in doubt for the big kahuna. Josh Tracy is on the board in game 100. Everyone in the box up here can stay quiet. Fremantle will have their second. 2-4-16 the Dockers, 1-3-9 the Bulldogs. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Friday night footy, and it's the lights and sirens match, and the emergency services are parked in the, they're not the dugouts, but they've got their flashing lights going.
Yeah, I just feel Luke Jackson's asserting himself on this contest in more ways than one, and it's just opening up around the midfield here and allowing, it's either going to be Tracy, Voss or Amos. The last two have been Tracy, and he finally got one.
We do note with interest that no comment led to the goal. Back in the middle. Dockers 2-4, Bulldogs 1-3. The restart. Bolton tries to bring it away from the Jackson tap. Stolen though by Sanders. Did really well to pick it up under pressure. Got it to Bontempelli. Now to Richards. Sends the Bulldogs deep inside forward 50. Great defensive mark, Chapman. He was like fifth in a line of six. Was able to pluck down the football. Steers it out to O'Driscoll. Gets the fluoro yellow boots in motion. Runs beyond defensive 50. Then finds Bolton, who marks just shy of the logo commentary wing. Short pass again. Now it's the Brayshaw who marks. Pauses. Thought about providing an option out towards the interchange gates. He stops, and that's where the ball goes anyway to McDonald this time, who marks. Johnson provides an option. Runs to the logo itself. He now marks. I thought about switching play. Instead it comes to Chapman. Just got some space on his opponent in West. Chapman marks. And we'll flare it out towards right half back to Ryan. Ryan moving it on again to Clark. Headed out towards the southern wing. Clark will go looking for Jackson. Lob arrived in time to make the spoil and see it across the boundary line for a throw-in between centre wing southern side and right half forward for the Dockers. They lead on the scoreboard by 7 points, 11 gone second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Clint Wilden alongside Mitch Turner in commentary.
Lob v Jackson. Jackson gets to the front, taps it out into the path of Johnson. Dolan, though, came through, knocks it away for the Dogs. Now Jones, he's tackled without it. Free kick to come, yes. He went without the ball, Jones. Clark, though, took him to ground. It'll be a free kick to the West Aussie Dog. Right on the logo on the southern wing. Arthur Jones kicks it inside the forward 50, looking for a marking target. Ryan punches it for the Dockers. Kennedy, though, for the Dogs at ground level. Handball to Ed Richards on his right boot, goes short and finds Cooper Hines, who has the chance to go back and have a crack at his second goal of the night.
But the AC Milan boys will know exactly what's going on here because the Dogs are playing soccer.
Park the bus.
They are just parking the bus behind the ball and taking their chances in front.
When you look at their defensive setup, they've got 3 or 4 free players, and that's why we're going to see some big...
Cooper Hines, set shots, is good. He doubles up. He's got 2 goals. The Dogs answer back. They cut the margin back to 1 point. 12 and a half played in the second quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The Dockers 2-4-16. The Dogs 2-3-15.
We're going to see some big numbers from the Fremantle midfielders and defenders in terms of kicks and marks, because they're going to just be willing to let them have it back there, control the tempo of the game, force them into a long kick inside 50 and rely on turnovers in their back 50.
But because of that sharing, I mean, Brayshaw's only had 5, Johnson 5. Murphy Reed's gone missing this quarter, hasn't had a stat. He's only had 4.
They're the ones that they want to get it in fast play going inside 50, aren't they?
And they're not getting that.
They're not getting that
fast play. At all. It's a stop play. Very much a soccer style of game.
Well, look where the Western Bulldogs wingman is starting on the defensive side of the centre square before the ball even gets thrown up in the middle. He's on the back corner.
It's Hines, the goal kicker. Twice for the Bulldogs, who's there. The Dockers win the clearance from the restart. Comes out to Johnson. Works it to Erasmus. Steps inside Liberatore. Kicks the centre half forward and finds Jackson, who marks. Plays on by hand to Johnson, running by. Receives the hand pass. Kicks a goal! Kicking truly. Matthew Johnson gives the Dockers what is back to a 7-point lead just as it ticks over to 7 o'clock local time here in the West. Fremantle 3-4-22, the Bulldogs 2-3-15, and we've travelled 14 minutes in the second term. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Sharrod Willingham and Chris Waterman.
Well, the ball just came out to Erasmus. Straight to him. Who was that? I mean, Hines is in the same spot.
You talk about that. So Hines set up as defensive as he could on the wing of the 666.
Yes, so he is on the point of the square for the defensive side of the...
and where did he go?
Went straight to the...
Straight back.
Straight to the defensive 50.
They're
and to be honest,
a team that's down by 50 points.
Yeah, and to be honest, it doesn't even look like they're bringing a half forward up.
I was watching that.
He's gone again. Cooper Hines once again started off the back edge of the square, ran backwards. Liberatore wins the clearance to the Dogs. English picks it up. Handball to Frazier, off to Liberatore again. Inside 50 to Dolan, who's taken the ground. It's as negative as I've seen a side who was 1 point down. Ball tossed up 50 metres out from the Dogs' goal. Inside 50 now. Frazier picks it up. Handball into the path of Liberatore. Quick kick towards the top of the square. McVie there to punch it over the line. Just gets there. Rush behind, 2-4-16 to 3-4-22. It was the kind of thing, though, that coaches do when they're trying to stop a 7-goal
offside. They're rolling the dice on the centre bounce. Yeah, they're just going to get the 1+ all night.
It's pretty negative football from Luke Beveridge and the Dogs.
Well, they've come in with a game plan of not allowing their big forwards to have any impact, and they're sticking to it for the time being.
Here's Warner to Reed. Imagine they would be well aware that Fremantle can get a hold of sides very quickly. Not that they're doing that at the moment. They want to make sure that doesn't happen to them tonight. As Reed, dangerous kick inboard. It was meant for Chapman. One down by the Bulldogs. Here's Dolan to Vandermeer. On hands and knees to Hines. Back to Dolan. Hand pass stolen by Murphy Reed. Put himself in the right spot. And then with a beautiful long kick out to O'Driscoll, who marks it right half back. Sweeping hand pass comes here to Clark. He'll take a bounce, head down the southern wing. Goes back by hand to Murphy Reid again. He was the goalkeeper, dare I say it, a short time ago, but he's turned it straight over. Brayshaw instead, he finds West, who marks.
And straight away you can see that they had nothing to go to even when they were in fast play.
On in turn to Bramble. Kicks the Bulldogs back inside forward 50, and here's Fraser. Marking between full forward and centre half forward. Could have played on by hand if he'd wanted to. I think sensibly decided, I'm right in front. I'll go back. In fact, Vandermeer.
They should have scored a goal on that last bit of play, though.
Fremantle?
Western Bulldogs.
Oh, yeah. That's
absolutely muffed
extra.
So just to clarify for people, it was Fraser who marked, but the free kick had already been paid in the marking contest to Vandermeer. That's why he's got it right in front. Vandermeer comes in, and I bet he's hoping that Fraser had the shot because he's missed from 45 out to the right-hand side. Minor scored the Bulldogs. 3-4-22 plays 2-5-17 got in the second term.
And Bevo would know that these opportunities we've got to make them happen for us to win.
Yep. Long kick in from Ryan. Cox the target. Couldn't mark. Brayshaw at ground level. Quick handball to Rasmus. Couldn't gather. Brayshaw went back out after it. Gathered on the wing. Left foot snap up the line. It bounces on its end and then goes out of bounds. Free kick the way of the Dogs. Jed Buslinger takes it. All the down south WA products playing on each other. Jed Buslinger and Jai Amos. So goes back inboard the Dog to Bailey Williams and then runs past, receives the handball, running off half-back. Terrible kick from Buslinger. Straight to Matt Johnson in the centre square. Wanted to go deep. Instead, handball short to Brayshaw, who now loads up. Long kick to the goal square. Buslinger with a fist. Out towards the boundary line. Ball in to come. Left forward pocket for the Dockers.
Unusual that Fremantle just don't seem to be picking the right option tonight for some reason. They're making it a little bit too easy for Western Bulldogs to create turnovers.
Mason Cox in the ruck up against Tim English. Cox to the front, takes it out of the ruck, tries to get on his boot, does so, only finds the boundary line though. Ball will be spun back into play, still inside the left forward pocket. Tim English, of course, drafted out of WA, out of South Fremantle. Mason Cox, formerly of Texas. Very far away from each other. Ball spun back in. Cox trying to get a hand on it over the back. Sanders, ball wouldn't sit for him. Allowed Fraser, though, to come in for the Dogs. Handballs it to Liberatore. High kick to the wing. Big pack in there. Pearson Chapman comes out off hands to Vandermeer for the Dogs. Inboard to Artie Jones, who's tackled out of bounds by Neil Erasmus. Ball to be tossed back in. Attacking side of the northern wing for the Dockers. They lead 3-4 to 2-5. 5-point margin.
And Texas via Collingwood. Hasn't lost as a Docker, Mason Cox. Up against the English. Shoves English out of the way. Can take it cleanly himself. Ball's been left on the deck. Richards picks it up. Gave it to Sanders. Goes back by hand. Missed a teammate. Jones gathers. Kicks back towards the commentary wing. Wanted to make the mark then. Croft, he disappointed. Had a chance and then slipped over as Ryan stepped away from him. Ryan for the Dockers. Goes back to McDonald. Kicks towards the wing. Here's Mason Cox. Underneath it. Had the height advantage, certainly against Jones. Marks and plays on immediately to Murphy Reid. Steers it back to Brayshaw. He marks on the logo, and that is 50 metres. It's going to go against Vandermeer, but no one went to stand on the mark. Everyone just stood around looking at each other.
There was no one on the mark. Vandermeer, it looked like he tried to get around to leave enough space to not be impeding the protected zone, which I think was pretty close. Like that's 4 or 5 metres.
One thing they tell you is don't raise your arms when you go through there. It's a natural reaction to do it.
Yep.
But don't.
But that's a big penalty for just that.
Yeah. Here comes Brayshaw from 45 metres out. Slight angle to the left. He misses to the right. Minor score.
Maybe a reflection, as they say, the footy gods.
The footy gods. 3-5-23 to 2-5-17. 21 gone in the second term.
As they say in the basketball game, ball don't lie. Dogs bring the ball back into play. Richards receives it at half-back. Goes short to Liberatore. Has a runner in Sanders. Feeds him the handball. Sanders goes out to Selwood. Back to Sanders, and he kicks the turf. As he goes to kick the footy forward, he goes straight back at the Dockers. McDonald Gives it to Johnson. Handball inside to McVie. Now O'Driscoll. Under pressure at half-back. Kicks a high, looping ball from one side of the arc to the other. And Erasmus under pressure was good. Took the mark and can spear it back to centre-half forward, where McVie has it. Interesting kick from Sanders. He just booted the turf as he went to kick it. The Dockers, meanwhile, go out to Chapman. Plays on. Down the southern wing. Takes a bounce. West corrals him. Now handballs to McDonald. He goes inboard by foot to centre wing where Young can gather. Turn. Spears a kick up the attacking side to Dudley. 75 metres out from goal. Just beyond right half 40. Spins the footy in his hands. Dudley goes into the pocket looking for Voss, who takes the mark between a couple of dogs. Right on the boundary line, right forward pocket. He'll go back and stand pretty close to the junction. And he'll start outside the boundary, Patrick Voss. Kick for about 45 metres out.
Check side, Shaz, or will you go and drop punt here?
Probably a little bit far from my check side, but I'll be putting it to the top of the square.
It'll take his absolute best, Patrick Voss, and the celebration would follow if he kicked it from here. Voss from right on the boundary, 45 metres out. It's across the face. Mason Cox went up, couldn't mark. It's off hands and out of bounds. There's 3 dogs, 1 Mason Cox. All in to come, left forward pocket for the Dockers. They lead by 6.
Hard up against the left hand. Behind post. Boundary umpire puts it back into play. Cox got there first. Tapped it down. Richards ran straight into trouble. Sarong's got him. That's holding the ball. He took him on, and there's a little bit of afters in all this as well. Cox, unsurprisingly involved. Bit to say with Caulfield. Still it continues. Jackson's been pushed to ground by Bonsampelli. Switkowski was there. The wrestle continues off the ball.
It's Voss under it all.
Surprise, surprise. Sarong's got the ball in his hand. Young got dragged out of it then by Selwood. And Voss eventually climbs up off the deck. There'll be an enormous cheer for him.
He's filthy, his jumper's not ripped.
I was about to say, he's at least kept the jumper intact tonight. Caleb Sarong, meantime, tries to ignore all of that. He trots in, and he kicks the goal for Fremantle. They're fourth. 4-5-29 to 2-5-17. Liberatore again goes just for a little bump into Luke Jackson. That is fighting out of your weight division. And everything's calmed down a little bit. The Dockers have got their 4th goal. They're up to a 12-point advantage at the 24-minute mark of the 2nd. Friday night footy on ABC Sport, ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and News Radio, and streaming on ABC Listen. Our experts Chris Waterman and Sharad Wellingham.
Well, they got a goal out of nowhere, just a good honest tackle by Sarong, and I'm not surprised to see a little bit of pushing and shoving. Michael Selwood's definitely not going to take a backward step no matter how tall you are.
Right, chance
game on here.
Turned over, aren't you?
Ball back in the middle. English took it out of the ruck, tackled, dropped it, holding the ball. Free kick to the Dockers. Bolton has it. Goes wide to the wing. Johnson's all on his own. Takes the mark. Can run towards the 50. Long kick inside. Tracy's the target. Big fist Karmas out into space in the left forward pocket. Frederick will be the first one there for the Dockers. Couldn't gather. There to lend support for the Dogs was Croft. Lost it though. Frederick has it back for the Dockers. Handball to Bolton. Retreats outside, attacking 50 to McVie, who's one-on-one with Jones. Able to shake the tackle, and then on the second attempt was caught. Lost his footing after he got away from Artie Jones, who jumped back on, got him holding the ball. Jones wins a free kick, goes short to Sanders. Able to play on. Runs up the wing looking for a target. Kicks Pearce, drop back in front of the pack. Couldn't take the mark. Dolan taps it to his advantage. Now gathers. 55 out. Swings a handball inboard to Bonsampelli. Sells a bit of candy. Back to Dolan. Right forward pocket. Centres it up. Looking for a marking target. None taken. It spills to Riley West in game 100. He kicks the goal on his left boot. Well, it's not going to be pretty tonight for the Bulldogs. But that's how they're going to do it. Riley West cuts the margin back to 6 points. 3-5-23 the Bulldogs. The Dockers a 4-5-29. 26-minute mark approaching in the second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sports. Sharad Wellingham, Chris Waterman. It's a dogfight.
It is a dogfight, and it was just interesting that you just need a little bit of class in all of this somewhere. And Bontempelli's handball he drew the bloke in, just got it away, and it just gave Dolan a bit of time and space to make his mind up, although he nearly bungled it up. But young Riley was good enough to...
It would have been Hines again, because Hines was the one who dropped the mark.
The restart. One down here by Jackson. The ball pinballs around. Young tries to gather, dives on top of it, met by two Bulldogs. It's been locked in here by Liberatore. Umpire says we'll ball it up. So two of the 100 gamers in Riley West and Josh Tracy, both kicking goals so far this evening. Jackson slapped it down. It came in the direction of Richards. Tackled immediately, and that's a throw dump tackle against Brayshaw. Carry on with it afterwards. He pleads his case, throwing the arms out to suggest I didn't do anything wrong. Kicks inside forward 50, leading out lob marks.
Well, he's been leading all night, Rory Lobb, just being a presence. I'm glad to see he's finally got one here. Just really needs to finish off.
Rory Lobb. Not popular. The Dockers faithful after the way he left. Comes in from 45 out. He liked it the moment it left the boot. He won't care what the locals think. He'll celebrate with his teammates. The Dogs get around him as he levels the scores at the 28-minute mark of the second term. Rory Lobb gets his first. The Bulldogs get their fourth. 4-5-29, both the Dogs and the Dockers. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, well, it's a dogfight, Mitch.
Yes.
Well, and do you know what? I reckon pre-game, if you had have said it was going to be 29 apiece at half-time and only 4 goals scored from either side, I would have said no chance.
No.
It's not what I envisaged.
No, we thought there was going to be an early start from one of them.
You've noticed they've swapped the defensive winger in the last couple of stoppages.
Yeah,
so
it's the open side.
It's the far side now, and it is Hines, the Dogs, who's starting.
And a number of times the wings made an immediate impact, but no reward for it.
English gets up, taps it straight down to Liberatore. High ball on the left boot towards centre half forward. No mark taken out the back. Bolton there first for the Dockers. Handball backwards to Ryan. Loops it forward to Johnson. Quick on his feet, but tackled. Taken, lost the ball. Bontempelli got him. Free kick to the Dogs. A little bit of energy and pep in their step now as Bontempelli kicks inside forward. 50. Big pack, no mark. Frederick at the back for the Dockers. Tackled high. Free kick 30 metres out from his own goal. The Dockers just take a deep breath as he goes laterally, slightly backwards to Luke Ryan into the right back pocket. Takes his allotted time, now kicks it down the southern wing, looking for a mark. Tracy at the back, big fist came again from O'Donnell at the fall of the ball. Taken by Sanders, handball forward only as far as Brayshaw. He gets it to Bolton for the Dockers, who just breaks the ankles of Cooper Hines, just stepped away from him, sent him to the ground, took a bounce, and the siren sounded as he was off for the races. Shea Bolton, but that was a genuine ankle breaker on Cooper Hines, who lost the feet. He won't care. He's kicked 2 goals in the first half, and the Bulldogs are level pegging with the ladder leaders. 4-5-29 apiece after 2 quarters of footy here at Perth Stadium.
So the goal kickers for the Dockers, Sarong, Jackson, Tracy and Johnson. For the Bulldogs, Cooper Hines with a couple. West and Lobb, the other goal kickers for the visitors. Scores level at half-time, 4-5-29 apiece, after it was the Dockers leading by 1 behind at quarter time. Quick score check in the National Rugby League for you. Again, the earlier game down in Wollongong. The Dolphins beat the Dragons there, 28 points to 22. Early in the second half between the Storm and the Bulldogs in Melbourne. It's the Storm leading 20 points to 16. We'll get a Commonwealth Games update for you very shortly. Also, take the latest from the ABC newsroom. But first, on Friday Night Footy here on ABC Sport, let's get the thoughts of our experts. Premiership players, both of them, Sharon Wellingham and Chris Waterman.
Well, I did say prior to the match I'd be surprised if 5 or 10 minutes to go this game, Western Bulldogs would still be in it. But the way they're tracking, they might be. But we're going into this third quarter now, which is Fremantle's
prime time
and turn-up time. But no surprise that we're in an absolute dogfight and Liberatore's got more possessions than anyone on the ground. I mean, it's just his style of game. It's been a hard game to process. No one's, apart from him, there's been a lot of sort of standout moments, but no real standout situations from either players and others. Everyone's just fighting. So it's, if you were to pick 5 or 6 good players on the ground, it's very difficult right now. And the Bulldogs are just trying to get hold of 4 or 5 opportunities a corner, make the most of them, and that's it.
That's the thing, isn't it? They're really relying on being effective when they do get their opportunity.
When they get their chances, and they haven't been.
But if they were to be, I mean, you'd say 3 of their 5 behinds have been gettable.
Yep.
And so then the kind of the script's flipped, isn't it? And it's, well... So from here, we've got the data in front of us, and we can see Western Bulldogs absolutely dominating their defensive 50. So up 28 possessions, ground balls they're up 6, and it's 6-12. So they're 100% up on Fremantle's forward 50 versus Western Bulldogs defensive 50. Contested possessions. Everything's just leaning towards the Western Bulldogs relying on turning it over in their defensive 50 via getting numbers back and flooding it and making it really, really difficult for Fremantle to have any process in their forward 50. And then just kind of getting it to a contest. How many dump kicks from defensive 50? Just get it to a contest and then try and get a stoppage, or get a ground ball, front and centre at that contest and try and get a fast play to a one-on-one or a 2 isolated one-on-ones inside their forward 50. But like you said, Murray, it's going to be like a reliance on opportunity.
Exactly, that's all it is.
Yeah, and if Fremantle are able to be effective, they're not that they're giving up centre ball ups, but they're either saying we're going to win it and get inside our forward 50, or if Fremantle win it, we're going to turn it over when it goes inside to their forward 50.
They won a couple of balls out to that winger, so I think Fremantle have worked that out.
Yeah.
So the Dogs have got to be onto that. So
hitting, almost, you reckon they'd be going, let's hit it. Our hit 2 will be the other side.
They know where they're going.
Yeah.
If they can, to get out to that free winger.
I don't think he's been damaging.
No, he's only got it a couple. There was only once when we picked it up here and Erasmus got it.
Johnson got the other side.
Got this, yeah.
But
Johnson scored that goal. So,
but there's been nothing from it. So that was
not
perfect.
really.
It was perfect from Johnson, where he got the ball on the outside, came straight back into
the middle. Everything fell into place. I'm surprised, as you said, that they haven't rushed a half forward up. They're not willing to do that. They just want to go one short through the midfield right from the start.
It's strange, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It's been
a weird game, and there's no way we were expecting this 4 goals apiece at half time.
It's been ugly but effective.
Yes.
From
the Bulldogs,
you'd have to say tick to the Bulldogs.
Yeah. They've come in with a plan. They've been able to execute it. It hasn't been pretty and exciting, but wow. Who cares if you're a Bulldogs fan?
If they're ticking this off at 3/4 time, because this is their go time for Fremantle, then they're right up to their neck in this, Bulldogs.
Absolutely they are. They're right in it at the moment. Dockers fans would know that they are the best third quarter team in the competition. They've won 15 so far this year. But the Bulldogs doing everything they would want. They've been able to drag this into a real arm wrestle, and we know how good the Bulldogs are at that type of game. Very shortly, Zane Bojack will give us the latest from the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. But here, with the score level at 4-5-29 apiece between Fremantle and the Western Bulldogs at Perth Stadium, we will pause and take the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Melanie Scott. Hamas has agreed to completely disarm following months of talks with US President Donald Trump's Board of Peace, saying its arms would be stored and kept under the control of the new Palestinian administration in Gaza. The BBC's Jeremy Bowen has more.
Hamas, first of all, have a new leader, Khalil al-Hayya. I interviewed Khalil al-Hayya a year into the Gaza war in Doha, and he's a savvy political kind of guy. And I think that what Hamas have been doing is adopting more of the traditional strategies used by the Muslim Brotherhood. Now, the Muslim Brotherhood is an organization founded in Egypt a century ago. It's still very influential in many countries. And they use a strategy of using religious instruction, social and welfare services. So I think Hamas are trying to relaunch themselves ultimately as more of a political organization.
Israel is yet to comment on the announcement. 13-year-old Layla Jeffrey, who was allegedly murdered by a 16-year-old boy in Western Victoria earlier this month, has been remembered as a social girl at her funeral today in the town of Donald. Tamara Clark reports.
300 people attended, creating a sea of pink ribbons, black hoodies and Hello Kitty pants, which were Layla's favourite clothes. Senior Pastor Lisa Woods led today's service, and Layla's aunt Caitlin presented her eulogy, describing Layla as a moth who attracted friends wherever she went. And Layla's father, Aaron, also presented a poem in Layla's honour. Layla was allegedly murdered at the start of July. Her family declared her missing to police on July 4th. Her remains were found days later in bushland near the Richardson River.
Gina Rinehart has put the ABC and its board on notice for comments made about the mining magnate in an episode of Race Around the World, a television show which follows 6 Australian filmmakers across 10 countries over 100 days. In the episode, aired on July 12, contestant Kate McGuinness portrayed a fictional scenario that involved a violent attack on Miss Rinehart, including using a stick to turn her into a big sausage roll. Miss Rinehart's company, Hancock Prospecting, wrote to the ABC board on July 23 regarding the continued publication of the episode. However, a company statement said the ABC board and senior management had provided no substantive response. An ABC spokesperson confirmed it had received correspondence from lawyers acting for Miss Rinehart and would respond in due course. Victorian teachers are threatening a third statewide strike in mid-August if the state government doesn't meet its enterprise bargaining demands. Members of the Australian Education Union's Victorian branch had a state council meeting today to discuss what next steps to take amid a stalemate over pay, conditions and school funding. Union President Justin Mullally says members are demanding Premier Ben Carroll come back and negotiate.
If that doesn't happen, then members will stop work right around the state for 24 hours on Wednesday, the 19th of August. This is a critical time for the Carroll government.
The Victorian opposition is pledging to expand the number of crimes covered by adult time laws. Last year, the state government introduced sentencing reforms for children aged 14 and over, meaning those who commit serious crimes such as aggravated home invasion and carjacking now face adult sentences in adult courts. The opposition is proposing to add 5 more offences to the crimes covered by the laws if it wins the November state election, including theft of a motor vehicle and attempted carjacking. Shadow Attorney General James Newbury wouldn't rule out adding more offences to the list.
87 cars are stolen every single day. We are seeing a crime crisis in this state. Frankly speaking, Victorians are sick of offenders being let off without a punishment.
A senior advisor to FIFA President Gianni Infantino has resigned effective immediately in protest at proposals to sell a stake in the Soccer World Cup. Carlos Queiroz has called the plan a bad deal for football, saying he had no involvement in this proposal and he opposes it unequivocally. The Asian Football Confederation, along with its counterparts in Europe and North and Central America and the Caribbean, have all opposed the plan. FIFA has blamed incorrect media reports for the hostile reception its plans have received. ABC News.
Dodging on the blind side.
In the snow, I've always been told if you start stumbling, grumbling or mumbling, ask for help.
Roy and HG.
You've only got to almost walk past a table that's got a beer on it
you become,
legless.
Ryan HG on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Driscoll can mark, had to be strong and was. Now delivers it inside 50 to Josh Tracy. 40 metres out directly in front. Josh Tracy directly in front. In game 100, turns his back on the kick because it went straight through the middle. Never in doubt for the big kahuna. Kennedy though for the Dogs at ground level. Handball to Ed Richards on his right boot, goes short and finds Cooper Hines, who has the chance to go back and have a crack at his second goal of the night. Cooper Hines, set shots, is good. He doubles up, he's got 2 goals. The Dogs answer back, they cut the margin back to 1 point.
Rasmus steps inside Liberatore, kicks the centre half forward, finds Jackson who marks. Plays on by hand to Johnson running by, receives the hand pass, kicks the goal! Kicking truly, Matthew Johnson. Knox got there first, tapped it down, Richards went straight into trouble. Sarong's got him, that's holding the ball. He took him on, and there's a little bit of afters in all this as well. Cox, unsurprisingly involved. Caleb Sarong, meantime, tries to ignore all of that. He trots in, and he kicks the goal for Fremantle.
Zolan taps it to his advantage, now gathers. 55 out, swings the handball inboard to Bonson-Valley, sells a bit of candy, backs to Zolan, right forward pocket, centres it up, looking for a marking target, none taken. It's still Sir Riley West in game 100. He kicks the goal on his left boot.
Brayshaw carry on with it afterwards. He leads his case. Throwing the arms out to suggest I didn't do anything wrong. Kicks inside forward 50, leading out Lombard's. Comes in from 45 out. He liked it the moment it left the boot. He won't care what the locals think. He'll celebrate with his teammates. The Dogs get around him as he levels the scores.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
Scores are level at half-time here at Perth Stadium. 4-5-29 apiece between the Dockers and the Bulldogs. Let's find out what is happening at the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. Zane Bojack is watching on. Zano.
Clint, we won 2 bronze medals on day 8 in athletics and boxing. We'll start at the SEC Centre where Aussie welterweight Eve Elizabeth Bryson, she did lose to England's Sasha Hickey. That was via a unanimous decision in the 65-kilo semi-final, but she secured a bronze medal along with Scotland's Caitlin Rainey. Hickey's set to face Northern Ireland's Casey Rock in the gold medal bout. And Australian Jacob Kasser will fight for gold in the men's 65-kilogram division after a dominant victory over his Lesotho, it's hard to say that, Lesotho opponent in the semi-finals. The 19-year-old Victorian won all 3 rounds. Now, the second bronze for today came as a result of the rerunning of the women's 1,500 metres T54 final. That's at Scottstown Athletic Stadium. Hometown hero Melanie Woods, she won gold and set a new games record. She repeated her effort of 2 nights ago when crashes marred the race. Naomi Alphonse from Mauritius and Aussie Eliza Alt-Connell from the ACT filled the top 3. Both of those were knocked out of contention in the first final, while fellow Aussie Michaela Dingley, she finished 6th after having her hands on bronze in that first race. Now, Alt-Connell had to compete an hour later alongside Aussie teammate Amy Fisher, both qualifying for the 400 metres T54 final with season best times. Move to the long jump. Wollongong's Delta Armadzovsky recorded a best jump of 6.55 to finish 4th in Group A qualifying. She won't know whether she's in the top 12 until Group B is finished. Our 4x400 metre mixed relays got through the final. They finished 2nd behind Nigeria. Remember, Nina Kennedy and Lockie Kennedy and Tori Lewis will all vault and run for gold after about 4 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time later on this morning. The cycling program's got underway at the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome. Felicity Wilson-Haffenden set to race for bronze after qualifying 4th in the 4,000 metres individual pursuit. She'll face 19-year-old Scot Erin Boothman after England's Josie Knight and Anna Morris of Wales, the 2 most recent world record holders, set up a showdown in the gold medal final. In the women's sprint, Molly McGill, the BMX convert, set a new personal best time of 10.69 seconds and qualified 10th. but lost her quarter-final to England's Katie Marchant. Commonwealth Games debutante Lilia Tatarinov, she rode a personal best of 10.816 to qualify 12th. She lost her quarter-final to Welsh rider Rhian Edmonds, and Alessia McCaig, national champion in both the sprint and the Keirin the last 3 years. She raced around the 200 metres in 10.677, good enough to make the top 8. She got knocked out by Olympic champion Elise Andrews. We've had 3 wins in the lawn bowls. Men's pair, Corey Wedlock and Aaron Tees, they won against Tonga in a tiebreak. Our paramen's pair in the B6, B8 section, Damien Delgado and James Reynolds, they were forced to tiebreaks in all 4 of their matches. But guess what, Clint? They kept winning. They eked out another result. And our defending gold medalist in the women's singles, Alan Fife, she's moved to the top of the standings. She had an 11-3, 10-5 win over Daphne Arthur Ullmand from the Falkland Islands. Well, finally, in judo, Joshua Katz won his 60-kilogram round of 16 clash against his Rwandan opponent. And Vass Middleton's through to the quarterfinals after scoring 3 Yukos against his Nauru opponent. There you go. I wrapped it up for the moment. More later. Back to you.
Good on you. Comprehensive as always. Zane Bojack. What a scene we're seeing here at Perth Stadium. All the effects, all the lights. It's sparkling at the moment as everyone gets their mobile phones out and the lights flash away to the music we can hear in the background. The Bulldogs and the Dockers are both out preparing for the second half. What are the numbers from the first half? Tell us, Mitch Turner.
Some of the team stats from the first half. The Dockers going at 81% disposal efficiency to the Dogs 74, so fairly clean game. The clearances, though, the Dogs getting on top that quarter, 19-15 their way. The tackle count, 31-30 Fremantle's way. The inside 50s, 25-14 still the Dockers' way, so the Bulldogs have been much more efficient. The hit-outs, 19-18 favouring the visitors. The free kick count, for what it's worth, 11-8 the way of the Dogs. Individually, Tom Liberatore up to 18 disposals, just keeps on keeping on. He has 5 clearances as well. Cooper Hines, 14 disposals to go. There's 2 goals, 13 for Bontempelli, and then Williams, Sanders and Richards all with 11 touches for the Dogs. For the Dockers, Luke Ryan has the most disposals for them, 14 touches for Carl Warner, 12 disposals, and then 10 apiece for Brayshaw, Jackson, Sarong, Bolton and Johnson. And as you mentioned earlier, Cooper Hines, the only multiple goal kicker on the ground with 2. It is 4-5-29 apiece.
It's been an arm wrestle since the very start. There were no late changes to either side. They traded behind early on. Fremantle with a 1-point lead at quarter time. And again, a couple of goals to try and sneak ahead. The Bulldogs able to respond with 2 goals in 2 minutes. Kicked by West and Lobb, which sees us all at level at half-time. Bulldogs break from their side huddle. Cross half forward at the Farmer Freeway end of Perth Stadium. The Dockers already heading to their position. Mason Cox, as expected, will head down to the bench. So Driscoll alongside him. So too Michael Frederick, a couple of the others. Bulldogs, they're in their away white Guernsey. The white shorts, the white socks. The Dockers in the traditional home purple. And already there's a bit of push and shove in the middle. Hayden Young spotted Bontempelli going across in the direction of Jackson, put himself in the way. Richards gives Brayshaw a shove as we're about set for a start here in the second half. This is the quarter where the Dockers tend to get cranking. There's no better team in third quarters, the premiership quarter in 2026 than Fremantle. They've won 15 of them. The Bulldogs have won 10. Will we see the Dockers wrest this game away? Will the Dogs be able to hang on again? It's all in front of us here on ABC Sport. Here's Mitch Turner as the lights come back into action at Perth Stadium.
You said it's been a directive from the Dogs. They've been going after Luke Jackson all night. Started again in this second half. Ball up in the air. Neither Jackson or English got a good hand on it. Jackson did the roving at ground level. Tackled by his opposing ruck. Ball quickly back up in the air. Jackson taps it Dockers' way. Bramble, though, was good. Came through traffic. Handball off to Ed Richards. Kick inside. Forward 50 off hands. No mark taken. Dolan at ground level was tackled. Handballed it dangerously inside for the Dogs. No one can take clean possession. Now through traffic west. Gets a little quick kick forward. It ricochets off Clark and Arthur Jones and goes through off the bodies for a minor score to open up the second half. It puts the Dogs in front for 6:30. The Western Bulldogs, Fremantle are 4-5-29, just 40 seconds travelled in the second half.
First time the Bulldogs have led in the game as Clark long beyond defensive 50 towards centre half back. Knocked down by Tracy, spills to Jackson. Hand pass stolen away by Bramble. Goes back by hand to Bontempelli. Kicks towards full forward. Warner defensive mark against Jones. Has it for the Dockers. Tries to bite off almost more than he can chew, but the kick went past Richards and Switkowski marked at centre half back. Immediately out to Erasmus, just shy of the southern wing. Moves it on by foot to Dudley. Takes the mark, turns and goes. Kicks towards Amos. And he hits him on the chest, leading out. Marks 47 from goal, 45-degree angle to the left.
Yeah. Again, Bulldogs got one little look and didn't quite get it, but this could be the start of what you're thinking, Mitch. 5 or 6 goal quarter. If he can nail this.
Mitch, say nothing. Nothing.
No, he's already said it at half time.
Jai Amos has 48 goals, 30 for the season. This is from 52 metres out. The kick misses to the left-hand side.
We've done it again, Mitch Turner.
I didn't do it.
4-6-30 the score. Scores level again. 2 gone, third term.
Just to try and prove a point, I've turned my back on that kick. And he still missed it. Bramble, he kicks in. Plays on. Kicks it long to the southern side. Vandermeer at the back coming across Selwood as well. Neither could mark from the Dogs. It's off hands and out of bounds. Going down off the ball. Caleb Sarong, little ginger, getting to his feet. Andrew Brayshaw had a little bit of a little right knee concern. He's a bit proppy out there at the moment. Pushed the trainer away about a minute ago. He's near this pack. Ball tossed back in off hands. Comes to Ed Richards. Somehow gets the ball squeezed out. Tapped into the path of Clark and Liberatore. Clark just bumped Liberatore off it. Hines, though, came in and stole it for the Dogs. Handball to Fraser. Kick up the wing. Good mark. Rory Lobb. Down low. Had McDonald draped all over him. Took a really strong mark, attacking side of the southern wing. The kick inboard wasn't great. Clark got a hand on it, spilt those still to Liberatore. The Dogs keep possession, out to Hines, inside forward 50, going back with courage. Unsurprisingly, it was Carl Warner, trademark of his game. Intercepts the ball deep in defence for the Dockers.
Here's Warner beyond defensive 50. Looking for English, got a little nudge in the back, and the free kick will go his way too. It's against Jackson. Dockers fans won't like it, but it was definitely there, and English will kick him to the right forward pocket. Jones flew, couldn't mark. Dolan at the back, hands it down to Fraser. Sweeping hand pass forward. Ryan might have tackled his opponent without the football in West. Umpire says play on. The Dockers can clear. Comes out to Erasmus, who marks just beyond defensive 50 at left half back from the McDonald kick. Scores level, 4-6-30 apiece between the Dockers and the Bulldogs. 4 gone in the third.
Liberatore up to 19 disposals. The kick goes up the wing. Jackson couldn't mark Murphy-Reid. Breaks the Liberatore. Tackle with the Dockers. Kicks ahead to Dudley. He's got space. Has players in front of him. Kicks from 50. Long towards goal. Dudley misses. And he had options. Isaiah Dudley, the eyes lit up like the Friday night lights. He misses. The Dockers, though, go ahead. 4-7-31 to 4-6-30.
And there's one in the forward pocket, and Tracy coming out from full forward.
No, he had to take the shot. You put the half-time mocker on him, Mitch. I'm telling you, it's going to go all quarter.
The Bulldogs go beyond defensive 50. It comes to Caulfield, and now out towards Dolan.
He copped an earful from Patrick Voss, who was on in the pocket.
Dolan goes on a bit of a trundle and stabs the kick short and finds Selwood, who marks against Tracy. He's got an option out to his left. That's where it goes. Caulfield gathers. Stabs it short to Williams. Bailey Williams. Just in front of the interchange gates. Uncertain what to do with it, so we'll kick high towards the top of the attacking 50. Off the hands of Fraser. Spill down to Chapman to the Dockers, to McDonald. Goes short by foot and finds Erasmus. Not far enough to be a mark, so he has to play on. Wants someone to come towards him. In that direction, Amos. Worked off it by Karmas, who stabs it short inside 50. Bullet foot pass to West, who's already got 1 goal tonight. The son of a gun. He'll be kicking from about 52 out, 45-degree angle to the right. He decides he'll lay it off into the right forward pocket and turns it over. He wanted the lead of Lobb and then dropping back into space. And made to earn it too was McDonald. He copped the clip on the head from Lobb in the process of taking the mark. Dockers lead by a point, 6 gone, third turn.
McDonald sends it back out. That southern side, Amos pushed out of the contest on this occasion by Karmas. Wins the free kick. Long way from where he's done his best work this year in the forward 50. He's just beyond left half back and goes further back by a foot to McDonald. Inside defensive 50, full switch completed as Ryan receives it right half back and chips it further ahead to Warner. Just below our commentary position, attacking side of the northern wing. Dangerous kick inside the 50. He got it to the hands of Chapman, who spilt the mark. The Dogs turn it over. West, though, fumbles the handball, allows Fremantle to win it back. Murphy Reid handballs it to Erasmus. Now gets it back on the southern wing. Kicks ahead, looking for a marking Amos, and Karmas was brilliant. Came from a long way away to close the space. Was able to knock it out of bounds. They'll reset, boundary throw-in to come. Slightly favouring the attacking side of the southern wing for the Dockers. They lead by a point. 7 minutes travelled in the third term.
Those opportunities, Muddy. Fumbling.
Made a meal of some of them, haven't they?
All spun back in. Jackson got rid of English. Couldn't take it cleanly. Sarong mopped it up. Hand pass back to Young. Stepped inside Richards. Dockers away through Erasmus. He kicks inside attacking 50. Tracy stretching. Couldn't mark. O'Driscoll out towards it. Selwood stole it away. Has it for the Bulldogs. Gave it to Croft. Juggles it across the boundary line. Not deliberately. Just couldn't get hands to it as much as he would have liked. And while that happened, his boots crossed the white line. It's over for a boundary throw-in. Spun back in, 25 out. The Dockers goal. One can get it away cleanly. Dudley off the deck, gave it back to Switkowski. Came again towards Voss. Now to Young. Hand pass over the shoulder. Wanted Jackson, couldn't take it. It's through Sanders, now onto Dolan, got tackled, knocked out to Vandermeer. It comes to Kennedy, racing through the middle. This is slick from the Bulldogs. To Sanders, to Kennedy again by hand. From right half forward, he wants Lobb, and he marks right forward pocket. He's got options on short if he wants to take them. He'll find one. Richards, I missed him. Then Vandermeer couldn't take it behind him. They've made an absolute meal of it, the Bulldogs. And the Dockers away through Warner. Hands it to Sarong and back to Warner.
Warner has players running ahead, chips it out in front of Erasmus. He takes a bounce, runs to 55, inside 50. Tracy marks. Oh, this is going to hurt the Dogs. When you say certain goal, that was a certain goal for the Bulldogs. And in the space of 10 seconds, Josh Tracy will be having a shot from 15 metres out, a 45-degree angle to the right.
They butchered it.
Absolutely butchered it. And slick rebound football from... strong mark from Tracy.
Vandermeer, I don't know what he's thinking. He put his hands up to everyone else. The ball bounced straight to you. You've got to expect that to come to you.
Dare I say it was a dog's breakfast.
If he called
Rory Lobb's job, his job's to kick goals.
Josh Tracy, to add insult to injury, that is goal number 2 for Josh Tracy in game 100. And that is rubbing salt in the wounds of the Dogs from one end to the other. Fremantle extend their margin out to 7 points. 5-7-37 Fremantle. 4-6-30 the Bulldogs. 9.5 played in the third term. So Rory Lobb had the mark inside 50. Could have had the shot. Had about 3 or 4 players open in the middle of the 50. Not a bad option to go inboard. Missed the kick. Then Vandermeer
missed Richards.
Fumbled the open pickup.
Yep. Well, I think Vandermeer called Richards out of it as well, because he pulled his hands down as if the call from Vandermeer behind was, I've got it. And then he's fumbled the ground ball, which is just unforgivable, really.
You can't do that against the ladder leaders. You've got to make them pay.
But why would you even call him out of it? Like, Richards is bang in front. Absolutely in front in the corridor, 30 out. If you call him out of it, you've got to at least get the footy. Lob in the middle. And they get a chance to redeem themselves, the Bulldogs. On in turn to Davidson. Kick towards right half forward. No mark taken. Dockers have the numbers. McVie, dangerous hand pass, but worked okay. On the bounce to Clark. To Young by hand at centre half back. To Bolton. Got away from Dolan. Stepped inside him. That was all class. To the run of Warner. Takes a bounce on the logo. Commentary wing. Kicks high into the right forward pocket. Tracy flew O'Donnell with the fist. Punched it across the boundary line. Throw in 30 outs from the Dockers goal.
I know the ball was coming in quickly, but I think Fremantle forwards all elected to stay deep, and Warner was just begging for a hit-up target.
Dockers lead by 7, 11 gone in the third. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Mason Cox gets in front of Lobb, won it down to Kennedy. Bounces away. Clearing kick from Liberatore, came back to him. Then Sarong's there. He gets absolutely monstered by Caulfield and Kennedy. Spilled out again. Chance for West to go beyond defensive 50. No mark taken. There was Pearce. Hand pass stolen by Dolan. Kick along the ground towards the wing. Chapman scooped it up for the Dockers. Gave it to Clark. Kicks back towards full forward for Freo. Karmas punches it away. Trying to get to it. Tracy. Kennedy got a tap on it. Came to Frederick. Got bumped into by Crop. Affected the kick. Good defensive play to Karmas. Gave it to Selwood. Selwood with a chance after Bustlinger gave it to him. And then has that gone out of bounds on the full? It has. A kick hugging the boundary is out of bounds on the full. And Switkowski now with an opportunity to have a shot at goal. Originally from Selwood, the clanger. Can Switkowski make them pay? He'll look to put it up towards the top of the goal square. Flying was Jackson. Couldn't get hands to it. Spilled down. Mason Cox gave it to Frederick. And he misses. Michael Frederick to the right-hand side. A minor score. 5-8-38 plays 4-6-30. The Dockers over the Dogs. 13 gone in the third. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
The Dogs actually come out this side, and the northern wing, the kick looking for Lobb was far too high. Couldn't get a hand on it, and that's saying something. It's out of bounds on the full. Carl Warner, disposal 19 for him, retreats all the way back inside the centre square to McDonald, who can mark. Play on, goes for a little run. Goes to the outer side. The mark can be taken by Erasmus. Spears a kick to left half forward. Switkowski has it about 70 out from goal. He's looking for a leading target at the back. Jackson flies, can't mark at ground level. It spills to Selwood. Just pumps it outside defensive 50. Erasmus went back, couldn't mark. Flying over the top was Croft. Ball spills to ground. Tied up is Erasmus. They'll ball it up 55 metres out. The Dockers attacking goal. Margin 8 points the way of the home side here at Perth Stadium. Up in the air, Cox taps it out to the path of Sarong. Gathers. Tackled by Bailey Williams. Ball spills free on the ground now. Sanders picks it up for the Dogs. Looping handball stolen by Erasmus. He had it knocked out in a tackle. Switkowski. Quick handball to Young. Kick forward through the hands of Tracy. Drops what he would normally mark, but it's coming all the way back. Free kick going the way of the Dockers, and Erasmus will be the recipient. It's going against Sam Davidson, I think, who just held on to Neil Erasmus a little long in the tackle. So he'll take the free kick, play on, runs to 50, kicks to the top of the goal square. Big pack flies, no mark taken. Jackson trying to throw a boot at it on the goal line. It rolls off hands and through for a minor score. 5-9-39 Fremantle, 4-6-30 the Bulldogs. 14 played in the third term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Bulldogs quickly up the corridor. Comes from Liberatore to Bustlinger. Out to the southern wing to Dolan. Sweeping it through to Davidson. Then to Sanders. Stabbing it short. It comes to Fraser. Gets it on again. Going back Sanders. Back to Fraser. Ran himself into trouble. Ping for holding the ball. No, umpire says play on. Comes out the side again to Williams. Works it on to Dolan. 51 out from goal. Hard up against the boundary. Centering kick. Big pack up off the hands of O'Driscoll. Spilled down to McDonald. To Cox. To McDonald. Did really well and found Voss. The clearing 50-metre defensive kick to Voss, who marks it right half back. The Dockers lead by 9. 15 gone in the third. Friday night footy on ABC Sports.
Voss kicks up the wing. Amos did well to make a contest. Got it to ground. Dudley handballs forward to Frederick. Just needs to gather his goal side of Fraser. He can't. Now he's tackled without the footy. Umpire says play on. Crowd not happy. It comes to Liberatore for the Dogs. Handball forward to Selwood. Then English off the left boot.
Gets it out towards Bramble. Has to contend with O'Driscoll. Handballs it to himself. O'Driscoll and Bramble going at it. Crashing in. Selwood won the footy and then is taken over the line by Voss. And those two have been at each other all night. And it continues through the interchange gates. Umpire's going to toss it back in as they separate the two. If they run Voss and Selwood back towards Fremantle's forward 50. Ball spun back in the meantime. Cox to the front, taps it out in front of O'Driscoll. Boundary line wins out. Ball will be tossed back in again, right in between the interchange gates for the Bulldogs.
If you're the property shield at Fremantle, you'd need a fair few 20s, wouldn't you? Already been stretched again. The Voss jumper, the Freo chant, as you can hear, rings around Perth Stadium. Cox won it down, but it went to Richards, gave it to Hines, kicked the Bulldogs towards left half forward. No mark taken off hands. Richard gathered again. Following up, he's kick inside forward 50. Clark gets back there, gathers for Fremantle, gave it to Warner by hand. He'll kick towards the logo, waiting underneath it is Selwood. Selwood immediately by hand. Works it on to Davidson, under pressure from Dudley. Got the hand pass forward. Moved on again to Kennedy. Stabs it inside the attacking 50. No mark taken again. Out to Kennedy once more. Continued to follow up. Hand pass onto Jones. Deep in the left forward pocket. Centering kick, McVee. Great defensive grab. He has it at fullback for the Dockers. Their lead remains 9 points. 17 gone in the third term.
McVee plays on. Kicks towards right half back where O'Driscoll can mark. Dockers just slow it down momentarily. Our experts, ABC Sport, Chris Waterman, Sharon Wellingham, both premiership players in the box. As O'Driscoll kicks up the wing. Kick finds Johnson, who lost Davidson. Has it slightly defensive side of centre wing in front of the two interchange benches. He chips further afield to Bolton, who marks, and chips another short 15-metre pass up the wing to Brayshaw. 5 metres in from the boundary. Dangerous kick inboard, but a good one. Hits Clark, attacking edge of the centre square. A lot of numbers inside 50, so instead he goes all the way across the centre square to Warner. Disposal 21 coming up for him. Goes back towards centre half forward where Dudley can mark. Very patient build-up by the Dockers. Dudley has it 65 out. Goes laterally again to Clark. Now across to McVee, who marks. Runs to 50, goes short. O'Driscoll in the pocket is on. Takes the mark.
Patient build-up. Just letting the Bulldogs get all their numbers back. They're protecting the goal square and the probably 15 metres around it. But numbers are free around the arc of the 50. Use them. And then...
I'll tell you what, he's playing some sort of game, Carl Warner. He's just building from behind the game.
Nathan O'Driscoll, tight angle to the right. He pulls it that way.
I can't believe some of the mistakes we've seen.
I would not want to be a Western Bulldogs.
He misses
right now.
5:10:40. The Dockers 4:6:30. The Dogs 19 minutes gone in the third term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Game's certainly still up for grabs. Dockers head from Mitch leading by 10 points, and there's a 50 metres here.
Exact same kind of scenario we saw from Vanier in the first quarter, I believe.
Well, he actually went to man the mark, Frederick.
Davidson.
That's what Vanier was trying to do.
No, he was clearing out.
Davidson gets the 50, goes in the middle of the ground to Karmas. Get out to Selwood now. Kicks inside, attacking 50, and the mark taken by Jones. 49 from goal. He'll start in line with the left hand behind post.
I'd be surprised if...
This is on his...
Yeah.
What do you reckon, Shaz?
I was
He got this?
waiting
He's going to run
somebody-
around, I think.
Waiting for somebody to fall asleep, maybe. All it takes is one defender to think about zoning off, but we can see the Fremantle forwards doing a really good job of clogging up all the leading lanes.
Arthur Jones, does he have the distance? He doesn't. He's going to put it towards the top of the goal square. He wanted English. One down here from the Dockers. It came to Richards. Stabs it back towards goal on the line. Knocking it through McDonald. Great save. 9-point margin now. Dockers in front of the Bulldogs into time on in the third.
Clark just strolled out from the kick into a couple of bounces. Kick to the wing. No mark off hands. Frederick for the Dockers. Got it to Jackson. Broke a tackle. Then Johnson just threw Bontempelli off him. Got it back to Murphy Reid.
uncharacteristically missed Brayshaw with the hands, went back and got it to Erasmus. He spun away from Vandermeer. He went short and found Frederick with a kick. Almost backs all the way onto his own bench as he now kicks inside forward 50. The Dockers desperate for a mark. Mason Cox flew, couldn't take it. Then goes again. Ball comes down to Sanders. Through hands. The Dogs dangerously handballed back to Bramble, who was caught and met solidly by Jackson. Didn't see him coming. Didn't have Pryor. It'll be tossed back up inside the Dockers attacking 50. English tapped it down. Richards off a step. High clearing ball looking for Jones or Vandermeer. Punched away by Clark. Frederick through traffic. Couldn't gather. Now becomes tackler on Dolan. Ball bobbling around in between wing and half forward. Croft couldn't rip it out. Chapman now smothers. Liberatore kicker goes out of bounds. Slightly attacking side of the northern wing, favouring the Dockers. They lead by 9 points, 21.5 played in the third term. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Just wonder whether they could throw Kennedy on the ball. He's been up forward all night, just to give a bit of run through the middle.
Liberatore leads all comers in regards to disposals. 24 at the moment. Thrown back in. Jackson got it down to Richards. Roved it well. Kicks the Bulldogs to centre half forward. Ryan up against West. They halve the contest. Trying to get to it, McDonald under pressure from Lobb. It's been held into him. Ball up inside the Bulldogs forward 50.
See, that's all Lobb has to do. Just create a contest, and I reckon he's done that well from all night.
He's also grabbed a big lot of McDonald's jumper there.
Restart Jackson didn't quite get to it. Bontempelli was lurking. Can he pick it up? He can. Tried to hand pass it forward. Jackson missed it. Richards gathers, bounces off Jackson, hands it along the ground. Bontempelli over the top. Brayshaw gathers. Got it for the Dockers, gave it to Johnson, went looking for Mason Cox, getting in front though and punching it over the boundary line. O'Donnell. It'll be a throw-in about 55 out from the Bulldogs' goal. Left half forward, they're heading to the left of our broadcast position, the Farmer Freeway end of Perth Stadium in this term. Bulldogs trail by 9 points, 23 gone in the third.
English jumped over the ball, came out the back to Richards, handball to Croft, right foot snap around the body. McVie couldn't mark the Dockers, spilled to Ryan, took on the tackler, somehow umpire didn't pay hold in the ball. It comes out to Liberatore, his flying shot is across the face, out of bounds on the full.
That was holding the ball. He got a boot to it, but he'd been taken to ground. Now, that is a clear hold of the ball. Very interested to see what Razor has to say about that one on Monday.
As I said, he was taking the ground, Luke Ryan, and then kicked the ball, but it was holding the ball long before the disposal. On the southern wing, Dudley gets into the back of the pack, rides the tackle, handball to Voss, who taps it to himself. Brilliant by Patrick Voss, flirting with the boundary line. He takes a bounce, handball inside to Switkowski, off to Murphy Reid, kick inside 50's a shocker. Misses everyone, finds only a Bulldog who clears the ball back into the middle of the ground, and Caulfield can mark defensive side of the centre square and go inboard to Bramble.
And Bramble almost gets run down, gets a kick away, but only as far as McDonald backing back takes the mark.
It's like the Bulldogs are confused when they find themselves in space at the moment. Not really sure of themselves.
They should have just run that through the middle, shouldn't they? They had 3 extras around the ball.
McDonald back to the southern wing. Mason Cox flew, bustling a one it down. Emerging with it is Frederick. Not sure where to go. Eventually gets a kick away into space at left half forward. Murphy Reid tracks it towards the boundary line. Has he kept it in? Oh, he has. That's ridiculous. Knocked it forward, then tried to kick it forward. Back there, Davidson turns it over. Oh, Sarong was there, standing just in the way, and the kicks hit him in the chest. First off, just stupendous play from Murphy Reid to keep that in play. And then just a moment of horror. Hines was the target, but Davidson instead found Sarong, who's now right in front of goal and will be kicking from no more than 25 out.
That is... Sarong starts his run up.
Here is Sarong. He makes the Bulldogs pay. He's got his second. Fremantle out to their biggest lead of the night, 15 points, 6-10-46 to the Bulldogs, 4-7-31, and it's almost a case of who will make less mistakes.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, that effort from Reid was, he kind of felt like he lost it. When Bramble ran away with the ball, he kind of felt like he been beaten in the contest, but his effort to keep it inbounds, to keep it continuing on forward for Fremantle, it was pretty remarkable. But then,
he had his worst kick inside 50 maybe of his career about a minute before it.
I was going to say, when he's dishing up kicks like that...
Yeah, it's contagious, obviously.
Everyone's making mistakes tonight.
Dogs doing the wing-back move again.
Ball in the middle, Jackson tapped it to Sarong, who went without it. It spills to Fraser. Liberatore it is, who gets the clearing kick out towards the wing. Warner again. Won it for the Dockers. Handball missed the target. Rolls out of bounds. Has to be no.
But that has to be a lasso or a non-disposal because he got given the...
Well, he missed his hand and dropped it, but he wasn't tackled. The umpire's kind of just said he's accidentally dropped it. Feels wrong that it's not the Dogs' ball, but it's a boundary throw-in. Just outside the Dogs attacking 50. Comes out the way of Hines. Tackled by Frederick. Dispossessed. Erasmus ushered out of bounds. It is one of those ones where, like, well, it's a legal disposal or it's last disposal. Not sure.
Certainly what it looked like.
The replay up there, Sharon.
So the tackle impacts the disposal. He doesn't get a hand on it. If he did get a hand on it, it went out of bounds. So it should have been a lasso.
Makes no sense. No logic in it, but that's okay. Ball tossed back in. English went without it. So too did Brayshaw at ground level. Ball bobbling around 55 out from the Dogs' goal as Sanders tackles Switkowski. Ball's going to be tossed up. 55 metres out for the Dogs' goal.
Just making another note for Ray Chamberlain. Extra time on Monday on Sport Digital. 9:30 in the east. 7:30 in the west, or thereabouts, as the kicker's up towards left half forward and off hands and over for a boundary throw-in.
Kennedy getting a free kick.
Ooh. For a holding decision.
I didn't see that one.
Well, it's arm from Ryan just around the stomach, but there's not much in that. Kennedy kicks towards full forward. Leaping up Jackson. Knocked away here by Vandermeer to Jones. Gives it back to Vandermeer. Snaps around the body. Oh, so close. Not to be. Touched on the way through. Another minor score. That would have been something. Touched in traffic on the way through. 6:10:46 plays 4:8:32. 28 gone in the third.
Ryan kicks into the pocket. McDonald marks. And that'll end the third quarter, which wasn't a great spectacle on Friday night footy. But the Dockers just slightly edged ahead. There was a level score at half-time, and now they have a 14-point lead at the final break. 6:10:46 Fremantle, 4:8:32 the Western Bulldogs.
So their 16th third-term victory of the season. Fremantle, as Mitch said, 14 points to the good at three-quarter time. Caleb Sarong's got 2, so too Josh Tracy, Luke Jackson with 1, Matthew Johnson with 1, while for the Western Bulldogs, as they were at half-time, no goal kickers in that third term. Cooper Hines with 2, Rory Lobb with 1, and Riley West with 1. Three-quarter time, Fremantle 6:10:46. The Bulldogs 4:8:32, but this game is still up for grabs wherever you are on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital News Radio, and on ABC Listen. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Are there any winners in the cost of living crisis? What's causing the algal bloom?
Questions. They've never been more important. So the one thing we'll never question is our duty to keep asking. ABC News. Keep asking.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
To Kennedy again by hand from right half forward. He wants Lobb and he marks right forward pocket. He's got options on short if he wants to take them. He'll find one. Richards, I missed him. Then Vandermeer couldn't take it behind him. They've made an absolute meal of it, the Bulldogs.
Warner has players running ahead, chips it out in front of Erasmus. He takes a bounce, runs to 55, inside 50. Tracy marks. Oh, this is going to hurt the Dogs.
Absolutely butchered it.
Josh Tracy to add insult to injury. That is goal number 2 for Josh Tracy in game 100.
Arthur Jones, does he have the distance? He doesn't. He's going to put it towards the top of the goal square. He wanted English. One down here from the Dogs. It came to Richards. Stabs it back towards goal. On the blind. Knocking it through McDonald. Great save. Murphy Reid tracks it towards the boundary line. Has he kept it in? Oh, he has. That's ridiculous. Knocked it forward, then tried to kick it forward. Back there, Davidson turns it over. Oh, Sarong was there. Standing just in the way Kicks hit him in the chest. Here is Sarong. He makes the Bulldogs pay.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Both NRL games full time. The Dolphins beat the Dragons 28-22 and the Bulldogs were too good for the Storm in Melbourne 36-22. We'll hear from our experts Chris Waterman and Sharad Wellingham in just a moment, but Akash Fodadar's got some news downstairs. Akash.
Yeah, late in that quarter, Nathan O'Driscoll ran off with the doctor. Just a little bit of a left elbow issue which he's had strapped up.
Good on you, Akash. We'll start across everything happening down on the boundary. The Dockers 6-10-46, the Bulldogs 4-8-32. Our experts here in the West, Sharad Wellingham and Chris Waterman.
Well, we didn't see a 5-goal quarter, but we saw 2. It wasn't very pretty.
Which tells us that the Bulldogs are right in this. I mean, some of the mistakes have been horrendous from both sides. I'd say more of them have been on the Western Bulldogs sides. Some of the non-decisions by the umpires are just mind-boggling, but some of the other ones were like, wow.
So a lot of those Western Bulldogs, the fumbles is what's really let them down when they're inside their forward 50. If they're able to clean it up and be effective and efficient and clean, do you think that they're a chance to close out the game and make it very close? Could we see a walk?
Well, it is very close. There's only 14 points in it, but they've been doing it all night, so I don't know whether they can. But both teams have made mistakes. I mean, we've seen Murphy Reid, we've realised he's actually a real person. I think inside 50 that went straight to the opposition.
The tough thing for the coaches at Western Bulldogs is you can't go in there and go, boys, we've just got to be clean, because then it just makes the players more scared and more nervous. You've got to address it.
The Dogs are on the right path. They've actually played this perfectly to them. They've just blown it with their own. They've had made a lot more silly mistakes than Fremantle.
They ranked 15th in final quarters this season. So the 3 teams
but nothing's lined up
Richmond,
tonight.
West Coast and Gold Coast.
You're going to blow everything tonight, Mitch. I can see that right now.
It's upside down world tonight.
Nothing's... the stats are all out the window.
I'm just saying, they traditionally this year finished poorly, so that's one thing that Luke Beveridge will have to try and combat here.
Fremantle are statistically supposed to be about 8 goals up right now, but it's just not working. This game is what Shaz just said. It's upside down. It's complete opposite of what we thought, and in some ways it's just keeping everyone on the edge of their chair.
Yeah.
Bizarro world.
They won the third quarter, though, so it's not that bizarre.
Perhaps Wharfie time might be required. By the way, if you're wondering what Wharfie time is, something that Fremantle do when it's within a goal in the last 5 minutes. Someone downstairs pushes the button, Wharfie time rings out around the stadium. This place just goes berserk. They've been doing it for about 3 seasons, but the rest of the nation, they woke up to it against Hawthorn a couple of weeks ago when it happened. One of the blockbuster events of the season so far. Will it be required to get the Dockers over the line tonight? Let's have a look at some of the other numbers. Mitch Turner.
Clearance numbers 29-18. The Dogs' way. They're smashing Fremantle on that stat. Freo lead the tackle count 45-42. Inside 50s, the Dockers' way. 37-29. The hit-outs 26-23. Fremantle's way. Tom Liberatore has 26 disposals and 6 clearances. Ed Richards 20 disposals and 7 clearances, 19 for Cooper Hines and Riley Sanders. For the Dockers, Carl Warner, 21 touches for him, 18 disposals for Oscar McDonald, 17 for Luke Ryan, 14 for Clark, Erasmus, Brayshaw, Murphy Reid. So the top 4 Dockers, all defenders in their disposal list, and they lead by 14 points.
I think it's exactly what
Warner's had a good game. He's had a good game, though, Carl Warner, and good for Oscar McDonald.
Final term underway. Mason Cox against English, neither with a telling tap. It comes out in the direction of Brayshaw, swung the boot at it, missed. Richards gathers for the Bulldogs, kicked up into the air. English flew, takes the contested mark against O'Driscoll. Immediately will kick inside their forward 50 to full forward. Pearce attacked the football, got hands to it, dropped it down to lob though to Jones, deep in the right forward pocket. Tried for the spectacular. Has he kept it in for any score at all? Not sure. Umpires will converge. What's the goal umpires say here?
Again, I'm confused by the English mark, why the Fremantle players were allowed to leave and no one stood the mark.
Now, the goal umpire says it's a behind. They're going to have a review here, which from the angles that we can see...
Complete. Looking at these angles, there is insufficient evidence to determine which side of the post the ball crosses the line on. Decision on the scoreboard.
So it will be, as the goal umpire suggested, it's through for a minor score, a behind. Very soon, though, as we've seen, Gaelic football, Hawkeye's going to be introduced, something similar. And we've talked about we heard from Greg Swan last night, they're going to add all those things around the ground. So that won't be too long before we don't have to worry about umpires' call like that.
Long kick out from Jordan Clark. Off hands comes the Dogs. Vandermeer inside 50, sends it in there. Ryan punches it away. Pierce through traffic for the Dockers. Rides the tackle. Handballs it, looking for a teammate in Brayshaw, who's taken higher. Wins the free kick at centre half back for Fremantle.
Greg Swan on ABC Sport last night, talking all about the new cameras that have been added. Expect to see them last round of the season.
It was not just the laser technology up from the post. There was kind of alluded to there'll be a lot coming as part of that system as the Dockers go up the wing. Murphy Reid couldn't reel it in with a one hand. Crashing through Williams to the Dogs. He's tackled. All up to come. Attacking side of the southern wing favouring the Doggies. Cox does the ruck work, taps it down straight to Fraser. Another clearance for the Dogs. His kick towards half forward is marked, though, by Heath Chapman.
Strong marker. Really isolated one-on-one there.
Chapman wants to switch the ball. The Dogs seemingly cut it off. He still has Jordan Clark in the right back pocket, who can chip it up the middle of the defensive 50 to Brayshaw. So for the time being, the Dogs have them slightly hemmed in. Clark will continue his run, receive the handball from Brayshaw. Kick up the wing. Amos flew, couldn't mark, off the hands of Caulfield to the back. Murphy Reid read it best, roved it well. Kicked inside 50. Jackson gets some space and takes the mark. No mark, no free kick. Karma spoiled him. Terrible decision. Tackle laid by Frederick. Caulfield taken to ground. Had to be a free kick, didn't it?
Just waiting to see a replay because it was obviously on the far side. Here it comes up now.
Right forward pocket, tapped down by English. Frederick missed the tackle. Richards clears the ball. Tumbling one to Clark. He missed it out the back. Dolan's onto it, taps it to his own advantage, but now Brayshaw picks it up. Handball's inboard and it's knocked out of bounds by Croft.
Everyone's having a mare tonight, aren't they?
I'm not sure it was a free kick because it wasn't a chop of the arms, and he's...
I'll tell you what.
Absolutely was a chop of the arm, the right arm.
That angle was a chop. They missed the pick-up of Murphy Reid on the far side too.
That was clean, wasn't it?
Ball put back into play. Mason Cox won it down, went straight to Sarong, immediately kicks into the right forward pocket. Tracy! Oh, the mark's not been paid. Spilled out over the boundary line. Now, that's two now.
Well, they are consistent.
Both ways they've been shocking. It was the Dogs in the third, it's the Freo in the fourth.
Surely he's had enough of that. I know it was 2 bites, but he had control of the football. Oh, well. Continue on. Throw him back in. Mason Cox palmed it down two-handed straight to Bontempelli. Was able to work it away to Fraser. Kicks the Bulldogs towards left half back. Clark rises, can't mark. O'Driscoll put his head over it. He couldn't gather either. Vandermeer continues to apply pressure. Ryan worked it out for the Dockers to O'Driscoll. Back to Clark. Hand passes back along the ground to McDonald. Stepped away from his opponent. Stabs it in the direction of Mason Cox. Couldn't get there. Ball tumbles across in front of Karmas and out for a boundary throw-in. 53,524 the crowd tonight. So that's the biggest ever between these two teams in a home and away fixture. Spun back in again. Looking to scoop onto it. Nicely done from Bramble. Kicks out towards right half back. Jones in a race against Johnson. Johnson gathers. Jones tries to tackle him. Johnson lost his footing. Hand pass backwards to Chapman. Was able to just take it across the boundary line between the two interchange gates for a throw-in. 6:10:46 to 4:9:33. Dockers over the Dogs. 5 gone, final term.
So they beat that attendance record by 6,000 from back in 2023. 47,503 on that night. Sarong from the restart, handball to Brayshaw, off to Frederick, tackled as he kicks, looking for Switkowski. No mark taken off hands, he was being held. It looked like he was being held. I didn't want to say it because I didn't know if he'd call it. They have. Free kick, Switkowski in the centre square. Ignores the lead of Tracy. Goes to Jackson in the back. This came from behind from Bramble. Spills into the path of Amos. Can't gather. Handball across now. The Dogs are O'Donnell. Clearing kick finds Switkowski on the chest though. Man on the mark stands about 53 out from goal. Just beyond him, Sam Switkowski, you'd think. Almost every dog in front of him. Goes laterally to Chapman. Really chuckling out Sharrod.
Just beyond him. He was closer to the centre circle.
Chapman goes back across the centre square to Ryan, who goes out to McDonald. Definitely beyond him. 80 out from goal. Off a step. Kicks into the pocket looking for a mark. Tracy! Oh, he was 3 deep. Came from a mile away. Had no right to get there, but he willed himself. And he takes the mark. Set shot to come.
Willed himself is the exact right call. Just didn't give up on the contest. Attacked it so fiercely.
He just, O'Donnell was just napping. He just let him go.
Forget about the Dockers. This game needs a settler. Josh Tracy. Tight angle to the right. 30 metres out. He's got it. Tracy gets his third. Fremantle draw clear. And this game just needed a goal to settle it down. Let's get back to the middle, boys, and start again. 7-10-52 Fremantle. The Western Bulldogs are 4-9-33. 19-point margin away the Dockers. 7.5 played in the last quarter. It's funny because all the lights are going off and stuff. It's a party, but it's been a pretty average 45 minutes of footy.
Oh, it's a very weird game. Weird and wonderful when Oscar McDonald is leading possession winner for Fremantle tonight so far.
I was going to ask you post-game. I know Brendan Cox is out with an injury. It'd be bloody hard to bring him back in over McDonald.
Oh. It's tough for McDonald. He's never done anything wrong every time he's played at this level for Fremantle. He's been terrific. Just can't keep his spot when everyone else is fit. He's young. He has stayed fit so far tonight, much to the relief of the purple. Comes out to Bolton, kicked in the direction of Dudley. Missed his target. Caulfield went the other way. Was able to get it to Hines. Hand pass forward for the Bulldogs to Richards. Hands it on to Sanders. Under pressure. Not a great hand pass forward. Eventually worked its way to Emmett. Then on towards Dolan. Comes once more to Fraser. Short pass in front of Kennedy. Diving out. No chance of taking the mark. Has been able to lock it in, though, up against Young. Just inside attacking 50 for the Bulldogs. City end of Perth Stadium. Thrown up, one down by English. Jackson, though, emerges with it. Got it to Young for the Dockers. Then to Erasmus. He's in trouble. Oh, broke the tackle of Bontempelli. Goodness me, from Erasmus. And he moves it out to Tracy, who marks on the commentary wing. Scott Dockers in front of him. Finds Erasmus again. What about that against Bontempelli? One of the best in the game. Kick wasn't great, though. Went over the top of Dudley. Behind him, Hines. Gathered, sent it back towards the commentary wing. Tracy was up. Jones got bumped. Might have been taken high by Erasmus. Umpire says play on. It comes to Tracy. Kick got touched on the way through. Stretching Selwood. Stolen, though, by Murphy Reid. Pops it inside forward 50. Dudley breaks one. Spins around. Kicks back in the direction of O'Driscoll. Coming the other way, Boss. Scooping it away. Bustlinger tried to get it to English. Surely held without it was. And he'll get the free kick at left half back. It's the Dockers 7-10-52. The Bulldogs 4-9-33. 10 gone in the last. We haven't had a Bulldogs goal since the 28-minute mark of the second term.
The Dogs go out towards Lob. McDonald punches out of bounds. A cash photo on the boundary.
Just keep an eye on Carl Warner. He was really sore after that contest in the middle of the ground and still seems to be struggling.
Might have caught one to the hip pointer there. Carl Warner, I tell you what, Voss will be pretty annoyed at Nathan O'Driscoll. You don't drop in front of the key forward like that. There'll be some apologies laid up. Ball spun back in. Young tackled. Murphy Reid flicked it straight up to Fraser, who lost it. Ball bobbing around on the wing. At ground level, Bontempelli got the handball out, but the free kick's coming back to Murphy Reid, who was taken high. So Marcus Bontempelli's been just a touch off tonight. He's let about 3 tackles slip that he normally wouldn't. He's had the 16 touches, just the 2 clearances. It's dangerous because he likes to explode. Out go the Dockers. Reid to Bolton. Handball in short of Brayshaw. Back to Bolton on the end of it. Running around. Breaks the tackle. Handballs looking for Brayshaw on his backside. Trying to win the ball. Just taps it out into the path of a couple Dogs. Davidson's handball was straight into his own player in Sanders, who gets back on it. Now feeds the handball to Selwood. His snap around the corner was blind. And it went straight into the hands of Carl Warner, who has a player short at half forward in Brayshaw. Takes the ball up by a said play on, not 15. He's wrapped up. Ball up to come 55 metres out from the Dockers' goal.
Thrown aloft. Jackson with the more telling tap. Came out to Murphy. Reid kicks in the direction of Voss. Takes the mark in front of Buslinger. 47 out from goal, about 3 in from the boundary, right forward pocket.
Really good craft from Murphy Reid at the stoppage. Just owned the outside, pushed Ed Richards inside, and beautiful kick. Beautifully weighted. Just let Voss run onto it.
Pause you here is for Oscar McDonald. The Dockers fans certainly appreciate what he's been doing as he comes off the ground. Patrick Voss looking for his first score involvement of the evening. Deep in the right forward pocket. Oh, splits the middle. He runs to the crowd, punches the air, does a little bit of a dance, and then goes looking for teammates to high five. The ponies prancing. They're celebrating in purple. The Dockers have their 8th. They have a new game high of 25 points in regards to their lead. 8-10-58 Fremantle. The Bulldogs are 4-9-33. 13 gone in the final term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Your experts tonight, Sharad Wellingham and Chris Waterman.
That's a lovely set shot, isn't it, Muddy?
Yeah, it's the first good kick all night.
I tell you what, I saw someone very quick to get over and celebrate with him, Mitch. Nathan O'Driscoll was straight into his face.
You know why? Because get him while he's happy and he'll forget about the other one. Ball in the middle, Cox against Lobb. Cox taps it down. First one out after it, though, and taken was Liberatore. Somehow got it out to Frazier. Now off to Bailey Williams. Kicks inside 50 for the Dogs. Big pack off hands. No one took it. At the ground level was Sanders, who's been solid tonight, taking the ground. 21 touches for Riley Sanders. Liberatore, meanwhile, is up to 27. Still leads everyone on the ground. Ball up on the paint at right half forward. Lobb taps out to space. Sanders onto it. Couldn't get a kick away. Handball back to Bontempelli. Now to Bailey Williams. Kick inside 50's marked by the man who's probably been the Dockers' best tonight in Carl Warner. Takes it deep in defence. Left back pocket. And bring it back out to the northern wing. Josh Tracy's the target. Couldn't quite hang on to it under pressure from O'Donnell. Bontempelli at ground level took it. Handball back to O'Donnell. Off a step, kicks towards half forward. Lob floating across. Nice mark. And there are the boos that are customary with Rory Lobb when he plays Fremantle at Perth Stadium. Former Docker played a big role in that elimination final win against the Dogs in 2022. He now wears their colours. Rory Lobb kicks into the pocket. Terrific kick for the lead of Kennedy, who slides down low, takes the mark on his chest. And looks like he'll go around the corner on the left foot from the right forward pocket. The man they call Bam Bam kicks on his left and misses. Out towards the left. Minus score 4-10-34, the Western Bulldogs. Fremantle 8-10-58, 15 minutes travel. Margins 24 points. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
And here's a 50 metres against the Bulldogs. Johnson will be brought all the way up towards just shy of centre wing against Kennedy. Approaching the protected area. Comes on again here immediately to Sarong for the Dockers. To Brayshaw. Kicks inside forward 50. That's a good mark. Well done defensively to O'Donnell. It's the switch play out to Bramble, who marks deep in the left back pocket. Bramble trundle forward. Gets a kick away towards the southern wing. Lobb involved in there with West. Spilled out. Erasmus couldn't quite take it. Picked up by O'Driscoll. West holds it into him. Norm Enormous noise around Perth Stadium. Thrown up again from the restart out of side. Trying to work his way out of trouble here. It was Jackson flicked it out the back. Young gathers, can't quite keep it in over the boundary line again. 8:10:58 plays 4:10:34. Repeating, the Bulldogs have not kicked a goal since the 28-minute mark of the second term.
Scores were level at half-time. The Dockers now, halfway through this final term, lead by 24 points. Murphy Reid takes it from the boundary throw-in. Handball across to Carl Warner. Kick inside, 50 in front. Unable to mark was Bustlinger at the back. Helping out was Schofield for the Dogs. Scooped it up and didn't handball it to Buku Karmas. Umpire said he missed his hand and just threw it to his teammate. He's not happy, the West Aussie. It's going to be a free kick directly in front of goal. And not much arguing there, I think. Michael Schofield, who
cannot argue with that.
He just had a little fumble and just threw it to Karmas. Free kick, Michael Frederick, almost directly in front, 35, 40 metres out. Been solid again, Michael Selwood. That was just a tough one for him. Michael Frederick. Set shot, the drop punt's a little right, and it hits that right upright. Clangs into the post and is a minus score. That would have made it pretty hard for the Dogs. 8:11:59 Fremantle, 4:10:34 the Western Bulldogs, 17 and a half gone in the final term.
Back to a 25-point lead for the Dockers. As the Bulldogs bring it beyond their defensive 50. English marks at right half back.
Buddy, they've come in with a game plan, but they've got to take the game on from this point on.
Short pass.
Just got to go now.
Yeah. Down Hines. They do try to go. Tracy looked to knock it down. It spilled out of Sanders. He was tackled, lost it, holding the ball. I'll take the advantage, the Dockers, to Johnson to Switkowski. Pops it between two Bulldogs, and the smallest man out there, Dudley, takes the mark. What an exquisite kick. Dudley right in front will put boots the ball from, let's say, 40 out.
It's ended up the bottom half of Fremantle's players have got more to give or just been better than this bottom half of Western Bulldogs.
Exactly right.
And I just feel like Tim English hasn't given enough when he could have. Like, Jackson's really slowed down.
Isaiah Dudley. Boots cross the 50. Kicks on its way. Raises both hands to celebrate. The Dockers know they're winning this one. They've kicked 5 unanswered goals. And their lead is out to 31 points. 9:11:65 to the Bulldogs, 4:10:34. What have we travelled? 18 and a bit minutes into the final term. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport, ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, News Radio, and streaming on ABC Listen. Clint Wilden alongside Mitch Turner, your experts, Sharad Wellingham and Chris Waterman.
They really look like they haven't had the opportunities to score this quarter. Bulldogs haven't created them.
No, they haven't given themselves the opportunity to fumble in their forward half.
No, they haven't.
The defensive game was never going to work, was it?
I don't think so, and that's what I mean by they've got to try and...
They haven't executed it greatly.
No, try something different now. They've got to have a crack at it.
Ball back in the middle of hands. It spills out the way of Sarong. Has the handball option forward, takes it in Jackson, who turns immediately, kicks inside the forward 50. Tracy in front position, couple of Dogs bounced off him. It spills off his hands to Voss, handball to Frederick, back inboard to Switkowski, out to Bolton from 45, drop punt around the body. It's become a procession here for the purple at Perth Stadium. Shea Bolton gets his first, and all of a sudden, it's 6 unanswered goals for the Dockers, and the margin has blown out to 37 points in the final term. Shea Bolton gets in on the action.
Only needed 1 or 2 seconds with the ball, didn't he, Muddy?
Yeah, one step, Shea. He's good off one step. Sometimes you don't want him to think about it.
No, exactly. Just play on instinct.
10-11-71, the Dockers, 4-10-34, the Bulldogs. 53,524 if you missed it.
I could see Freo piling on 4 or 5 more.
So can I. And this is where I thought they would hang in for as long as they could. I think this is pumped in the Chris Sutherland on the way up. I think this is their 7th or 8th 50,000 plus game, I think, this year.
He did say that.
They are second half specialists, the Dockers. Bulldogs win it down in the middle. Bolton slipped over. Fraser went out after it. Clark tries to gather. Got taken high by Fraser. He'll get up. The Dockers out to O'Driscoll. From left half back will come down the commentary wing. He hits Frederick on his chest. Frederick looks for the lead of Tracy. That's honoured. Beautiful kick too. Tracy marking 60 from goal. Immediately wheels onto his right boot. Puts it into the left forward pocket. Mason Cox won it down. Tapped back by O'Donnell to Karmas. Oh, hurried kick wasn't what he wanted at all. It's down the throat of O'Driscoll, who marks 48 from goal. 45-degree angle to the left.
Will he pass this to Vossi, you think, Chaz? Owes him one.
Vossi's kind of cantering around the middle of the 50.
He's just working his way towards right full forward.
Pony's canter.
Here comes O'Driscoll. He's given this a fair bit. That's a thumping kick and stretching, getting his fingertips to it. English right on the goal line, through for a rush behind. 10-12, plays 4-10. Dockers over the Bulldogs. 22 gone in the final term. The Dockers by 38 points.
Quick kick into Ed Richards. Up the wing. Great mark again. Rory Lommy's taken a couple of nice marks. He's got the pink boots. Pretty standard haircut this time around. He's had a few interesting ones throughout the season. He goes short to Bontempelli. Inboard by foot to Richards. Immediately plays on. The Dogs have got to keep going. Long kick inside 50. Marked by Sanders. Gets out the back. Plays on. And kicks the goal. Felt really non-eventful, that goal. There was a great mark from Riley Sanders in the middle of the pack. And then he realised he was in between the goals and himself. There was no one there. Just stepping, stroll through. Goal, and Riley Sanders is his first goal of the night. Margin back to 32 points.
It's a play on from Richards in the
He's been solid all night, Sanders. I think it's one of his better games for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, definitely. And Sanders reached out to the goal umpire, who he's accidentally pummeled the ball into.
Yeah, I saw it
another fumble
off something, and I thought
wasn't the box. It wasn't the
gate. The post. It was going through the middle. Is that what it was it?
Yeah. Very nicely went up and apologised to her in the goal square.
Would have stung. Bulldogs goal into a run of 6 unanswered goals from the Dockers. Back in the middle, Jackson tapped it to his own advantage. He's able to gather the bouncing footy. Hands it off to Switkowski. Goes back by hand to Young. Young will unload. Kicks the full forward. 2-on-2 battle. Carries the back of the pack. Caulfield turned. Gathered. Gave it to Karmas. Back to Caulfield. Then kicks to Davidson, who marks in his defensive goal square. And he'll pop it into the right back pocket. Now a chance again for Williams to steer it beyond defensive 50 to Vandermeer. Takes
something inside quickly. Lobb's got a mismatch being on Clark.
Incredible here as the Bulldogs move it down the wing. O'Driscoll's able to win possession of the footy again. Gave it to Warner. Hand pass to Erasmus. Runs onto the logo. Steers it back towards Young. Plays on by a hand to Clark. Dockers away again. Clark pops it over the top of English and into the grateful waiting hands of Jackson, who marks right in front of goal. He'll have a shot from 45 out.
You could see English doing his hardest, I suppose, to stay with Jackson, but his running power is still so strong in these final few moments of the game.
But the few times that English has tried to go forward, the ball just hasn't got. They've just fumbled it again, and he just hasn't looked like hurting him the other way on the scoreboard.
Big night for Jackson again. 15 disposals, already with 1 goal. He's had 26 hit-outs. Luke Jackson from 48 metres out. Make that 2 goals for Jackson. Just stands there and then waits for his teammates to come to him to celebrate. That was cool.
The no Sally.
If he had a collar, he could have flicked it up, like Eric Cantona once did. Because he just stood there and said, "You can all come to me."
What do you reckon of that, Mitch? The no Sally celebration?
11-12-78. That's the Dockers. The Bulldogs are 5-10-40. 26 gone in the last. Dockers lead back to 38 points.
I love Cantona, so I love Clint's reference. Eric Cantona. Manchester United legend.
No collars on the Dockers jumper, though.
A bit crazy, though. Luke's a bit more. Luke Jackson's a little more subdued than Eric Cantona.
Well, I brought it up with, of course, AC and Inter in the house.
Correct. Downstairs, Mason Cox in the restart. Sockers it forward about 8 metres. Mark was paid to Bramble. I think everyone was confused, including him. He handballs it across to Richards. Kick inside 50. Off hands. Hines tries to slap it forward. Couldn't. The Dogs overrun it through Kennedy. Now onto it. Somehow getting a handball out was Liberatoria. Comes out to Williams into the pocket where Artie Jones can mark. The sting has gone out of the game. Conclusion now, a foregone one. But Artie Jones in front of his home crowd, becoming a very beloved dog, as we spoke about pre-game. I won't give him a huge build-up because that normally mocks them. Artie Jones, set shot, beautiful kick off the boots. It just slides left. And Geordie Clark decides to let him know about it. Minor score to the Western Bulldogs. 5-11-41, the visitors, the home side, the Dockers, 11-12, 78 margin, now 37 points.
McVie with the kick in. Finds Warner, who sends it back to McVie at the top of his defensive goal square and short to Brayshaw. Brayshaw trots back. Decides to then go on a bit of a run and will kick beyond defensive 50. He wants Frederick. That's a great mark. Over the top of Williams. Wasn't a hanger, wasn't a fly, but still strong when needed to be. Sends it back inside his defensive 50 again. Warner. Bit of keepings off now from the Dockers. This game has been well in hand for some time. To Brayshaw, to Frederick on the logo. Just hold it up for a moment. They're about to win an 18th game in the home and away season for the very first time in their history, the Dockers. The kick is towards left half forward. Cox worked his opponent out from underneath it. Murphy Reid gathered it, gave it back to Mason Cox. Kicks to full forward. Amos front position, brought it to ground. Spilled to Selwood, though. To Sanders, to Karmas. Now to Davidson. Will come beyond defensive 50 to the centre wing.
Chapman with a bit of a fist over the back allowed Clark to run onto it for the Dockers. They have the numbers. Long handball inboard to Brayshaw. Goes back to Clark, who kicks it dangerously to centre half back where he finds McVie. Great kick in the end. Opens up plenty of space for the Dockers. McVie goes wide to McDonald. He has Hayden Young marking on the southern wing. He's gotten through the game okay, it seems. Hayden Young, 17 disposals for him as he goes inboard to Murphy Reid. Goes back outside to Matthew Johnson, who chips it back to Hayden Young. The Freo chant is ringing around Perth Stadium as they play keep you off with the footy. Carl Warner disposal, 28 for him. And they are just chipping it around like they're a couple of mates at the park, the Fremantle defenders. Chapman back to Clark, who now is called. He'll have to bomb a high ball. It is a mongrel punt up the wing, looking for a mark. No mark taken, off hands, ground level. Voss is tied up. 53,000 in the house for the first time in their history. The Fremantle Dockers are going to make it 18 wins in a home and away season, and they lock up the top 2 spot on the ladder. They'll have a home qualifying final, the Fremantle Dockers. It's just another box ticked on the way to their ultimate goal. Fremantle defeat the Western Bulldogs by 37 points in Friday night footy.
We're the mighty Freedom Dockers. We're gonna roll them and we'll rock them. We're gonna send them to the bottom. And if they get up, we'll do it again. The Dockers stop at nothing, nothing. Freedom, way to go. Hit them real hard, send them down below. Oh, freedom, give them the
2 finish. Lock in a home qualifying final and the double chance in the finals with a 37-point win over the Western Bulldogs. They led by a point at quarter time. Scores were level at the half by 14 at three-quarter time. To win, as I said, in front of 53,524 fans by 37. Josh Tracy in game 100 kicked 3. Caleb Sarong and Luke Jackson with 2. Singles to Bolton, Voss, Dudley and Johnson. While for the Western Bulldogs, what a night to remember in front of goal for them. Cooper Hines with a couple, Lobb, Sanders and West, their goal kickers. The Dockers showed once again they are second half specialists, running away with the game after the main break. Friday night footy on ABC Sport, ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, News Radio and ABC Listen. Your experts, Sharad Wellingham and Chris Waterman. Gentlemen.
Well, it wasn't the picture that we painted pre-game, was it? But it was an interesting game. I'm not going to say questionable tactics by Luke Beveridge and his team, but it was an interesting employment of tactics, wasn't it, Muddy? I don't think that anyone would have picked that kind of gameplay from them. As we see Oscar McDonald getting a post-game interview on ground by the media, which is not something we see every week, even though he's played a great game.
Yeah.
It's good to get that recognition and I suppose try and hold on to his spot for the rest of the season, do his best he can. But yeah, it was a really strange one. I think that at three-quarter time, our feeling was that the Dogs probably would have been happy to go in the position they were in, and then if they had been able to hold on for till the 15 or 20 minute mark of the final quarter, but Fremantle just kind of went bang early in the last, didn't they?
Yeah, well, we expected that a lot earlier, and for parts of the first three quarters, you could have mistaken for thinking the Bulldogs should have been in front, and they were early in the third quarter because they made so many blunders going inside 450. So many basic blunders.
Yeah, fumbles.
He'll be thinking that's one that got away, because if you got 2 or 3 of those right and you're 10, 12, 16 points up during the third quarter, they might have just exerted enough pressure on Fremantle to then crumble a little bit themselves, but they never got that opportunity. And
in the scheme of their season, they've got 3 games left after tonight.
Win 2 of them, 3 of them they're in, but 2 of them.
And they would have jumped up into 5th. They would have jumped up into 5th position if they had snatched that one tonight. So a really big opportunity missed by Lukey Beveridge and his side. But again, we've seen a Fremantle outfit that's just able to win it through a number of different avenues, isn't it? I think they've come up against the side that wanted to do the Popovich. Is that what we call it?
When you just park the bus and defend and defend and defend. Very good.
Well, they did that, and they did it quite well. It was just their forward half just didn't quite work for them.
Exactly.
I mean, he's going to have a pretty horrid trip home on the plane, Bevo, going through which one of these blunders do I show, because there's going to be about 30 minutes of them.
Yeah.
But he's going to have to go home and say to the boys, we had every chance, regardless of 30 whatever points it was, 37. We had every chance in that game till 15 minutes to go or 10 minutes to go. So, they've got 1 or 2 to come in. There was a couple that had, Emmett did nothing, Croft did nothing. Kennedy really didn't do anything. I thought they could have thrown him through the middle.
Yeah.
Marty Jones, not much. I thought Lobb was pretty serviceable up forward. He gave him a contest and led up. I thought the one that disappointed me the most was Tim English. He had a chance to really exert authority on Luke Jackson and didn't quite do it.
I know, and you kind of say that, but you look at his actual on-ground rankings and obviously the points that are given for all the different things. He gets some impact in the game, but he didn't own it, did he?
No, he didn't. And I thought he wasn't bad, Tim. I thought he could have, at times, he could have really pushed Luke Jackson hard the other way.
Yeah, that's why these kind of things can be a little bit misconstruing at times.
Ed Richards was solid all night.
I thought very good.
I thought Liberal was outstanding, just suited him down on the ground. He put his head over the ball and he'll probably be in the vote somewhere along the line. Carl Warner was outstanding. Os McDonald was outstanding. Tracy worked his way into the game and could have probably got 4 or 5, really. And
Yep. The thing is, from Fremantle opposition's point of view, they probably watch the games and try and pick what teams are doing well against them in ways that they can score, efficiency when they get their hands back on the footy. But it's really difficult to find a kink in that armour at the moment. And,
there's no weak links.
Yeah, and so it's a really impressive, first of all, team, player performance, but then again, obviously, JL and his coaching team are really able to dissect and give them a good amount of information at the break, at the main break especially, as we've seen them come out in the third quarter and dismantle opposition.
Well, you're going to have Guy Amos, Cox, who played forward most of the night, Isaiah Dudley, who kicked 1. So there's 4 of your forwards with 2 goals between them. So you throw Tracy in there, and there's 5 goals between the 6 forwards. Just unheard of, It's just one of those nights where it just wasn't working for them. But it's good for Fremantle because it was another way they had to win. They found another way, which is great for them. And we said this a couple of weeks ago. So good on them.
They just find ways to win, the Dockers. And again in second halves, another incredible performance. They were made to scrap for it tonight. It's the defensively minded Bulldogs. The same result at the end of the game. The Dockers take the 4 points. They're heading down into their rooms where we'll find a Cash Fotodara. Cash.
Clint, they're being led down here by the 2 milestone men in their 100th games, Hayden Young and Josh Tracy. I'm sure everyone is pleased to see Hayden Young get through unscathed as well. Big cheer as they came in, and a bit of a guard of honour from the fans down here as they make their way through the locker room. And just circling up now, as always, there's a couple of stragglers you need to wait for. Just about ready to go now with the song.
Send them to the bottom. And if they get up, do it again. Talk is stuff for nothing. Radio, way to go. Hit them real hard, sit down below. Radio, yo. We are free of Dockers. Radio, way to go. Hit them real hard, sit down below. Radio, yo. We are free of Dockers.
Pretty solid rendition of the song. It's very business-like down here with the Dockers after their 18th win of the season.
Well, Cash, they'll be saying it's 1-0 and they'll go again next week. That's what they'll be saying in the Fremantle rooms.
Surely it wears thin after a while. That's their mantra. They're sticking to it.
Locked up top 2. Home qualifying final. You've got to tell the boys they're 1-0. Surely a couple of them would go, wait, we're going all right. We've got 18 games.
Nah, I'll bet you they're saying.
When J-Lo's not around, we've got 18.
Keeps home.
We're 18
home 1.
We're 18 and 2.
Keeps home 1-0.
We're 18 and 2.
No, I reckon they'll continue to say, all right, let's ask the question. I guarantee whoever we get to speak to will say they're 1-0.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's nothing boring about winning, so.
No, exactly.
Absolutely not. And
they are humble, this group. Like, sometimes it looks like, bossing that carry on, but they're pretty level-headed with this.
Well, that's what I mean. They've got buy-in to the mantra that they're selling.
Yeah.
So, obviously, it's not like it's a gimmick. It's not a cliche, gimmicky type of thing. They're really buying into it.
It can be, but it's not with this group.
That's what I mean. And so I think that speaks to their mentality towards the season, and it speaks to their maturity in the season as a whole. And so what's that?
Well, Clint wants to clarify that some outlets are going with the Dockers are minor premiers. Now, technically,
well, they can still draw.
If Sydney beat St Kilda tomorrow, they will remain 12 points behind Fremantle. Now, given there is a percentage gap of about 14, 15.
17 at the moment.
Oh,
but
that's insurmountable.
Well, do you know who the Swans play at the back end?
Let's
not great sides.
I'm going to say this. you can use the term all but.
Yeah. But the margin towards the back end of the season makes a smaller and smaller impact on the percentage, doesn't it?
Absolutely. But, again, Sydney have got, in their final four games, St Kilda, Port, Essendon and North.
They'd have to have an average winning margin of by
they could have
120 points or something.
The last 3 games.
Yeah.
It'd have to be an average.
By Essendon and North.
Yeah, so what we're going to say here is, at the old all but, you can put down that they are, but mathematically they're not.
Yeah. Regardless of what happens.
I want to know how many points Sydney has to...
Well, they'd have to win the last 3 games by 120 plus.
They'll be 14.
And no scores against.
And the Dockers would have to lose their last 3 games by that sort of percentage as well.
Yeah.
So I'm going to make the point that they are all but minor premiers.
They are 14 points clear of Hawthorn if Hawthorn win this week. So if Hawthorn get the win this weekend, of course, they will still be 3.5 wins ahead of them with 3 games left. So they cannot be chased down by Hawthorn. Technically, they can have level points with Sydney.
So they cannot not finish in
we
the
are
top
the
two.
They got to hope. Jared, we are the ABC. We are the keepers of these codes, we say. We have to be accurate, and they technically, mathematically, have not locked up top spot.
Do you want to take a bet there?
Absolutely not.
No, I think they will, Sharon. But mathematically, they have not locked up top spot.
But let's say it's probably worse than a 5,000 to 1 chance that they're not minor premiers.
So you're telling that.
But then I do remember a certain football club named Leicester City who were 5,000 to 1
at the start of the season.
I remember
still 5,000 to 1. Shane.
I remember Fremantle losing their last 4 games a few years ago and missing the finals completely.
Oh yeah. Let's go downstairs. Let's talk of happier things. Downstairs into the Fremantle rooms. The cash voted up.
Thanks, Clint. I've got Andrew Brayshaw with me. Andy, a bit of a scrappy affair for the first half, but then managed to get the job done. What was it like out there?
Yeah, really physical contest from the start. Their pressure was really strong and they just flooded our forward 50 and we knew that they were going to try and do something like that. So it was messy, but it felt like we were in control for pretty much the whole game and knew eventually we'd get it done.
What is the messaging from the coaching group when a team is playing so defensively against you? Is it just to keep the belief in the system?
Pretty much. Try not to get too frustrated. Eventually the scores will come and keep playing system. If it lives in our front half, eventually it'll turn.
That's now 18 wins for the season, which is a record for the club, and you've sewn up top 2. How important is that?
It's great. We get a home final now, get to play in front of our home fans, and the next 3 weeks we can really just focus on ourselves, focus on sharpening our game and improving different bits and pieces for us. Obviously, the results over the next couple of weeks, wins or losses don't necessarily matter. It's more about focusing on our footy, which is great.
Let's head upstairs to the team. We've got Clint Wheeldon, Mitch Turner, and our experts Chris Waterman and Sharad Wellingham.
Andy, Chris Waterman, was your intel that they were going to park the bus down back, or were you just sort of guessing that that's what they might have tried?
They have often against some of the higher up teams have flooded their back line and got their ruckman back there, tried to get their mids back, and we were expecting that. So it's a frustrating brand to play against, but we were fully expecting it.
So did you feel like that held you back going forward? Because it took you a while to get your movement, get through the midfield going.
It did a little bit, but we just had to live with that frustration a little bit. Eventually we knew it would turn, it was living in our front half. We just couldn't hit the scoreboard.
Andy, Sharad Wellingham here. Congrats on the game and also the season, wrapping up top 2. Like you said, being able to secure a home final is great for not only yourselves but the Fremantle faithful. Muddy kind of touched on it then, but the frustration when you're trying to get the ball inside your forward 50, what was the message? I think you guys kind of started to move the ball a little bit quicker towards the back end, but what was the message? Was it to stay patient or was it to try and find a different avenue?
There's a bit of both, to be honest. We tried to shift the ball around our forward 50 arc a little bit to try and draw them out. But the main one was if it was a fast turnover, still trying to get it in deep, still trying to put them under pressure. It's those looks where it was a bit more of a slow held play that we tried to work it around our arc a little bit. And like I said, it's a frustrating sort of brand to play against, but eventually we knew we'd get it done.
When the kind of Oppo analysis came out, did a few of the backs, we can see Oscar McDonald, did you see him licking his lips in the back of the auditorium?
Yeah, no, he was bloody good today. Yeah. I don't know what he'd done during the week to get himself up for that, but no, he was exceptional. Our backs were just, squeezing exits all day and didn't really give him an inch. So it felt like every time that they got inside 50, our backs held up, which was awesome.
We've seen every time he comes in that he's able to perform his role and be really reliable. First of all, how good is it that he can do that? But then second of all, is it going to be really hard to squeeze in or squeeze him out? Like someone who performs when they come in. You got Cox, obviously, who's out at the moment as a decision. What's the kind of thought from a teammate?
Well, it's great that we've got guys that, are coming through playing waffle every week. Like, we have multiple guys who are just dominating really at waffle level, and they're just waiting for their turn. Oscar has, like you said, every time he's come in, he's performed his role, he's done his job. It's going to make selection really hard for JL. But there's guys like that sort of through every line. Like, we got Sean Darcy playing waffle at the moment, Jeremy Sharp's dominating, playing waffle. If Oscar's back there or playing AFL, it's more about just playing your role for the team when you do get a chance, and he's showing why he's so good.
And we're kind of talking about the 1-0 mentality that you guys have been. I'm not going to say peddling because it's the wrong way of putting it, but it's your response to the form that you're in. But I feel like you guys have got real legitimate buy into that. And what's that feel like inside the walls from your point of view?
Honestly, it takes a lot of, external pressure and weight off your shoulders when you really do believe in the 1-0 and really try and live it. You pretty much come in on the club on a Monday or a Tuesday and you review the game, and then no matter if it was a dominant win and you were best on ground or if it was a loss and you were not great, we really just move on to the next one, and we try and win every day, improve every day, and when externally everyone's trying to pump us up or whatever it may be externally, we really are just trying to focus on the next one. And it's freeing. It sort of, lets a lot of weight off your shoulders and lets you just focus on yourself and your growth and, doing it for each other.
Fremantle midfielder Andrew Brayshaw joining us here on ABC Sport after the Dockers' 37-point win over the Bulldogs. Locked up, top 2 spot in a home qualifying final. Andy, on the 1-0 mantra that you have all bought into, as you just said, but does Justin Longmuir and the coaches, they allow you to celebrate the milestone steps on the way? Like, you lock in top 4, now you lock in top 2. I know it's 1-0, but surely it's nice to tick some boxes off of the way and say, hey, that's one step onto the next.
Yeah, I mean, like this moment right here, we've got all our family and friends in the rooms, a lot of smiling people, a lot of happy faces. Like, we enjoy it tonight. And we get the weekend off now, so we'll go watch Peel, and a couple of guys will
hit the links.
Have a hit of golf and just celebrate, because it's hard to win. Like, I know we've won a lot of games this year, but it really is tough to win games of footy, and we just want to be present in this moment. We'll celebrate tonight, and then like I said, come Monday, it's really just on to the next one.
Growing up on the other side of the country, Andy, I know you had a big connection to WA through your family, on your dad's side especially, but could you have imagined playing for the Dockers as your 16-year-old and having 50,000 almost every week, prime-time games, sitting on top of the ladder? Could you imagine like this being the Fremantle Football Club that you were walking into, what is it now, 8 years ago?
It's a really privileged position. The crowds are amazing. We're playing really good footy, and we've never had a bigger membership base as what we've got right now. Wharfie time when it comes is awesome. It feels like every player is improving and is really in a position to be playing their best footy. It's a really good place to be at the moment. I'm so happy that I've signed on for as long as I have, and to see Murphy Reid sign on. We've got the majority of our key really players have signed on plus for the next 3 or 4 or 5 years, so it's a really exciting time.
Yeah, it's an incredible job that the club's doing, keeping you all in the football you're playing. I just want to ask, there was a fair bit of spite in the game. It seemed like certainly in the middle of the ground, a few of the Dogs were getting into Luke Jackson. You were quick to step in and look after your teammate. Was that kind of the sense out there? They were maybe trying to target a couple of you guys and just throw you off?
They definitely went after Dogger from the very start. Teams are going to... JL sort of touched on it before the game. Like, teams are going to come in with a plan to try and disrupt us at our best. And we were expecting them to come after one of us, and it just happened to be our ruckman. And from the very start, I thought we stood up for Luke, blocked for him where we could, had to dig in a few times for him. But teams are going to try different things like that, whether it's flooding the forward line or tagging one of our players. But we were ready. We'd planned for it, and he worked through it really well.
Andrew Brayshaw is with us here on ABC Sport Friday Night Footy. Andrew, Clint Wilden here. I'm curious, one thing in particular throughout the game, the Bulldogs at the centre square bounce, we saw a number of times put Cooper Hines right back on one of the corners of the centre square, obviously to try to add a little bit more depth defensively. What did you make of that tactical move from the Bulldogs? Did you notice it out there? Was it pointed out to you? What did you think of it?
So they pretty much were trying to generate a +1 from the start, and we scouted it during the week and essentially just tried to hit it out to that side, and a few times it worked and we were able to work it out to our wing. A few times it didn't, but like I said, teams are going to come with a plan to try and disrupt us, and that was one of their tactics. And to be honest, I think we worked through it really well.
Yeah, you did really well. A couple of times Erasmus, I know in particular, found himself in some space there. We were talking about, okay, you've now won 18 games as a football club in the home and away season for the first time ever. Can you just talk us through your journey? Because when you arrive at this football club, Dockers hadn't had too many things to get too excited about. I think you spent your first 4 years playing for Fremantle outside of finals, and now to be in a situation where, as we say, you've locked in top 2, you've locked in a home prelim. How big has this journey been for you?
It's been amazing, really, to come from playing some pretty average footy when I first got here and feeling a bit out of my depth, losing a lot of games, to then sort of seeing us go through this whole almost a bit of a rebuild, and now we're playing some really consistent footy, and we've got majority of our list locked away for what's going to be an exciting couple of years. It's great. I'm so happy that I've hung around, and hopefully the next 8 years or 7 years are going to be real fruitful, playing in finals hopefully every year. But no, it feels like it's just the beginning of this connection that we've got as a group. We're still quite young, still got a lot of players that are haven't even played 50 games yet, that are starting to really dominate. It's been a journey, but we're not done.
In the quieter moments, do you allow yourself to think what might be at the end of this season for you and your teammates?
It's really hard. Your brain does want to go think about, now that we've locked in the finals top 2 spot, your brain always wants to try and go there, but I try and just come back to the present, enjoy moments like this, be grateful for what you have. When you're grateful, it's really hard to be anxious and worried about anything else. So grateful for the win today, grateful for my wife being in the rooms and my friends and my family, and another win. So just trying to be present.
Last one for you. We really appreciate your time. How important is next week? Because if things do go the way we hope they do for Fremantle, you will go back at some stage to the MCG, potentially to get a bit of a dress rehearsal when you take on Melbourne at the MCG next Saturday. How important is that for the club?
It's great. I mean, you want to play games of footy at the G. If you want to win it all, that's where you got to do it. So, now we're in a really good spot where, we can do it as a bit of a dress rehearsal, treat this next away trip as if it was going to be the grand final week. So treat that preparation like it is that. Get to have a practice run on the G, and if we're lucky enough to get back there, hopefully we've done the work and can go and do it all.
Congratulations on the season. It's been tremendous to watch. Good luck for the rest of what is to come in 2026.
Thanks very much, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Andy Brayshaw downstairs, and again, we speak as someone, we chatted to him, I think, after his 3rd game of AFL football, to see the development now after what is game 190.
Wow.
It's been incredible, the journey, not just for him, but also for him with the football club and the tough times that they were when he first arrived.
Has that snuck up 190?
Yeah, it has, hasn't it?
Wow.
So
was his first year 2018?
He's barely missed outside of the broken jaw, obviously, in that derby.
Which was the back end of the season.
Which was the back end of his rookie year.
Yep.
So he's
wow. That's 2018.
Really missed since then. He's played through some pretty painful injuries at times too, from what we've heard.
That's incredible.
The issues and stuff. He looks sore out there tonight. He might be one that maybe he does get a rest if they can lock in a that top spot next week.
Well, there's
I
got
was
to be
going to
no...
cheekily say, do you mind just resting a couple next week and calling a few of the Peel boys up?
Because
You're playing them.
Because, by the way, if you're listening, Sharon's midfield coach for Perth, who have Peel next weekend. So, yeah.
But to be the best, you've got to beat the best, so leave him down there.
How's this for a stat? I love Sir Swamp. He's brilliant.
Here we go.
This is Swamp. I've stolen this. I take no credit for it. Ignoring 2020 and shorter quarters, most recent sides to keep the opposition to under 44 points 7 or more times in the one VFL AFL season. 1915 Collingwood and Fitzroy, 1917 Collingwood, 1919 South Melbourne and Fitzroy, 1953 the Western Bulldogs, and 2026 Fremantle.
Wow. I'm going through the...
So all up, I mean, we know they're the number one defensive team in the competition. So what did they concede tonight? 41. So they've conceded 1,346 points now in 20 games.
So it's the Dogs' lowest score since round 2, 2023, when they scored 5-11-41 against St Kilda. So that's the lowest they've scored in that time, 41 points, equals that. If you go past that, it's got to be lower than 41. You've got to go back even more.
It's got to be one of Freo's lowest scores for the season, though, as well. Like it was.
Well, you got to go back to 2021 when they lost to Hawthorn in round 22 and scored 5-7-37 to a time where the Dogs have been lower. So it's been 5 years since they've been lower than 41 points. It's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, they're an impressive outfit at the moment, not just on field.
But they're going to get challenged because Melbourne ain't going to be easy next week. They're playing for a spot somewhere. The following week back here, they've got Adelaide who are going to be fighting for some sort of home final-ish. And then...
Do you think it's not the perfect preparation for finals, though?
That's what I'm saying. Absolutely. And Carlton last game, they could be having a shot at 10th spot or who knows.
Can I ask about the Dogs? So, did the Dogs phone it in tonight a little bit? So they rested Aaron Norton. They managed him. So they didn't fly Norton out to the west. They went defensive style pretty early in the game and just thought, hey, we'll make it an arm wrestle and see what happens. But did they rest a couple and go, we won't go tap? Bontempelli never got out of first gear tonight really either.
There's no chance. Anyone who goes out on the ground is playing at 100%.
They played probably the worst game style I've seen this year.
Yeah, but you don't know. With Norton, he could have been carrying something for a long time, and but WA trip's a tough one.
They're not in a position to manage players, are they? Like, if you can win, you've got to.
I think it was once upon a time that would have been referred to as general soreness, because from what I read and what I saw from everyone who actually goes to Bulldogs training, he could barely get through the main training on Tuesday, and they've just so nowadays they go managed. But, 2 years ago they'd have gone the old general soreness.
Yeah.
Literally we just don't get up.
I just reckon they sent me through it. I think they came to Perth. No, I think they came to Perth and were like, if we win, awesome, but it's going to be hard to do it.
But let's
target the last few games.
Maybe, but they have come here with a genuine plan, which was we will try.
Drag them in the trenches.
Yep, we will try and make this a scrap. We will make this as hard.
They would never win that, mate.
Oh, you bet.
No, but it was on track for where they were.
They were never winning it.
I tell you, they blew some opportunities in that first half.
Yeah, I reckon you're exactly right. Like, they were in it.
They thought they were going to...
They were not in it.
They were in it.
They're one of the worst second-half teams in the comp, and they were level up.
But based on that you're talking about, but what I saw tonight, they blew so many opportunities to be 2 or 3 goals up at half-time.
They were only 7 points down when Rory Lobb marks in the right forward pocket, has Richards
with momentum
and Vandermeer, and misses Richards or gets called out of it, which I still can't believe if Vandermeer did that. I'm not saying it did or didn't. Yeah, that's crazy. And then Vandermeer completely butchers it, and the Dockers go right up the other end and kick a goal. And from that point almost onwards, you could just go, ooh, they're in real trouble.
But they hung in there, kept going. Kept calling him Laith Vandermeer tonight. He had a mare.
But if they had have hung on till the last, ditch effort, you would have been saying coaching masterclass.
Exactly.
I mean, I'll stick to my guns and say I wouldn't have said that. Do you think they were going to last 120 minutes of football doing that and going to beat the Dockers by a point?
I don't think
a chance.
I don't think that they could win any other way.
No,
exactly.
Neither do I.
We saw in the last quarter when it opened up and the game style.
St Kilda nearly won a flag doing that sort of stuff.
100%.
Nearly beat you.
Yeah, there were genuine moments of Ross ball.
Yeah.
There were genuine Ross ball
It's a style of play. And
strangle.
Think back to to Essendon in 2000. The only one they could get beat was Terry Wallace got the Bulldogs to do that against them one night. Just flooded them with 2 and 3 behind the ball.
Again, we go back to, we spoke about at the very start, losing Norton, for whether it was managed, soreness, whatever, all of a sudden you lose the number one target by a massive margin inside forward 50. And even though he does fly for everything, he still often brings it to ground for the others around him. Now, he's out. That made a huge difference to them. They decided we can only win this by making this a scrap and an arm wrestle and an ugly contest. And there were a couple of moments where they really could have converted and butchered it. And Fremantle, although they didn't have a particularly great game, were good enough to go back and punish them.
Well, I don't think they threw the game. I'm not saying they tanked the game. I'm saying I don't think they really cared if they won. They kind of came over and like, we'll have a crack and...
No, I reckon this is our only chance of winning. Don't care what it looks like. Yeah. We're going to play it this way, and if we manage to get it done, you beauty.
Let's find out what the Bulldogs coach himself thinks. Here's Luke Beveridge downstairs.
Well, I had him back as Fremantle had territory and we couldn't get in our front half. That's why we didn't plan to play like that. I mean, we've been a pretty reasonable team defensively in recent times. We'll get numbers in there, but they still scored from their forward 50 stoppages, so it wasn't by design that we had saturation and numbers beyond the ball. We wanted to press up at different times and we didn't get our execution right. So we came here, tonight to win the game, not to be safe, not to mitigate risk. Not to eliminate. How would you say? Eliminate risk. But we didn't execute well enough. When the times in the game when we were in there from a scoreboard perspective, we had momentum opportunities. We fumbled the ball or we mucked up gilt-edged chances, and we fueled Fremantle's game, and we didn't, cope too well at the end of the game. So it's a disappointing night. But yeah, you're not going to win too many games, 41 points and below 40 entries, and we didn't plan to play that way. It's just the way it turned out. Boys' spirit for 2.5 and a bit quarters was there. Maybe a fraction too seasoned at the end, but it's a shame because I thought we'd push them a bit further than that.
Did you feel like your stoppage game and your contest game would have given you a foothold in the match? It seemed like you really performed in that part of the contest in the first half.
Well, you'd think so. When you win those numbers, that you want to help us stay in the game. But as you saw, forward of the ball, we fumbled and we didn't kick the ball well in open field. We missed some targets or we rushed ourselves. So we couldn't capitalise on any of that. It wasn't a high stoppage game. In the first part of the game, there wasn't a lot of stoppages. But they in the end they took a lot of uncontested marks. We didn't get the ball off them quick enough. We slowed them down. We delayed their game until late, and then we let them into the corridor because we collapsed in, and we planned not to do that. So fatigue can do that to a team, and it got us in the end, as did the Fremantle team.
You did really well keeping Amos and Voss in check, but then Tracy pops up and kicks 3. How hard is it to stop all 3 of them because they're just so powerful?
Yeah, well, I think he had 2 by half time. I thought our boys could have stood in those leading lanes a couple of times and helped our key backs. I think James is standing Tracy a lot. On the longer contested balls, by and large, the keys did reasonably well. Our bigger backs, but we didn't get out of there well enough. We didn't shape and get out of there and get territory out of there. So again, I think we scored, most of our score from our back half. So, you just can't play that way and beat a team like Fremantle. We couldn't get enough territory and keep it there, and so that's a number of things. It's definitely, as you know, the mix of our forward line was very different. It was quite unstable at times, and so the players who have played a bit of AFL football who played in our forward line, we just needed a bit more. our lobby was sort of fighting the good fight and giving us a target and giving us an aerial presence, but we needed a bit more than that. We just didn't have it tonight.
You touched on errors earlier. In the third quarter, there were 2 big errors that each led to a goal. How costly was that in the context of the match?
Yeah, spirit breakers. We were pretty good at holding ourselves together, but we were coming and it would have been nice, and you anticipate a bit of maybe a bit of kennel time instead of a bit of Wharfie time during those momentum swings, but we didn't get it, and there were times when we should have made something of those opportunities. So we haven't been as fluent in those situations as we'd like to be, and the boys who haven't handled them too well they just need to improve. It's a shame.
Sorry. Matthew Kennedy seems better alive. More time up forward than in the midfield. I don't have the breakdown. Was that by design? Was he right? Was he okay?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll take you to 2 games ago. Kicked 3 against Gold Coast. Played a really pivotal role for us up forward. Wasn't necessarily on the top of his game last week. Didn't have a big say against Richmond. So, yeah, he played forward. And with Tim and Cody out, we planned for him to compete in the air, which he did at times. So, yeah, you've observed something that happened, and he didn't really play much midfield time at all tonight.
That inability to get out of your back half, do you put that down to decision-making, or was it Freo's pressure? Was it more from your side?
No, it's a pattern. We're okay last week. We used the width of the ground pretty well last week against Richmond, got out of our back half and transitioned pretty well. But, pattern, we've improved with stopping teams scoring from their forward 50 stoppages. I think Fremantle kicked 4 tonight, and they kicked 4 from their forward half turnover. So 8 goals from that front half is a lot. That's the game. That's where they won it. And it's an area that's it's partly your backs being able to shape and get out and find an uncontested mark. It's a few more intercepts, so you've got a bit of composure on the ball. It's definitely using the footy in a better fashion from kick-ins at times. So, it's one of the areas that we need to improve, and it was prevalent tonight, and Fremantle took advantage of it. Their pressure was pretty good, but, so you've got to give them credit.
Is it a taxing game for your guys when it is in the back half a lot like that? Would they be feeling it when it gets to the fourth quarter?
It's more taxing if it's turnover. It's a good way to play for Fremantle. Wedged into your front end and having stoppage after stoppage or preying on blatant turnovers. So it's taxing up here, but there's not necessarily a lot of run in it. But it's not the way any team wants to play. And you've got to give credit to Fremantle. They force teams, as they did us, into patterns that you'd like to be different. So, I think the players understand it. That's the most important thing. There's enough, again, holding us together for a fair while tonight. Enough systematically to delay on the game. But until we improve our offensive bane and use each other and work harder and get out and keep the ball in areas, we're not going to be a team that challenges at the end of the season. But I still feel like we can come and there's growth to be had. So we just got to remain optimistic and keep coaching the boys through it.
With Cody and Norton being managed tonight, can you talk us through that decision and are they all good for next week?
Yeah, they've both been a bit sore, and off the shorter turnarounds, it's a difficult thing. They just didn't come up, and so I can't tell you whether they'll be right we play Thursday next week. Can't tell you whether they'll be right, but it definitely wasn't a conservative thing where you're looking after them because you're worried about the next week. Like, why would you do that against the top team? And we definitely didn't want to concede. We came here to win the game. It wasn't. I know it was first versus, I think we were 7th at the start of the round, but we came here based off last time we played them being in the game, sniffing out a victory, and so we definitely didn't rest them because we felt it was any sort of free hit where we give someone else a chance. We didn't do that. So I hope they're available on Thursday, but I can't tell you whether they will be.
So there you go, Mitch Turner. They didn't rest them to give anyone else a bit of a chance,
right.
but
they also didn't park the bus.
Yeah, that was interesting. We didn't plan to play like that. It wasn't by design that we had saturation of numbers behind the ball. Now, I know Luke Beveridge said that, but that was definitely a plan by putting Cooper behind.
It was the most designed saturation behind the ball we've seen at this stadium all year.
But putting your wingman on the defensive corner of the centre square sounds pretty
Facing
defensive.
the defensive 50 with his back to the stoppage, pretty much going, ready, set, Lockie Kennedy straight into the back 50. Com Games Link.
I find that, well,
smoke and mirrors.
Yeah. It's a bit like, it's like Chris Scott complaining about no one talking about the games that we've just played in press conferences, and then last night saying, I don't really want to talk about the game straight after the game. I don't want to talk about how we play after
He was
the game.
good last night, Chris Scott.
He was
when
very good.
The 24-7 free kick count, he goes, let's not talk about the 24. Let's talk about the 7 that we got. I thought that was very good by Chris Scott. Wasn't complaining about the free kicks the other team got.
No.
Just the ones they didn't get.
Yeah, sometimes they just put the whistle away.
Oh, I liked it.
Whistle got put away a few times tonight.
Yeah, there were some interesting decisions.
Both ways.
You got those minutes of the...
Yeah, I've written them down. We'll ask Ray Chamberlain those on extra time on Monday, 9:30 in the East, 7:30 in the West on Sport Digital, 102.5 over here in the West. We need to get the votes in the ABC Football of the Year team. How are we going? Which way have we gone?
Well, we've worked our way through it. We'll start with the game and then we'll go the WA...
The Christian Medal?
Christian Medal. So 1 vote Richards.
Ed Richards, yep.
2 votes Tracy. 3 votes Warner tonight.
Carl Warner. There you go. Couldn't find anything for Oscar McDonald.
I got 1 vote for him.
So the Christian Medal. Yeah, Oscar McDonald for 1 vote. And then that makes it easy. Tracy with 2 and Warner with 3. Does Oscar McDonald keep his spot? Does he deserve to if Brendan Cox is fit? That's the question which Mitch asked. And I think it's a really valuable question.
It's a great position to be, horses for courses.
Yeah, it's horses for courses. They might come up against someone next week or in 2 weeks against Adelaide that he's been towed up by 2 or 3 times. You can't take the risk, but Brendan Cox has done him.
That was our old coach's favourite one, to be able to drop someone. Horses for courses.
I mean, old Ed.
Mason,
he used that one all the time.
Mason Cox.
If there was a big tall bloke who was still in form, it was like, sorry, horses for courses.
Chad's played well on this bloke, so I've got to go with him.
Cox came in for Sean Darcy when he went out, and Justin Longmuir has proven over a number of years now he wants to play Sean Darcy, but Cox had a real big impact. And then Darcy, once he's gotten fit, can't get back in the side because Mason Cox did nothing wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Oscar McDonald tonight, Brendan Cox can't play any better than that.
You drop
That's
Mason Cox before you drop Oscar McDonald on tonight's form.
Well, that's as good as Cox could play.
I agree, and I'd also say this about what Justin Longmuir has done mostly this year, which was he's rewarded form.
Yep. Yeah, he's done it before with Mason Cox. He's still in the team over Sean Darcy. He loves Sean Darcy.
I don't think you can... I think they have to find a way to bring in Cox, who they managed, as in gave him a rest, yes?
Yeah, he's missed 2 weeks now, so it's an injury.
Okay.
There's no reason why he cannot play for Peel leading into the finals. There's no problem with that. Yeah, absolutely. If Darcy can do it, Brendan Cox can do it, because JL cannot start moving the team around just to fit someone in.
I mean, you can give a Luke Ryan a rest, maybe. Like, he probably might need a rest. So there might be a couple of guys that need a rest, and Cox comes back in, McDonald keeps his spot, and then you start going, all right, now that we're all rested,
that's fine.
Pierce might need a week off.
That's fine.
There's going to be an injury in there somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. That's the beauty of the position they're in. They can give everyone who needs a rest. Yeah,
well, that's the beauty of being in position.
Let's see if we can take a little bit of the Fremantle press conference. Here's Justin Longmuir.
Yeah, thought they threw something different at us. And, yeah, we persisted well. Sort of understood that that's the way they're probably defending a little bit more now, and they get numbers back and they hold their numbers. And, we had field position on our terms for the majority of the night, maybe not third quarter, but for the majority of the night, and we just persisted really well. And usually when we get that much supply versus our opposition and that much time in forward half, the dam wall eventually broke. And, in the last quarter it did, and put a bit of a gap on them. So, yeah, really mature performance, and, it was low scoring, and they forced us to hang in there, and, proud of the way we did that.
Did you change much throughout the night, or were you just banking on that eventually that dam wall would break?
Bits and pieces. We had to problem solve all night. Those stoppages weren't always on our terms. We mixed that up and got that looking a little bit better, especially in the last quarter. I think we got to work, especially between the arcs. There's probably times in the first quarter where, first half, where we were a bit spooked by their numbers back, and there was times when we were in fast play out of our back half and we stopped and went lateral, went backwards, whereas they were the opportunities we wanted to give our forwards a one-on-one chance, and we probably just got spooked by their numbers. And I thought when they did have numbers back and we had forward half turnovers, I thought as the game went on we started shifting the ball a little bit more and trying to shift their numbers, and that worked. But yeah, largely we knew that was the sort of game we were going to get, and we were prepared for it, and I thought the players worked through it pretty well.
Do you think other teams are going to start following those sort of tactics? And do you feel
good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck. It's not really I mean, they've got a few numbers out, a few players out, especially in their front half. They've probably got a couple of issues down back with their size as well. So with Lob having to play up the ground, so I think it's probably more circumstantial for them. And I don't think we'll face that sort of look in the finals.
And how influential was Tracy tonight? Just a couple of really important contested marks and his 100-game milestone as well.
Yeah. No, it's a great effort to get to 100 games. Him and Youngie, thought they both played really well. JT does it for us most weeks, doesn't he? So it's a pretty standard performance by him. I thought we just had a really even performance all across the ground. A couple of guys doing rolls, which they did them really well, but it wasn't really a standout performer. I just thought we had really even contribution, and that's what got us across the line in the end.
Spoken about winning, I guess, in all different ways this year. Does tonight's game sort of add to your confidence that something else can happen and you can win?
Yeah, I think it's the growth in our maturity across the course of the last 18 months is we haven't panicked when we've been in those games, in those situations. We've just kept our head, kept playing, kept problem solving, and we've kept working our way through the situations and that the opposition have thrown at us, and usually we've come out on top. So it's another great experience for us. Been kicking over 100 points here, and today it was hard to score. So and they kept the scoreboard pretty even up until halfway through the third. So like I said at the start, I was proud of the way the players worked their way through that.
As he should be, Justin Longmuir, after Fremantle's 37-point win over the Western Bulldogs, 11-12-78 to 5-11-41. Footy continues tomorrow for most of the country. Saturday AFL, Corbin Middlemass and the gang will be with you from midday. If you're in South Australia, Aaron Bryans and SA Grandstand will kick things off if you're with us in the West. Sports Talk, myself, Shay Willingham and Glenn Quartermain with you from 10 o'clock tomorrow. It's a big day. Of course, the international game, the AFLW between Australia and Ireland as well. That is all to come. But on behalf of the ABC Sport team, Clint Wilden at Perth Stadium saying